Dazed and groggy, Chun Fan opened his eyes. Strange, why am I here? At that moment, Chun Fan found himself in a vast expanse of ice and snow. The cold wind blew and all around was nothing but a blinding white. Gazing at the scene, Chun Fan fell into deep thought. He clearly remembered being a killer betrayed during a mission and dying. So why was he here? Had he been reborn? Before he could examine his surroundings, a sharp pain struck his mind, and a torrent of memories crashed into his consciousness like a colossal ship. After several minutes, Chun Fan regained his composure. From the influx of memories, he clearly understood that he had been captured. The original owner's identity was significant. He was a high-ranking officer on the Rocks pirate ship and the adopted son of Wang Ji. And now he had been captured by the Marines. Not only was he imprisoned, but his master in this life had also been taken. As for his nominal father, his fate was unknown. From the original memories, the last thing he saw before losing consciousness was his adopted father battling Garp. At that time, he was only a teenager. Carefully examining his environment, Chun Fan searched his memories. The final recollection of the original owner was of several Marines discussing sending him to the 5th level of Impel Down. So now Chun Fan looked around at the endless white landscape, his expression turning grim. Having become an assassin halfway through his previous life, he had at least some knowledge of One Piece. Chun Fan had hoped to use his knowledge of One Piece to rise to the top. Yet here he was stuck on the 5th level of Impel Down. However, not all was lost. Chun Fan sensed powerful energy within his body. The original owner, as Wang Ji's adopted son, was only in his teens. Not only had he studied the 6 powers under a master, but he had also mastered 2 types of haki. With such strength at this age plus his transmigrator's knowledge, it would have been a perfect start if he were outside. But unfortunately, he was here in Impel Down. Chun Fan sorted out the current timeline in his mind. Though trapped in the legendary prison, he had been reborn once. As long as there was hope, he would not give up. After organizing his thoughts, Chun Fan clearly knew the current time. See Circle Calendar 1494. At this period, Roger had not yet become Pirate King. The Marine Admirals were not yet Akainu and the others. This timeline was favorable to him because he knew what the future held. Thinking of this, Chun Fan recalled the legendary Rumble fruit on Skypiea. At this point, Enel had definitely not eaten it yet. Logia-type Devil Fruits grant immense power, even in the early stages, especially the Rumble fruit wielding lightning. But Chun Fan's face showed no excitement, for he was trapped on the 6th level of Impel Down, unable to escape, let alone acquire such power. After organizing his memories, Chun Fan's expression darkened. He could think of only 2 possible ways to escape. The first method was to wait until the Golden Lion was captured and imprisoned, then find an opportunity to escape alongside him. The second method was to find ways to enhance his strength and break out on his own. Chun Fan pondered and realized that neither plan had a high probability of success. Regarding the first plan, at present Roger had not yet become the Pirate King, and the Golden Lion would not be captured and imprisoned for at least a few more years. Moreover, when the time came for him to escape, he would need at least the strength of a Rear Admiral or higher, otherwise he couldn't even defeat ordinary soldiers. What kind of jailbreak would that be? As for the second method, attempting to break out of the 6th level of Tujin City was an indescribable challenge. In summary, both approaches required Chun Fan to possess formidable power. It seemed that for now he could only focus on finding ways to further strengthen his abilities and wait for an opportunity. Although the current body possessed decent strength, first, he had not yet adapted to its power, and second, it was at most equivalent to a Navy captain's level. Without strength at the Rear Admiral level or above, attempting to escape from Tujin City would be nothing short of suicide. Chun Fan snapped back to reality, looking around at the snow-covered surroundings. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, the pangs of hunger struck his stomach. Feeling the gnawing hunger, Chun Fan understood that his most immediate goal was to find food and eat, otherwise he might starve to death before even beginning his escape plan. Then he dashed toward the distance, for he remembered that in this area there were creatures like ice wolves and ice tigers. Sure enough, after running for less than a few minutes, Chun Fan spotted a massive ice tiger nearly 10 meters long standing before him. This behemoth, as large as a house, bared its fangs at him. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Chun Fan curled his lips into a smile. He was quite curious about the true strength of this world. Instantly relying on something akin to muscle memory, armament haki coated both his fists. Shaved. Chun Fan's body vanished like a phantom, disappearing from his spot at incredible speed and attacking the ice tiger. Seeing that this human dared to attack it, the ice tiger did not hesitate and lunged directly at Chun Fan, jaws wide open. The fist, covered in black substance, collided with the huge tiger claw in an instant. It looked like a small stone striking a great boulder. Yet the result was the complete opposite. Crack! The sound of bone breaking echoed, and the enormous ice tiger was sent flying by Chun Fan's punch. Feeling its right claw broken by a single punch, the immense ice tiger looked at Chun Fan with eyes full of terror. It wanted to flee. Unfortunately for it, Chun Fan would not let this creature escape. Shave! Once again, he executed the 6 styles of the Navy shave. His body vanished from the spot at extreme speed. 6 styles of the Navy finger gun. Chun Fan's right hand formed a claw imbued with formidable power, and he struck directly at the giant tiger. The massive head filled with terror could not evade. With blood streaming out, Chun Fan's 5 fingers pierced straight through the giant tiger's skull. After that, he began eating the raw meat directly. There was no way to start a fire in this environment. Moreover, Chun Fan was ravenous. As he swallowed the first mouthful of meat, he discovered something while eating. His body seemed to generate strands of green light that nourished his physique. This surprised Chun Fan. He immediately continued eating and only stopped after consuming nearly 7 or 8 gene of meat. Then he discovered to his amazement that as long as he ate, green energy really did generate inside him, repairing his body and even seeming to slowly enhance his strength. Most importantly, he could confirm that this ability was not present in the original body, which meant that this was something he had brought with him. This was his golden finger. For a moment, a smile spread across Chun Fan's face. With this golden finger, his plan to escape had gained a few more chances of success. Then Chun Fan continued eating the ice tiger's meat until his body could barely hold any more, and only then did he stop. After effortlessly dealing with the giant tiger, Chun Fan did not linger, but set out to find a drain. As he recalled, there was a 5th level on this 5th floor. The 5th level was an ideal training ground, and its entrance was a drain. Although Chun Fan did not know its exact location, the clue about the drain gave him a chance to find it. 10 days later, sunlight spilled over the 5th floor, though it did little to alleviate the frozen hell, where temperatures hovered below -10 degrees Celsius. Having just hunted another beast, Chun Fan now wore a smile of immense joy. In 10 days, he had fully adapted to the power of this body. He now understood the extent of his abilities, the 1st level of dual-color hockey and mastery of the 6 powers of the Navy. In this world, dual-color hockey could be divided into 5 levels. What delighted Chun Fan even more was that after 10 days, he had finally located the drain. During this time, he had encountered several pirates, all of whom he killed without exception, using them as whetstones. He had no intention of bringing any other pirates along to the 5th level. The pirates on the 5th floor, though not as formidable as those on the 6th, still included some vice admiral level experts. With his current strength matching that of a Marine headquarters captain, Chun Fan was no match for a vice admiral level opponent. Chun Fan gazed at the ice-covered drain, pondering who would have imagined that beneath it lay a hidden space. Without further hesitation, he struck it with his fist. As the ice shattered, Chun Fan descended into a space spanning several thousand square meters, with a ceiling dozens of meters high. More importantly, there were chairs carved from ice and stored chunks of meat. When Chun Fan looked ahead, his expression shifted. He discovered a massive middle-aged man whose stature nearly matched the height of the 5th level of impelled down, unmistakably a giant. Chun Fan recalled that this place was supposedly built by a giant. The man before him was likely the creator of this 5th level. "Who are you? How did you get here?" asked Morley, who appeared quite simple-minded. In response, Chun Fan stepped closer. "Sorry, I fell in here by accident." "Did you build this place?" "It's amazing." "Yes, I built it, but this is my private domain." Morley pondered with a naive expression, deliberating whether to let Chun Fan stay. His heart said no, which was why this place had always been his alone. Yet he failed to notice that Chun Fan was now less than 5 meters away. 6 powers shave. Chun Fan's eyes turned fierce as his figure vanished instantly. Armament finger gun. His 5 fingers formed a claw coated in black aura. Chun Fan struck with lethal intent, his right hand aiming directly for Morley's head. "You." Morley quickly raised his massive arm to block. Rip! A deep claw mark appeared on his enormous arm, exposing bone as blood gushed forth, a terrifying sight. "You bastard, I'll kill you." Even the simple-minded Morley realized Chun Fan intended to murder him. His colossal fist shot forward with a whoosh of air. Seeing this, Chun Fan did not hesitate. Armament tempest kick. Black substance coated his right leg, which he lashed out like a blade. Boom! Fist and leg clashed, generating a powerful gust. Both Chun Fan and Morley staggered back several steps. Witnessing this, Chun Fan mused that giants were indeed formidable, possessing immense strength even without armament hockey. "You bastard, I'll kill you." Morley, now fully enraged, punched the ground. Chun Fan noticed the soil begin to twist and undulate. It even surged toward Chun Fan. Realizing this, he immediately recognized it as the power of a devil fruit. He then recalled who this person was. No wonder he seemed familiar. It was Morley, the future Revolutionary Army commander and user of the push-push fruit. As the soil was about to engulf him, Chun Fan wasted no time and unleashed another tempest kick, sending several powerful slashes. They shattered the dozen-meter-high earthen wall. Chun Fan then looked at the giant Morley, thinking this opponent was tougher than he had anticipated. But so what? Since he had already made an enemy, he would see it through to the end. The next second, Chun Fan vanished again, both hands forming claws as he lunged at Morley like a ferocious tiger. Earth wall fusion. Mori shouted with his somewhat sharp voice, and as his fist made contact with the ground, countless particles of soil transformed into a massive sphere that rushed toward Chen Fan. Seeing this, Chen Fan had no intention of dodging. Bang! Bang! At the moment the soil-formed sphere collided with Chen Fan's claws. The enormous soil sphere was instantly destroyed. However, this also directly halted Chen Fan's attack, and in the next second Mori's colossal fist, imbued with terrifying power, came crashing toward Chen Fan. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately blocked with black material enveloping his arms in front of him. A powerful shockwave surged through him, causing Chen Fan to stagger back several steps. But in the next moment he charged back in. The two engaged in close combat, with each of Chen Fan's punches and kicks covered in the first layer of armed hockey. Yet even so, he could only fight Mori to a standstill, though after all the giant race was inherently strong. Feeling the depletion of his energy and the slight injuries inflicted by Mori, Chen Fan knew he could not continue to clash Hiden. He then unleashed Soru. Aiming to win through speed after a round of combat, it indeed bore fruit. Chen Fan no longer chose to clash Hiden, constantly evading Mori's frenzied attacks and the encroaching earth walls. 10 minutes later, sweat poured down Mori's forehead. Huff! Huff! Mori panted heavily, his gaze toward Chen Fan, filled with bloodlust. You bastard, if you have the guts, stop and fight me, Hiden. Mori once again cursed sharply. Chen Fan paid no mind to in his eyes. As long as he could win, that was all that mattered. The fist, like a torrential storm, continued to rain down blows. No matter how tough Mori's hide was, after this relentless assault his entire body was riddled with wounds, looking severely injured. However, Chen Fan was not in a much better state. He had to dodge attacks, while also avoiding the strikes of the earth walls. His stamina was also significantly depleting. The two continued their fierce melee, blood splattering everywhere, and the ground around them lay in ruins. Time passed slowly, Mori's wounds grew heavier, and Chen Fan felt the drastic depletion of his stamina nearing his limits. Fortunately, over the years, the heat generated from the food he consumed continuously nourished his body, enhancing his physical fitness and stamina. Otherwise, he might not have been able to hold on. Chen Fan glared fiercely at the blood-soaked Mori, sensing that it was time to determine the victor. Armed. Principle. Destructive fist. Chen Fan's right fist bulged with veins concentrating all his power at a single point, covered with a black substance. This punch, like a cannonball, carried unparalleled power as it surged toward Mori. This technique was the culmination of Chen Fan's understanding of the Navy's 6 styles, channeling all his strength into a single punch. You bastard, finally daring to confront me, Hiden. Sensing the might of this punch, Mori felt no fear. He did not believe he would lose in strength. Earth-shattering fist. At that moment, the soil beneath Mori gathered up completely. Then it wrapped around his massive fist and thrust forward with tremendous force. Boom! 2 fists like flood dragons collided, unleashing a thunderous roar. Everything around was obliterated, countless fragments of stone flying in all directions, and dust billowed everywhere. Mori's massive fist, encased in soil, was shattered piece by Chen Fan's blow until it reached his own fist. The terrifying force sent a powerful shockwave through Mori, causing his face to twitch. This formidable power directly impacted his internal organs and bones. Before long, Mori felt his bones shattered and his organs crushed. One could only imagine how immense the strength behind Chen Fan's punch was. Impossible. How can your strength surpass mine? Mori's face was etched with disbelief before he collapsed in agony, falling silent. Witnessing this, Chen Fan's eyes held no mercy. This place needed only him to know of its existence. He then approached the drainage outlet, mimicking Mori's earlier method, covering it with ice and snow. Unless someone examined the drainage outlet as meticulously as Chen Fan, no one would likely discover it. After completing this, Chen Fan gazed at the stored provisions and began to feast. With such an abundance of grain and meat, Chen Fan would no longer worry about food for a long time. All thanks to that bulky fellow. In the days that followed, Chen Fan commenced his training just as he had on the 6th floor. Strapping a boulder several meters high to his back, he began doing push-ups. Repetition after repetition, sweat streaming incessantly, Chen Fan reveled in the sensation of his strength slowly but steadily increasing. A surge of exhilaration filled him. 9999 reps, 1000 reps. He trained until noon before stopping, then ate a simple meal. A faint warmth spread through his body, nourishing his internal organs and restoring his stamina. In this hidden, unknown space, Chen Fan trained alone, drenched in sweat. It wasn't until half a year later that Chen Fan chose to pause his training, sensing a significant boost in his strength. He prepared to ascend and seek an opponent. Glancing at the black object on his hand, his armament hockey was now merely a step away from the 2nd level. His observation hockey was the same, also just a hair's breadth from the 2nd level. If he continued training, as before, he had no idea how long it would take to break through. Thus, Chen Fan decided to go up and search for adversaries. He left the 5th floor, gazing at the vast expanse of white. Like a hunter, he began prowling the 5th level. In this 5th level hell of ice, he sought his prey. Previously, Chen Fan dared not act this way, for his strength was merely at the level of a headquarters captain. Now he possessed power close to that of a rear admiral. Within this 5th level, the hell of ice pirates with the strength of a rear admiral were exceedingly rare. This was precisely why Chen Fan now emerged to play the role of the hunter. Day after day passed, the sun and moon alternating, the cold biting to the bone. At Chen Fan's feet lay a corpse, the 10th pirate he had slain. Yet Chen Fan was unsatisfied, for he had yet to encounter a pirate with the power of a headquarters rear admiral, one who could make him feel the threat of death. His armament haki and observation haki remained unable to break through to the 2nd level. Shaking his head, Chen Fan sat down to rest. He chose not to go on a killing spree across the 5th level. Although the Navy did not concern itself with the fate of pirates within the prison, a significant reduction in their numbers on any given level would inevitably arouse suspicion. Moreover, slaying those weak pirates brought Chen Fan no enhancement in power. After a brief rest, he prepared to return and resume his hunt for prey the following day. Suddenly, a sturdy, crew-cut, middle-aged man appeared. Their eyes met, and Chen Fan sensed a hint of danger emanating from him. At the same time, Agil also noticed the corpse beside Chen Fan. He cast a wary glance at Chen Fan and prepared to leave. Having finally encountered an opponent who could pose a lethal threat, Chen Fan, who was struggling to break through his bottleneck, was not about to let him escape. Shave. The next instant, Chen Fan's body vanished like a phantom. Armament finger gun. His 5 fingers formed a claw coated in black vapor and lashed out at Agil with incredible speed. Witnessing this, Agil did not expect the man to strike so decisively. However, having been on guard, he was not caught off guard. Armament straight punch. Agil's right wrist, thick as a basketball, bulged with veins as his fist enveloped in armament haki hurtled directly toward Chen Fan. With a thunderous roar, fist and claw clashed like boulders colliding, sending countless shards of ice flying and cracking the frozen ground beneath them. Chen Fan staggered back 5 or 6 steps, while Agil retreated only 3. Clearly, Agil possessed slightly greater strength. Again, far from intimidated, Chen Fan was exhilarated. He lunged forward once more, his fist brimming with immense power as he attacked Agil. Seeing Chen Fan's relentless pursuit, Agil was filled with fury. He was a pirate, no saint, and such provocation was intolerable. Since you're asking for death, ill granted. Agil's fist also became shrouded in black vapor as his body blurred, and he charged Hedon. With resounding impacts, they collided, exchanging blow for blow in a bloody feral brawl, stopping at nothing. The battle raged on. To an ordinary observer, only 2 afterimages clashed. The sheer force inflicted wound after wound upon Chen Fan, blood spattering the ground. Yet Chen Fan was ecstatic, for his opponent Agil was also injured. They continued their relentless exchange, and though Agil was stronger, he inwardly cursed his misfortune. He had merely come out to find food. How had he encountered such a madman? Chen Fan cared not for Agil's thoughts. His fists coated in armament haki hammered away relentlessly. Even a clay figure has a temper. Agil matched him, his fists pitch black as he struck back furiously. Time trickled by and blood stained the earth. They continued their close-quarters combat, both pure physical fighters. Though Agil had a slight edge in strength, it was not enough to overwhelm, and neither could gain the upper hand. "You lunatic! He'll kill you," Agil bellowed in rage. "That is for the best. I am here today with only one desire, for you to slay me, or for me to slay you." As his words faded, Chen Fan's right foot turned as pitch black as a towering pillar, carrying a terrifying force as it lashed out like a whip toward Agil's waist and abdomen. With rage etched on his face, Agil crossed his arms to block. A tremendous force surged through him, and Mori couldn't help but feel a surge of pain. Yet he still managed to withstand the blow. Then Agil lunged, grabbing hold of Chen Fan's right foot before he could dodge. Chen Fan could only watch as his foot was seized. The next moment, Agil gripped his right foot and hurled him into the air. After a dizzying whirl, he was flung away with a resounding crash. A deep crater was smashed into the ice. Chen Fan rose, wiping the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Again, Soru. Chen Fan's figure vanished from the spot, charging at Agil once more. Seeing this, Agil's fist was also cloaked in Busashoka haki as he met the attack Hedon. With a thunderous roar, they clashed once more in a bloody brawl. Fists, feet, heads, all became their weapons in that moment. They knew full well that in this battle, the one who endured to the end would be the one to survive. The loser faced only one outcome: death. Time slipped away second by second. Both Chen Fan and Agil were now panting heavily, their bodies covered in wounds. The next instant, they exchanged another punch and were sent stumbling backward. "Boy, let me send you to your death," Agil snarled, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Chen Fan. "The same goes for you," Chen Fan retorted, his expression twisted with ferocity. Busashoku Conqueror's fist. Agil's inner energy roared, his chest pounding as his right arm swelled, the veins seeming ready to burst. His right fist coated in jet-black Busashoku haki brimmed with terrifying power as it struck forth. Busashoku's secret art. Crushing fist. Chun Fan showed no sign of panic. He concentrated all his strength into a single point, his blood and energy converging as his body burned like a crimson furnace. His right fist covered in a black substance unleashed a punch containing his full might. With a deafening rumble. In that instant, the two fists collided like dragons locked in battle. Everything around them was obliterated, countless shards of ice flew up and cracks spiderwebbed across the frozen surface. Rings of shockwaves radiated outward. Aguil's overwhelming force seemed to overpower Chun Fan, pushing him steadily backward. You're losing. It seems I am the final victor. Aguil sneered, his face twisted as he stared at Chun Fan. Feeling the immense power and the brutal impact, Chun Fan couldn't help but let blood trickle from the corner of his mouth. Was he destined to lose like this? To die here? No. He had yet to become the strongest in this world, had yet to climb to the peak. How could he fall here? The next second, Chun Fan's gaze turned resolute. The black substance on his fist began to materialize. In that moment, his Busashoku haki reached the second stage, his power surging. In an instant, he gained the upper hand over Aguil. Feeling this tremendous force, Aguil was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Your Busashoku haki actually broke through to the second layer. How could? Before he could finish, Aguil heard a sickening crack as his own fist shattered. His face contorted in pain, and the overwhelming shockwave shattered every bone in his body. Then under Aguil's incredulous gaze, his body crashed heavily to the ground. His eyes were wide open, fixed on Chun Fan in his final moments. Gasping for breath, Chun Fan collapsed to the ground, panting heavily after finishing off his opponent. He could clearly feel that this victory had been perilously close. If not for his last-minute breakthrough, he would likely have been the one lying dead. Yet it was precisely this battle at the edge of life and death that enabled Chun Fan's Busashoku haki to advance to the second layer. Enduring the searing pain racking his body, he quickly fled the scene. In his current physical state, encountering any other pirates would mean certain death. Before long, Chun Fan returned to the fifth level. Once back, he immediately began devouring food ravenously. He sensed a faint surge of warmth within his body flowing into his internal organs like rain after a drought, continuously mending Chun Fan's injuries. After devouring a full 30 caddies of meat, Chun Fan was so stuffed that he could barely move, yet his internal injuries had only just begun to recover and the wounds on his surface were starting to scab over. It was evident just how severe Chun Fan's injuries were. However, the successful breakthrough of his armament haki to the second level proved that all this was worthwhile. The next day, under the blazing sun, Chun Fan felt that his injuries had mostly healed, so he resumed his training as usual. He strapped a boulder onto his back and began doing push-ups. After completing 20,000 push-ups, he replenished his energy with food. Then he started holding a horse stance, just like with the push-ups, with a massive rock strapped to his back. Only in this way could Chun Fan feel the ache and fatigue. This was a testament to how vastly his strength and physique had grown compared to 3 years ago. Come evening, Chun Fan resumed training in armament haki and observation haki. Thus passed the monotonous and tedious days, one after another, month after month. Time slipped away like grains of sand. 2 years later, Chun Fan had just finished his push-ups. He discarded the boulder from his back and wiped the sweat from his brow. The sounds of bones and sinews harmonizing like the roar of a tiger or the rumble of thunder filled the air. With a casual swing of his fist, Chun Fan could stir up gusts of wind. His strength had grown immeasurably compared to 2 years prior. Both his observation haki and armament haki had reached the pinnacle of the second level. He was but a single step away from breaking through to the third level. Moreover, he had also developed the second technique of the Navy's 6 powers ultimate art. Beside him lay the corpse of a pirate from the 5th level. The pirate had a bounty of over 100 million and possessed the strength of a rear admiral from headquarters. Yet he was still slain by Chun Fan. It was clear that Chun Fan's current power was approaching that of a vice admiral. Initially, with strength only nearing that of a vice admiral, Chun Fan lacked confidence in escaping. However, he had recently learned from other pirates on the 5th level that the warden of Impel Down had resigned a month ago. Magellan had been appointed as the new warden. Upon hearing this news, Chun Fan resolved to break out. Magellan's current strength had not yet reached its peak, far from admiral level, and the same held true for Shiryu of the Rain. It could be said that Impel Down was at its weakest point in terms of combat power. If Chun Fan did not seize this opportunity to escape, it would be incredibly difficult to find another. After all, Impel Down was known as the impenetrable prison from which no prisoner had ever escaped. This was primarily because the warden of Impel Down was typically on par with an admiral, supported by 2 or 3 vice admiral level experts under his command. Most crucially, Impel Down was located very close to Marine headquarters. If anyone attempted to break out, reinforcements from the headquarters could arrive in less than an hour. Thus, to break out through sheer frontal strength, one would need at least the power of an admiral and even then failure was highly likely. After all, the Warden of Impel Down was no pushover. After a brief deliberation, Xin Fan concluded that the current transition of power within Impel Down presented his best opportunity. Without hesitation, Xin Fan prepared to break out. At his current strength, already at level 5, no opponent posed a genuine threat to his life. Moreover, his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Neither his physical prowess nor his Haushiko Haki showed any sign of imminent breakthrough. If he delayed further, no one could predict how long it would take before he could execute his escape plan. Worse still, in just a few years Magellan and Jozu would rise in power. By then escape would grow infinitely more difficult. Without delay, Chun Fan activated the plan he had long refined in silence. He sat down calmly on level 5 to rest. Half an hour later, he sensed his stamina and strength had both peaked. His body was primed for action. He immediately left level 5 and stepped onto the frozen surface. Rather than lingering on level 5, he headed straight for the staircase leading upward. He did not descend, he ascended instead. His objective was to release the prisoners of level 6, thereby inciting chaos and carving open his path to freedom. Additionally, Chun Fan intended to rescue someone from level 6, the master of this body's original owner, not out of benevolence, but because the master possessed strength rivaling that of a rear admiral or higher, and their bond ran deep. A comrade of such caliber would dramatically increase his chances of breaking through. Without pause, Chun Fan strode to the massive gate of level 5, a door forged entirely from sea stone. Even his immense strength could not shatter it. Worse, a den mushy surveillance device was mounted upon it. The moment any pirate attempted forced entry, the Marines would be alerted within moments. Staring at the impregnable gate, Chun Fan knew brute force would fail, but he knew how to make keys. He had secretly reconnoitered the lock weeks earlier. Now, without wasting a second, he inserted his handcrafted key and turned. Click, click, click. As the iron gate groaned open, Chun Fan stepped into the chamber. 2 guards lounging with legs crossed stared in disbelief at the pirate who dared stride in so brazenly. Before they could trigger the alarm, Chun Fan activated Shave, vanishing in a blur. In the instant their faces twisted in terror, he struck 2 precise, devastating punches to their skulls, blood erupting like crimson spray. The guards collapsed lifeless. Chun Fan seized the heavy ring of keys resting on the desk, each engraved with numbered codes corresponding to every cell on level 6. They even matched the shackles and chains binding each pirate. With keys secured, he bypassed all lower levels and ascended directly to level 6. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly alarms shrieked through the prison. Chun Fan knew the Marines had already witnessed the carnage via the den mushy. He accelerated. As he thrust open the gate, a shaft of light pierced level 6. Dozens of pirates turned, drawn by both the blare of sirens and the sudden glare. Their eyes widened when they saw a prisoner, dressed in tattered orange garb, standing before them, gate wide open. Did I missee? Is that man also a convict? Exactly. Who let him up here? Confusion rippled across their faces. Boy, what are you doing here? That alarm, you triggered it. You're attempting escape. Well, someone actually dared. Free me too. I'll flee with you. Yes. Release me, and I'll serve aboard your ship. I'm a 400 million berry pirate. Right? Let me out, kid, and from now on I follow you. A murmur of astonishment swelled through the chamber. The pirates, eyeing the large ring of keys in Chun Fan's hand, all yearned for him to set them free, some even going so far as to paint him rosy pictures. However, Chun Fan paid them no heed. He had his own plans. He immediately went before Budek and tossed the keys to him. Teacher Budek, here are the keys. Open the locks and come with me now. How did you get here? Are you starting the prison break? Are you confident? Budek looked at Chun Fan in utter surprise, yet no one could resist the desire to escape. He used the key to unlock his shackles, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. There's no time to explain, teacher. It's not a sure thing, but we have to try. With that, Chun Fan led Budek toward the door. Seeing them about to leave, the pirates immediately shouted, Kid, where do you think you're going? Let me out too, old man here can help you escape. Yeah, don't run off, little one. You can't make it alone. Unlock me, and I'll help you get out. Take me with you. I'll give you all my treasure. Please don't go. Let me out, I want to get out. Seeing Chun Fan and his companion already at the door, the pirates were thrown into a panic. Having glimpsed hope, they too wished to escape, unwilling to be trapped here for life. Some offered to become Chun Fan's crew members, while others began to beg him outright. Yet Chun Fan was utterly indifferent. He had a far grander purpose for these pirates. He intended to use them to facilitate his own escape. Chun Fan, let's go. Budek urged, pushing the door open. Patience. Trust me, just wait a few seconds. Chun Fan stood his ground. He could already hear the lift grinding to a halt and the chaotic clatter of footsteps on the stairs. Budek was frantic, but he had no choice but to trust Chun Fan. 3, 2, 1. After counting down, Chun Fan precisely tossed the keys to their respective cells. The pirates were overjoyed at the keys. Most didn't even spare a word of thanks, immediately unlocking their restraints to prepare for their own breakout. Let's go. Time to gamble, Chen Fan said, heading straight for the stairs. The already anxious Budek quickly followed. Of course, Chen Fan had to release these pirates. He needed to create chaos to have any chance of slipping out. As for why he deliberately waited before releasing them, it was to ensure he was the fastest one out. Crucially, the theoretical strongest person in this prison was Magellan. As the warden encountering such a disturbance, he would undoubtedly rush up immediately. There were only two ways up: the stairs and the lift. That was why Chen Fan said he was gambling. He chose the stairs, betting he wouldn't run into Magellan. Thus the two of them quickly reached the stairwell. At the same time, the great pirates of the 6th level, the Infinite Hell, had all broken free from their bonds. By the time Chen Fan and Hailu reached the 4th level, they encountered prison guards rushing up to meet them. Seeing these guards, a smile curled on Chen Fan's lips. His gamble had paid off. Magellan wasn't here, nor was Shilyu of the Rain. These were just common foot soldiers. Teacher Budek, kill them all. Let's break out together, Chen Fan said to Budek. Then the two of them charged together, directly assaulting the rows of prison guards. On the other side, Magellan and Shilyu of the Rain, leading a group of guards, had already arrived at the 6th level. Upon reaching the 6th level, the first sight that greeted them was the pirates who had just broken free from their restraints. Oh, if it isn't our new chief warden and head jailer. Have you come to welcome us as we escape? Don't waste words with them. Kill them and break out. Oh. Those pirates, with a murderous look in their eyes, stared down Magellan, Shilyu of the Rain, and the others. Gazing at all the pirates who had been set loose, Magellan was ablaze with fury. He had barely arrived when he encountered such a massive disaster. Then he scanned the area, searching for the culprit behind this incident, Chen Fan. But after searching for a long time, he found nothing. He immediately realized that Chen Fan must have escaped via the staircase. Shilyu of the Rain, go to the stairs, and make sure to stop that son of Wang Ji. Leave this place to me, Magellan said sternly to Shilyu of the Rain beside him. Shilyu of the Rain, who usually held Magellan in contempt, did not argue with him for the first time, because he too understood what this incident signified. With so many pirates here, can you handle it? Don't die here. Shilyu of the Rain did not immediately give chase, for the pirates on the 6th level were no pushovers. He doubted Magellan could hold out. Trust me, we must not let the mastermind escape. I command you as the chief warden. Magellan spoke again, his tone grave. Damn it, I'll listen to you this one time, just this once. Shilyu of the Rain knew in his heart that they could not allow that man to leave impelled down. Did you hear that? This new chief warden says he can stop all of us by himself. How arrogant. We're pirates with reputations in the new world. Let's attack together and kill this newly appointed chief warden. Oh. Dozens of pirates lunged at Magellan, most of their bodies clad in armament hockey. Clearly none of these pirates were weaklings. On the other side, Magellan's face was grim. His venom erupted, fully engulfing the entire prison. Attack together. Recapture these pirates, and if you can't kill them. In an instant, dozens of pirates clashed fiercely with the prison guards led by Magellan. Oh. At the same time, just as the alarm was sounded, Marine Headquarters also received the news. A figure wreathed in magma departed from Marine Headquarters and soared toward Impel Down. However, that figure was wrapped in bandages, clearly still recovering from injuries. Originally, Sengoku had intended to send Vice Admiral Borsellino, since among the 3 Logia users, he was the fastest. Unfortunately, both he and Kazan had just left on a mission and couldn't return in time. Otherwise, Sengoku wouldn't have dispatched Sakazuki, who was still wounded. On the other side, Chen Fan and Burdak had cut through the prison guards, as ordinary foot soldiers were no match for the two of them. Chen Fan's strength was at the peak of a Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral. As for Burdak, his strength was at the level of a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. Though he had been imprisoned on the 6th level for some time, causing his power to wane, he was still in the prime of his life, and his confinement had not lasted 7 or 8 years, let alone a decade. Even at his lowest, he still possessed strength at the peak of a Rear Admiral. The path was unobstructed, and the two of them directly opened the gate to the 1st level and burst out. Breathing in the long mist air and gazing at the blazing sun, both Chen Fan and his companion felt an indescribable sense of relief. Yet they dared not waste a single moment, immediately preparing to commandeer a small naval vessel to escape Impel Down. Both were well aware that only by leaving Impel Down entirely could they be considered safe. Just as they were about to board the small warship, a figure wearing a white hat and wielding a renowned blade blocked their path. It was none other than Shilyu of the Rain, who had rushed over. At this sight, Chen Fan's eyes blazed with ferocity as he clenched his fists. Beside him, Burdock mirrored the same resolve. They understood that this Shilyu of the Rain was the obstacle to their escape. Stay put and let me slaughter you right here, Shilyu of the Rain declared, with no intention of capturing them alive, only of ending their lives on the spot. Attack together, Chen Fan roared. In an instant, both figures vanished from their positions, charging at Shilyu of the Rain from left and right. Their fists were coated in armament hockey, exuding a terrifying force that could easily shatter metal and rock. Yet Shilyu of the Rain showed no fear, his face instead brimming with excitement. He gripped his blade Rain, also imbued with armament haki, and met their assault head-on. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Shilyu's armament haki had also reached the second tier. Clang! As the two jet-black fists collided with Rain, a fierce shower of sparks erupted. Impressive strength. I hope you can give me a thrill. Shilyu of the Rain was utterly arrogant, brandishing his famed sword which contained immense power. Chun Fan and his companion dared not be careless, channeling all their strength into their attacks. Clashes ensued, a brutal melee of blow for blow. Despite fighting two opponents, Shilyu of the Rain held his ground, even seeming to gain the upper hand. Burdock's expression darkened. His mastery of armament haki was the shallowest only at the first level. He knew that if this dragged on, the longer they delayed, the more dangerous their situation became. Without hesitation, Burdock's body began to swell, expanding from over 2 meters to 5 or 6 as brown fur sprouted across his skin. He transformed into a massive bear. This was his devil fruit ability, the bear fruit. A colossal bear paw swung directly at Shilyu of the Rain. The overwhelming force momentarily caught Shilyu off guard, sending him staggering backward. He was far from his peak condition. At present, Shilyu of the Rain was only slightly stronger than Chun Fan and Burdock. With his devil fruit ability unleashed, Burdock's power doubled, and for a time he alone managed to suppress Shilyu. Meanwhile, Chun Fan also struck with full force, his arms coated in a black substance, as he rained blows upon Shilyu of the Rain. Under their combined onslaught, Shilyu was quickly forced onto the defensive. The fierce battle raged on, blow after blow, the only sound echoing across the port of Impel Down being the relentless collisions. As time ticked away, 10 minutes passed. Shilyu of the Rain was covered in wounds. Huff! Huff! He gasped for breath, completely overwhelmed by the two attackers. Though Chun Fan and his companion also bore some sword cuts, they were in far better shape than Shilyu. Yet despite this, neither showed any trace of excitement. For they were acutely aware that this place was far too close to the Marine headquarters. 10 minutes had already elapsed. If they continued in this manner, once reinforcements from the headquarters arrived, they would be utterly unable to hold their ground. Let's take him down together. Chun Fan cast a glance at Budek beside him. Budek shared the same sentiment. A pirate and a renegade Marine officer, you dare to spout such arrogant nonsense. You think you can finish me off? Having been beaten to such a state, Shiryu of the Rain naturally wore an expression brimming with fury. Heaven's chasm, one sword. In the next instant, Shiryu of the Rain's aura as a swordsman erupted forth. A terrifying sword momentum surged into the sky. Gripping his famed blade Shigure with both hands, he swung it forward in a single slash. A white sword aura several meters in length carried a fearsome force as it cleaved directly toward Chun Fan and Budek. Without the slightest hesitation, both Budek and Chun Fan unleashed their strongest techniques. Rokushiki's secret art, Overlord Fist. In an instant, Chun Fan's entire body flushed crimson. His internal organs pulsed violently. Veins bulged on his right arm as he clenched his fist, which turned pitch black. A terrifying concentration of power gathered at a single point. Steam billowed from his entire frame. This fist, brimming with immense strength, shot forward with a whistling roar, hurtling straight toward the white sword aura. Iron Palm. Simultaneously, Budek channeled all the blood and vitality in his body, converging it into his arm. His massive bear paw was shrouded in a black substance. In an instant, his figure vanished from its original position, and he struck out toward the white sword aura. Boom! In that fleeting moment, their two devastating attacks collided with the white sword aura. In an instant, rubble flew in all directions, dust rose in clouds, and everything around them was annihilated. The white sword aura forcibly repelled Budek. But before Shiryu of the Rain could revel in his triumph, Chun Fan's jet-black fist shattered the white sword aura in the very next second. With a face full of shock, Shiryu of the Rain had no time to dodge. He could only cross his famed blade before his chest. Clang! Chun Fan's fist containing all his might struck squarely against Shiryu's sword. The immense impact sent Shiryu of the Rain flying backward. Thud! A deep crater was carved into the ground. Shiryu lay on the ground, his face twisted in agony, his famed blade clattering to the side. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He tried to stand, but his internal organs churned violently. Chun Fan's punch had rendered him incapable of fighting for the immediate future. A fierce glint in his eyes, Chun Fan charged forward to deliver the finishing blow. Watching Chun Fan rush straight at him, Shiryu of the Rain seethed with rage. He attempted to rise and resist, but any slight movement brought forth a gush of blood from his mouth. He could not get up at all. He simply collapsed into unconsciousness. At this moment, Shiryu of the Rain was nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. Just as Chun Fan was about to reach Shiryu of the Rain and slay him. Dodge! Look out! Budek shouted from behind. At that moment, Chun Fan, relying on his Kenbunshika haki, also sensed the danger and swiftly retreated. A blazing fireball of magma crashed down upon the very spot where he had stood an instant before. Boom! A deep pit instantly appeared in the ground with lingering flames still flickering at its edges. If Chun Fan had not evaded in time and taken that blow he would certainly have been in a dire state. Both Chun Fan and Budek turned their gazes toward the sky. Upon recognizing the figure, their expressions became profoundly grave. Akainu. In Chun Fan and the other man spoke the name in unison. You are the mastermind behind this prison break, aren't you? Surrender quietly, and I'll spare you unnecessary suffering. At that moment, Akainu's entire body had transformed into molten lava. His expression was cold and detached as he gazed upon Chun Fan. Ha. If you say surrender, do you truly expect me to stand still and let you take me? And though Chun Fan fully grasped Akainu's overwhelming power, it was equally clear that the Admiral was not at his peak, leaving just a sliver of opportunity for resistance. Were this the full-strength Admiral, Akainu, Chun Fan would have surrendered without hesitation. And moreover, Chun Fan noticed the bandage tightly wound around Akainu's abdomen, an unmistakable sign of recent injury still unhealed. Since you refuse to surrender quietly, I'll cripple you both before dragging you back in chains. No one dares challenge the Navy's sovereign authority. The moment Akainu's words faded, his body erupted with searing magma. His fists turned obsidian black as he lunged violently toward Chun Fan and his companion. In knowing Akainu's terrifying might, neither Chun Fan nor Budek hesitated. Their fists shimmered with armament hockey, unleashing tremendous force as they surged forward to meet the assault. And boom! The three fists collided like titanic boulders. Gales-howled shards of stone exploded outward. Though outnumbered, Tutun, Akainu forcibly overpowered them both. He drove them backward several meters while he himself remained rooted motionless where he stood. Knee's body engulfed in churning magma, radiating an immense, suffocating pressure that instinctively tightened Chun Fan and Budek's breath. Yet they had no choice. Chun Fan knew all too well defeat now meant certain death. And shaved. In perfect synchrony, both men activated Shave, vanishing instantly from their positions and streaking toward Akainu at blinding speed. And truly courting death. Akainu's face remained utterly impassive, scorching magma roiled about him like a devouring inferno. In an instant, the three clashed. Molten splatter arcing through the air, flesh meeting flesh, with brutal finality. The battle unfolded in stark imbalance. Even united Chun Fan and Budek could barely withstand Akainu's onslaught. Seconds bled into minutes as blistering magma consumed the surrounding terrain. Each of Akainu's blows inflicted grievous wounds upon them, while their own strikes left only superficial cuts on his body. Such minor injuries were utterly negligible to him. Huff. In gasping heavily, their stamina drained rapidly under the relentless strain of high-intensity combat. Even under dual assault, Akainu fought with effortless mastery, remarkable given that both Chun Fan and Budek specialized in martial arts. Yet even so, in close-quarters combat, they gained no advantage. Instead, they were steadily overwhelmed. And this occurred despite Akainu fighting wounded, his full strength diminished to merely 70%. Such was the sheer magnitude of Akainu's physical prowess. The very reason he would later be dubbed a monster, a Logia-type Devil Fruit user possessing devastating offensive power, peerless martial skill, and supreme mastery of hockey. Faced with such a monster, Chun Fan and Budek held virtually no chance of victory. This was by all appearances a fatal impasse. Akainu's arrival loomed like an immovable mountain, crushing their last hope of escape. Chun Fan's mind raced, searching desperately for an escape strategy, yet no viable plan emerged. And worse, did Akainu even grant him the luxury of time to think. A fist pitch black and covered in scorching magma struck forward. Confronting this formidable blow, Chun Fan's right arm bulged with veins as his fist, cloaked in armament hockey, punched out in response. Bang! The two black fists collided like flood dragons, the shockwave sending scattered stones flying into the air. In the instant of impact, Chun Fan felt a surge of immense power, his right hand aching as he was forced back a dozen meters. Meanwhile, Budek's right foot, dark as ink, descended like a colossal pillar, slamming down directly toward Sakazuki. With an indifferent expression, Sakazuki raised his left arm imbued with armament hockey to block the strike, enduring the blow with sheer force. Then his right fist, wreathed in searing magma, drove forward with terrifying power. Seeing this, the beast-form Budek tried to dodge, but was far too slow. Bang! The devastating force sent Budek crashing heavily over a dozen meters, slamming into the ground and cratering it, dust erupting in all directions. Sakazuki, I'll kill you. Witnessing this, Chun Fan seethed with rage. Blood raged. His blood boiled, his organs pulsed wildly, and his aura surged relentlessly. This was the ultimate technique he had developed over 6 years, his final trump card. Soon Chun Fan's body radiated a bloody aura, his strength multiplying by 1.5 times. Armament crushing fist. Armament haki shrouded Chen Fan's right fist, blood energy swirling as he channeled all his power into a single point, driving the formidable blow towards Sakazuki at blinding speed. Hellhound. Sakazuki remained calm, unflustered as scorching magma enveloped his right fist and erupted forth, forming a colossal hound of magma that surged to engulf Chen Fan. Rumble. In an instant, the two devastating attacks clashed like dragons in combat, annihilating everything around them, sending rocks flying and shockwaves rippling outward. Under the violent collision, Chen Fan was pushed back a full 5 meters. Sakazuki too retreated a single step. The first time in this battle, he had been forced back. Interesting, you pirate. But becoming a pirate is your greatest mistake. This place will be your grave. Sakazuki was somewhat surprised by Chen Fan's sudden surge in power, yet his face remained haughty. Is that so? I think my life's journey is far from over. Keep this grave for yourself. Chen Fan's expression turned cold as his body vanished, once more bursting with blood energy, a technique that drained his vitality and could not be sustained for long. Thus he had to end the fight quickly. His fist pitch black shot toward Sakazuki. Seeing this, Sakazuki's entire body was coated in bubbling magma, especially his fists, which steamed with heat. He vanished from his spot, leaving a small crater in the ground, and charged Heaton. Bang! Bang! In an instant they clashed, locked in fierce combat, blow for blow, as drops of blood fell to the earth. From the start, Chen Fan remained on the defensive, his face twisting with unwillingness. Even after unleashing his ultimate card, he was still suppressed by Sakazuki. Regrettably, although Sakazuki had yet to attain the strength of an admiral at this moment, he undoubtedly possessed the might of a headquarters elite vice admiral, or perhaps even greater. Chen Fan, having unleashed his trump card, only possessed the strength of a headquarters vice admiral for a brief period. It could be said that if Sakazuki were not injured, this battle would have been utterly hopeless. As time ticked away second by second, Chen Fan grew increasingly anxious, for he knew that the longer he delayed, the more perilous his situation became. Yet he was utterly helpless, as he was no match for Sakazuki and was merely struggling desperately in the face of his onslaught. It could be said that the moment Chen Fan's blood rage faded would be the moment of his defeat. That technique of yours that temporarily amplifies your power is quite intriguing, but it seems it won't last much longer. Do you have any other cards to play? If not, then this is the end. Sakazuki spoke slowly, having completely seized control of the battle. Rest assured, I will show you. Chen Fan's expression was filled with unwillingness. Having planned so far, he was loath to be captured again. Moreover, if he were caught escaping prison, he would likely face immediate death. With this in mind, Chen Fan prepared to fight to the death. Haki. Secret art. Overlord fist. In an instant, Chen Fan's aura swelled to its peak, his blood seething. The veins on his right fist bulged pitch black as he concentrated all his strength into a single point. That black fist shot forward with incredible speed, hurtling straight towards Sakazuki. Struggling in vain. Dog bite red lotus. In response, Sakazuki's expression remained haughty. Scorching magma coalesced around his right hand, his fist turning as black as ink, and then he thrust his magma-encased arm forward. The molten lava erupted, morphing into a massive hound midair as it surged forth. Boom, rumble. The scorching magma hound and the black fist collided in an instant. Countless fragments of rock flew, dust billowed, and everything around was annihilated. Ripples spread outward in concentric rings. The sheer terror of the force left Chen Fan feeling a profound sense of helplessness. After barely holding out for a few seconds, his entire body was blasted away by the magma hound. Crash! A large crater appeared on the ground as Chen Fan slammed heavily onto the earth. His body was scorched black, covered in hideous wounds. Clearly under that blow, Chen Fan was grievously injured. And given Sakazuki's nature, he would certainly not let Chen Fan escape. Time for you to die, you wretched pirate. Accompanying the voice was Sakazuki's figure, his fist wrapped in searing magma, hurtling directly toward Chen Fan. Trembling, Chen Fan struggled to his feet, attempting to raise his fist to block the strike. Yet he was overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness, his severe internal injuries compounded by the immense drain on his stamina. There was no way Chen Fan could block Sakazuki's blow. In the nick of time, when Sakazuki was less than 5 meters away from Chen Fan, a massive figure appeared before him. Bear wave palm. It was Budak, who had just regained consciousness after fainting earlier. His enormous bare paw was pitch black, brimming with terrifying power. He managed to withstand that scorching magma fist. Go quickly, or we'll both die here. One of us must escape. Remember, once you're out, kill Henry. David. After Budak had turned from a marine renegade into a pirate, he had lost his will to live. Yet driven by the thought of his unavenged enemy, he had clung to life even when imprisoned. He had to survive. Now, seeing no hope of escape, he decided it was better to let his disciple flee and avenge him. He shouted loudly to Chen Fan behind him. Pausing for half a second, Chen Fan knew that even together the two of them were no match for Sakazuki. If they didn't leave now, neither of them would escape. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately executed the shave technique, dashing toward the sea. Do you think you can escape? Sakazuki naturally would not allow Chun Fan to flee. His right fist imbued with scorching magma lashed out with a single punch. The terrifying force forced Budek back several meters. Just as he was about to pursue Chun Fan, Budek immediately followed up his bare paw pitch black and aimed at Sakazuki's back. Seeing this, Sakazuki had no choice but to turn around, throwing a fist wreathed in blazing magma to once again repel Budek. As long as I'm here, you won't chase him. Budek's eyes were filled with determination, but blood already trickled from the corner of his mouth, a testament to the severity of his injuries. A former Marine rebel dares to stand in my way. You're courting death. Stopped in his tracks, Sakazuki grew furious. Scorching magma erupted in an instant, raising the surrounding temperature and coating the ground in molten rock. His figure vanished in a flash, his right fist thrust forward, and a massive hound of molten magma surged toward Budek, engulfing him. Facing this dreadful attack, Budek raised his enormous bare paws coated in armament, hockey veins bulging in his arms as he thrust them forward with all his might. The next moment, the colossal bare paws met the magma hound and were utterly consumed. The searing magma swallowed Budek, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Meanwhile, Chun Fan leaped into the sea. He dared not take a boat, knowing that even if he did, Sakazuki would catch up. Only by plunging into the ocean could he have a chance to escape. As a devil fruit user, Sakazuki feared the sea. Seeing Chun Fan jump into the sea, Sakazuki immediately moved to pursue. But just as he was about to vanish in elemental form, a charred, blackened hand seized him. As long as I'm here, you won't go after that little one. Run. The rest of your life is free. With his last breath, Budek clung tightly to Sakazuki's right leg, shouting to Chun Fan. At that moment, Chun Fan swam, while turning back to look at Budek, who was barely alive. His heart was shaken, his face a mask of unwillingness and rage. You fool, you're truly asking for death. Weren't you once a Marine? Now you're colluding with pirates. Sakazuki's eyes were icy cold as his fist wreathed in molten magma drove straight toward Budek's body. No. Chun Fan roared in fury, but he was powerless. He could only watch helplessly as Sakazuki's fist pierced through Budek's chest. As his life faded, Budek, with his chest pierced, looked at Chun Fan, who had already swum nearly 100 meters from the shore, and whispered, "Run." Then his eyes closed and his arms fell limply, his life extinguished. Budek! Chun Fan roared at the sight, his eyes blazing with fury, his fists clenched tightly. He swore in his heart that he would kill Sakazuki and David Henry to avenge Budek. Originally, Chun Fan had truly planned to use Budek to increase his chances of escape, but Budek had fought to the death to help him get away. No matter how cold, Chun Fan was, a flicker of emotion stirred within him. In his heart, Budek had truly become his master. Burning with fury, Chun Fan dove underwater. He knew clearly that only by escaping could he one day avenge Budek. At the harbor, Sakazuki stared at Chun Fan, who had already swum hundreds of meters out and submerged beneath the water, vanishing from sight. Sakazuki seethed with fury, unable to believe that he had personally intervened, yet allowed that pirate to escape. However, surrender was not in his nature. In an instant, he transformed his body into searing magma, ascending to hover above the ocean's surface. Great eruption. Molten magma erupted with unparalleled intensity, the scorching heat converging endlessly upon his raised hands. Sakazuki lifted his arms high, channeling the blazing power. Countless streams of searing magma shot forth like a volcanic explosion, raining down upon the sea. A thunderous roar echoed as the water blasted apart the once tranquil surface, now torn asunder by a barrage of fiery projectiles. Whirlpools churned in the aftermath. Beneath the waves, Chun Fan felt the temperature rising above him. He quickened his pace, swimming forward with renewed urgency. Seeing that Chun Fan had not been flushed out, Sakazuki's expression darkened. Had he already attained the rank of admiral, he could have obliterated the entire surrounding sea surface. But as it stood, he lacked such power. Moreover, as a devil fruit user, he could not enter the seawater. From above, Sakazuki activated his observation haki, attempting to pinpoint Chun Fan's location. Though his observation haki had reached the 3rd level, it was still insufficient for a large-scale search. After scanning fruitlessly, he found no trace. Meanwhile, in another part of the world on the 6th level of Impelled Down, the so-called Infinite Hell, the floor was strewn with corpses and unconscious pirates and guards alike. Most of the great pirates imprisoned on the 6th level had perished, the remainder had fallen into a deep slumber. Similarly, Magellan, who had pushed his strength beyond its limits, now slumped to the ground, drenched in blood. The venom that once surrounded him had dissipated, and he lacked even the stamina to maintain his devil fruit ability. The severity of his injuries was evident. Of the nearly 200 guards, fewer than 10 remained standing. Though Magellan and his forces had emerged victorious, it was a narrow and costly triumph. This was partly because the 6th level at that time housed no true legendary pirates, such as Shiki the Golden Lion. Moreover, most of the inmates had grown lazy in their training, and many were advanced in age. The vast majority had seen their strength wane to less than half of what it was upon capture. Of course, another factor was Magellan's devil fruit ability, which allowed him to unleash 120 of his combat potential within the cramped confines of the prison. Otherwise, the battle might have ended not in a narrow victory, but in mutual annihilation. At that moment, deep beneath the sea, Chen Fan was filled with rage, burning with the desire to kill Sakazuki. Yet he knew that with his current strength, he was far from capable. He continued to dive, feeling fatigue creep into his limbs as his stamina neared its limit. Even so, Chen Fan dared not surface. He had to push himself to the brink before emerging lest Sakazuki find him and undo all his efforts. After swimming for nearly 10 minutes, Chen Fan felt he could no longer hold his breath. He slowly rose to the surface, scanning the area for any sign of Sakazuki. Only then did he exhale in relief. Gazing at the azure sky, he understood that he was not yet safe. He needed to find an island to hide on, for danger still lurked. The Navy would undoubtedly dispatch warships to scour the area. Moreover, Sakazuki would never retreat so easily. The mere thought of Sakazuki filled Chen Fan with rage if for the first time he yearned with such intensity to end a man's life. He silently vowed to himself that he would slay Sakazuki to avenge Budek. When night fell and darkness cloaked the world, Chen Fan arrived at one of the islands of the Sabaody archipelago. By then, both his injuries and stamina had pushed him to the brink of his physical limits. In truth, if he continued to drag on like this, Chen Fan would die even if the Navy didn't capture him. Without hesitation, he burst into a house. Inside, a burly man with a scar across his face sneered, "Who the hell are you? How dare you break into my place? Do you even know who I am? I'm from the Tiger Giant Pirates." The man brandished a large blade, glaring at Chen Fan with fierce hostility. Without a word, Chen Fan's figure vanished in an instant. Before the man's shocked and terrified eyes, blood sprayed as his head burst into a pulpy mess. Chen Fan then began searching the house for food. Soon he spotted a large stash of provisions. Feeling dizzy and on the verge of collapse, he devoured everything ravenously without restraint. A faint warmth radiated through his body, first seeping into his bloodstream, then surging into his organs. Like rain after a drought, it slowly mended Chen Fan's battered frame. His body, which had been on the verge of breaking down, finally stabilized at that moment. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Navy warships scoured the sea, relentlessly searching for traces of Chen Fan. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Kong, known as Steelbone, had just learned that a mere brat had escaped from the 6th level of Impel Down. His already spiky hair now stood completely on end. Kong glared furiously at Zephyr, Sengoku, Garp, and the others gathered in the office. Letting a brat slip out of the 6th level. This is a disgrace to the Navy. Seize the last chance. Everyone except Garp, you stay. The rest of you must capture that son of Wang Ji. Faced with Kong's wrath, the others wore grim expressions. Only Garp remained cheerful, munching on a donut. That kid's quite interesting. Though his old man was pretty tough. Lasted a whole hour before I beat him. Within Impel Down, the atmosphere was suffocating. Magellan and Shiryu of the Rain were both wrapped in bandages from head to toe, a testament to the severity of their injuries. Neither spoke, nor did the guards under their command. They all knew that the myth of Impel Down being inescapable had been shattered that day. Under their watch, a pirate less than 20 years old had broken the legend of Impel Down. A month later, a young man appeared on a small island in the blue sea. It was Chen Fan. The day after he recovered, he had immediately left the Sabaody archipelago. After searching the vicinity for 2 days, without finding Chen Fan, Navy headquarters realized he had likely already fled the area. They had no choice but to accept the reality the myth of Impel Down had been broken by a kid under 20. The Marine headquarters had already announced Chen Fan's bounty 10 days ago. The most crucial part was that they had only learned his name from the pirates who survived on the 6th level. As the only pirate to shatter the myth in decades, the Marines set his bounty at a staggering 800 million berries. This was an utterly terrifying figure, especially considering Chen Fan's current strength hadn't even reached that of a Marine headquarters vice admiral. Once this bounty notice was issued, news of the Impel Down myth being broken spread across the entire sea within 10 days. The pirates of the New World were all utterly astonished. Whoa, am I seeing things? Someone actually broke the myth of Impel Down. How terrifying. This guy doesn't even look 20, yet he managed to break out of Impel Down. I think that so-called unbreakable myth was just hyped up by the Marines. Otherwise, how could a greenhorn who hasn't even grown a full beard pull off a successful jailbreak? Exactly, those Marines are just useless gluttons and a bunch of incompetents. Beyond their astonishment at Chen Fan shattering the Impel Down myth, the pirates of the New World felt even more strongly that the Marines were too incompetent, allowing a young man under 20 to successfully escape from Impel Down. Meanwhile, in the latter half of the New World, Roger, who had just become the Pirate King, also curled his lips into a smile upon seeing this news. Haha, what an interesting little fellow managing to break out of Impel Down. With a youth like him around, I can't help but wonder what the future world will be like. However, I probably won't live to see it. Pirate King Roger gazed ahead, his thoughts known to no one at that moment. Chen Fan appeared on the shores of Jaya Island. He had been there for 2 full days staring out at the boundless sea. Some villagers witnessing this scene felt quite puzzled, wondering who this guy was, where he came from, and why he had been staying on the shore for 2 days. This drew a crowd of onlookers around Chen Fan. However, he paid them no mind. He was waiting for a wave. That one colossal wave that would surge into the sky. He had come here with only one goal: to obtain the Rumble fruit. Claimed to be the Logia with the greatest offensive power, the Rumble fruit was something Chen Fan had to get his hands on. Once he acquired the terrifying power of thunder and lightning, Chen Fan was confident he could catch up to Sakazuki as quickly as possible. After his escape, he had set 2 immediate goals: first, to kill Marine Vice Admiral Henry Davis, and second, to kill Sakazuki. For the first goal, Chen Fan was confident that he would soon possess the strength of a headquarters vice admiral. But as for Sakazuki, with his monstrous talent, while Chen Fan improved, he would undoubtedly improve as well. Therefore, Chen Fan needed to obtain the Rumble fruit to rapidly enhance his own power. A gentle breeze continuously blew across the sea, creating ripples on the surface. Chen Fan simply closed his eyes, rested his mind, and waited patiently. Suddenly, Chen Fan's eyes snapped open. He sensed that the entire sea surface had become incredibly turbulent. The next second, a torrent of water shot into the sky, making the ocean look as if a waterfall was hanging upside down from it. Among the watching villagers, some wore expressions of shock, but the majority seemed accustomed to the sight. Clearly, having lived on this island for decades, these villagers had witnessed this inverted waterfall more than once. Although it appeared as miraculous as divine intervention, the world of One Piece was hardly lacking in wonders, was it? Gazing at the water current that resembled a towering pillar supporting the heavens, Chen Fan did not hesitate. He intended to ride this current all the way up straight to the floating island above. Immediately after, Chen Fan executed the moonwalk, dashing toward the water current. The villagers behind him were utterly astonished. Am I seeing things? Did that young man just take flight? No, you're not mistaken. He really did fly. Could he be a legendary devil fruit user? Look quickly, he seems about to charge straight into the water current. No way, isn't that just courting death? I saw with my own eyes a huge wooden ship get sucked into this current. Within seconds, it was shattered into planks, and everyone aboard was reduced to bloody chunks. Not a single soul survived. Under the villagers' shocked and bewildered gazes, Chen Fan had already plunged into the colossal water pillar. The moment he entered, Chen Fan felt a tearing sensation across his body. He hadn't expected the impact force of this skyward torrent to be so immense. He immediately activated Tech-Eye. Enhancing his Bodis defense, Chen Fan finally felt a bit better. Then the skyward current propelled him upward into the heavens. The villagers behind him all shook their heads, their expressions filled with regret. They couldn't understand why this young man with his whole life ahead of him would willingly walk into the water pillar to seek his death. In their line of sight, Chen Fan had been swallowed by the river that cascaded upside down like a waterfall, completely vanishing from view. Within the surging skyward river, Chen Fan constantly felt as if his body was being sliced by knives. It was fortunate that his physical constitution was formidable. An ordinary person relying solely on their flesh to ascend via the skyward torrent would likely be torn into several pieces the moment they entered. In less than a moment, the skyward river carried Chen Fan directly to the sea surface. He looked up at the white sea above. If his memory served him correctly, Skypiea should be above the white sea. Chen Fan did not hesitate. He immediately swam upward. 2 minutes later, surfacing, he gazed upon the boundless expanse of white. He couldn't help but marvel at nature's extraordinary craftsmanship. Standing up, Chen Fan surveyed his surroundings. There were no structures, only an endless stretch of white. His expression turned somewhat grim, for his destination was Burka Island, yet he had no idea of its specific direction. After a moment's thought, Chen Fan decided to simply walk straight ahead. Once he encountered a Scipion, he could ask for the precise route. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately employed the moonwalk. He preferred to expend extra stamina advancing through the sky above Skypiea rather than running on the clouds. Because this sea of cloud-like substance had hollow spots that were invisible, an ordinary person could easily step into one by accident. After 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, Chen Fan descended every half hour to rest briefly, then resumed using the moonwalk to glide through the air. At this moment, he halted. Chen Fan noticed that ahead of him was no longer the boundless white sea, but a peculiar, enormous hexagonal star-shaped structure. As he sped through the air faster, the building before him grew increasingly familiar. Chen Fan recalled it. Wasn't this the gate of heaven above the white sea? Entering this gate meant entering Skypiea. Without hesitation, Chen Fan dashed toward the gate of heaven at tremendous speed. Once through the gate of heaven, he saw a tunnel several meters in radius, but hundreds of meters long. Without pausing, Chen Fan sprinted onward. After covering nearly a kilometer, he spotted a large door ahead. Just as he was about to charge forward and open the door, the several meter-tall door swung open on its own. An ugly old woman barely over a meter tall resembling a dwarf with purple hair tied up and a face full of wrinkles appeared before Chen Fan. A Scipion. Chen Fan uttered these 3 words slowly. Apart from her appearance being similar to people from the Blue Sea, the most notable feature was the pair of white wings on her back. Amazon holding a camera glanced at Chen Fan. Then before he could react, she aimed the camera at him and began snapping photos wildly. After taking about a dozen shots, the old woman spoke slowly to Chen Fan. Blue Sea Dweller, welcome to our Skypia. I am Amazon the Skypia Inspector. To enter our Skypia, you must pay 15 billion XDALs. Amazon's voice was somewhat hoarse. Chen Fan vaguely recalled that entering Skypia required payment, and 15 billion XDALs sounded like a terrifyingly large number. But converted into berries, it was only a little over 100,000. Is that so? But can I ask you a question? Which way to Burka Island? A cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. Not to mention he had no money, even if he did he wouldn't pay. Chen Fan turned his gaze to Amazon behind him and the wings on her back. Keep going to the right, and you'll see Angel Island. Continue straight past Angel Island, and you'll reach Burka Island. Blue Sea Dweller, do you have the money or not? Amazon looked at Chen Fan with a wary expression, having obtained the answer he wanted. Of course I do, but you won't live to collect it. The very next second after his words fell, Chen Fan's figure vanished from the spot. His fist coated in armament hockey hurtled toward Amazon. Seeing this, terror flashed across Amazon's face. She tried to counterattack, but it was far too late. With blood spraying, Chen Fan's punch directly caved in Amazon's head. Looking at the corpse, Chen Fan first searched her body and retrieved a money pouch. Inside were currencies he had never seen before with large denominations, the smallest being 100,000. This must be XDALs. Then Chen Fan prepared to leave, but after just a few steps he stopped. His gaze fell upon Amazon's pair of white wings. In truth, the greatest difference between Blue Sea people and Scipions was the white wings on their backs. Although Chen Fan wasn't afraid of the 4 priests or Gonfall, he didn't want to invite unnecessary trouble. Before obtaining the Goro Goro, Nomi Chen Fan wanted to avoid any potential conflicts. Soon he tore off the pair of wings from Amazon's back. Then he tucked them into his clothes. Unless one looked very closely, Chen Fan now appeared almost indistinguishable from a Scipion. Having done this, Chen Fan was about to use the moonwalk when he spotted something good. Ahead of him appeared a shrimp-like seahorse. Chen Fan immediately recognized it. This must be the Skypia-specific express shrimp. After a moment's thought, he leaped directly onto the express shrimp, grabbing its 2 antennae like reins. Riding it, he headed east. The express shrimp lived up to its name. Its speed was no slower than Chen Fan's moonwalk. As time passed, Chen Fan gradually saw a hollow opening ahead, glowing with white light. Without overthinking, he steered the express shrimp, charging toward it. With a roar the moment he exited the opening, Chen Fan found himself high in the air, then plummeting sharply. He quickly gripped the express shrimp's antennae tightly to avoid being thrown off. With a heavy thud, he landed on the island cloud. After steadying himself, Chen Fan looked ahead. Not far in front was a beach, and beyond the beach stood clusters of buildings. No doubt this must be Angel Island. Chen Fan immediately jumped off the express shrimp and dashed toward Angel Island. He didn't want to waste time, as Angel Island wasn't his destination, Burka Island was. In truth, Chen Fan didn't know the exact location of the Goro Goro Nomi. In his past life, he had only seen some information on a forum. Chen Fan speculated that the Goro Goro Nomi might be in the temple on Burka Island. Therefore, Chen Fan planned to head directly to the temple. If it wasn't there, he had a second method: find Enel and stalk him in the shadows until Enel found the Goro Goro Nomi, then snatch it. However, this method was too slow. Enel was at most just over 10 years old now. Chen Fan wasn't sure when Enel would obtain the Goro Goro Nomi. For now, he could only take things one step at a time. As Chen Fan pondered, he walked into Angel Island. The island was filled with buildings, and no one on the streets paid him any attention. After all, Chen Fan now also had a pair of wings on his back. He debated whether to use the moonwalk or a vehicle to reach Burka Island. After a few seconds of hesitation, Chen Fan decided to use a vehicle. Before obtaining the Goro Goro Nomi, he wanted to keep a low profile. Then he arrived at a shop filled with motorcycle-like vehicles. This was another unique Skypia product, the Waver. The shop owner was a middle-aged man with a beer belly. "Boss, how much for this one?" Chen Fan pointed to the nearest vehicle and asked. 7 billion XDALs, the owner replied. "All right, here you go." Chen Fan readily took 7 billion XDALs from the pouch. After all, it was money he had just stolen, and it would be useless down below, so he didn't care. Seeing Chen Fan pay so generously, the owner showed some surprise. But he didn't say much. After all, who would complain about a customer who didn't haggle? After the exchange, Chen Fan drove the Waver away. Speeding along, feeling the wind rush past, he found it similar to riding a motorcycle. Soon he drove the Waver off Angel Island, heading straight toward Burka Island, leaving splashes of spray in his wake. One drawback, however, was that every half hour Chen Fan had to stop to refill the exhaust shell with gas. It wasn't until the next morning, as the first light of dawn broke. That Chen Fan spotted an island. Looking over, he saw a white coastline with towering trees standing tall upon it. The entire island was nestled within the White Sea. No doubt this must be Burka Island. With a rumble, Chen Fan didn't hesitate. He immediately twisted the throttle to its maximum. He could almost see the Goro Goro Nomi beckoning to him. Upon reaching the coast, Chen Fan abandoned the waver by the roadside without a second thought and walked directly into the island. Stepping into this street, Chen Fan intended to find someone to ask about the location of the temple. As he walked, he noticed a crowd gathered around a spot, with some people speaking in agitated tones, as if hurling curses. Driven by curiosity, Chen Fan activated his observation haki to peer into the crowd. When he saw clearly what was surrounded by the throng, Chen Fan's expression shifted. Within the circle was a child of about 10 years old. Why did he feel a sense of familiarity? Because this was none other than the young Enel. At this moment, Enel was surrounded by the crowd. Before him stood a baker holding a loaf of bread. "You wretch, you dare to steal my bread from my shop." The baker pointed directly at Enel and shouted, "I didn't. Someone threw it to me. I just happened to come by here." Fear filled Enel's expression. "Huh, who would believe that?" The baker's face showed utter disbelief. "Exactly. Disgusting blue sea dweller. I say we kick him off the island." "I agree. Without wings, a despicable blue sea native. What right does he have to live on our Burka Island?" "Disgusting. Only a blue sea person would stoop to such petty thievery." Aside from the baker, none of the onlookers believed Enel either. In their eyes, he was a blue sea native different from them. "I didn't. I really didn't." Enel's face was full of grievance. "You still deny it. So you're saying I'm wronging you?" The burly baker showed no sympathy for Enel. Instead, he raised his right hand and delivered a heavy slap. Smack! The baker's thick arm was almost as large as Enel's head. The slap left Enel dazed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he collapsed painfully to the ground. Watching this scene, Chen Fan had no intention of intervening. In his view, as long as Enel wasn't in mortal danger, it was none of his concern. As for the onlookers, they showed no pity either. Instead, smiles curled on their lips. "Akuru, that slap was too light. You didn't even knock the brat out." "Exactly. This vile blue sea wretch dares to steal today, out tomorrow he might kill. Your slap was far too gentle. If I were you, I'd beat him to a pulp." The crowd not only lacked sympathy for Enel, but also mocked him, even criticizing the baker for being too lenient. "I don't want to end up in jail over a blue sea native. They'll let you off this time, kid. But if you steal bread again, it'll beat you half to death." Akuru threatened Enel, then left with a loud laugh. The onlookers, seeing no more entertainment, also dispersed. Even after they left, Enel kept his head down, silent. He dared not speak. It wasn't his theft, yet these people, simply because he lacked wings, assumed he was guilty. Enel clenched his fists, his gaze dark and brooding. Inwardly, he roared if he ever rose to power, he would make these people pay. He would make everyone in Skypiea suffer. Watching from behind, Chen Fan understood why Enel would later become so brutal, enslaving the people of Skypiea. Who wouldn't act that way after being treated like this in childhood? Yet at this moment, Chen Fan cared little about Enel's thoughts. After witnessing the drama, he prepared to head toward the temple. He casually asked a middle-aged man at a food stall for directions. The man looked at him oddly. Normally, everyone on Burka Island knew where the temple was. "You're from Angel Island, aren't you?" the middle-aged man asked, eyeing Chen Fan. "Yes," Chen Fan replied. "Why do you want to know where the temple is, eh?" "That's a forbidden ground. None of us can go there." The man looked at Chen Fan with suspicion. "No reason. Just curious. How much are these?" Chen Fan pointed at several food items. "These? Together they cost 10,000 xtal." The man's demeanor warmed at the prospect of a sale. "All right, please wrap them all up for me," Chen Fan said calmly. "Certainly." The middle-aged man quickly packaged the food. Seeing Chen Fan pay so readily, he added, "Well, the temple is at the end of this street. Keep going left, and you'll find it. But it's a forbidden zone. You can only look from afar, you can't approach." After a moment's thought, the man gave Chen Fan the location since he had made a purchase. Besides, the temple's location was no secret on Burka Island. "Thank you." A smile touched Chen Fan's lips as he picked up the food and left. As he made his way to the temple, someone had already gone ahead of him, Enel. In the streets, Chen Fan didn't use moonwalk or soru to hasten his pace, but walked normally. He didn't want to attract attention before acquiring the Goro Goro Nomi. Enel, running swiftly, arrived outside the temple and hid in the bushes, his gaze fixed on the interior. He seemed to know something, but the guards patrolling the temple with spears prevented him from getting close. Even Angel Island residents couldn't approach the temple, let alone a wingless blue sea native like him. If Enel so much as neared the temple, he would surely be captured or even killed outright. His eyes burned with resentment as he stared into the temple. At that moment, Chen Fan also arrived outside the temple. He saw a vast structure resembling ancient Egyptian architecture. The temple walls were carved with murals that Chen Fan couldn't decipher. Guards patrolled all around. As Chen Fan approached, he drew the guard's attention. "Who are you? This area is off limits. Leave immediately." One guard stepped forward to warn him. This was only because Chen Fan had wings on his back. If he were a Blue Sea native, they might have attacked outright. Chen Fan neither replied nor left. He stood still, unmoving. Seeing this, several guards converged on him. I warn you one last time, this is the temple's forbidden ground. Leave now, or we'll kill you on the spot. The first guard repeated the warning. This time Chen Fan moved, but only his fist. With incredible speed, he swung his right arm. His fist hurtled toward the guard's head. The guard, unable to react, could only widen his eyes before blood sprayed. The guard collapsed lifeless. The other guards immediately understood Chen Fan's purpose. Attack together. Kill him. One guard shouted, and over a dozen rushed at Chen Fan. But these mere foot soldiers at best captain level were no match for him. Soru. Chen Fan vanished, his fingers forming claws. Each strike claimed a life. Ah! The guards could only scream before being slain, utterly helpless. In just 2 minutes, Chen Fan killed all dozen guards protecting the temple. Unconcerned by the corpses and his blood-stained hands, Chen Fan strode directly toward the temple. Hidden in the bushes, Enel watched in shock, his mouth forming an O. Gazing at Chen Fan, who seemed like a demon, his eyes brimmed with terror. Yet what weighed heavier was his concern, for he saw this figure stride directly into the temple. Could it be, he wondered, that this man too had come for that very object? Watching Chen Fan vanish into the temple, Enel crept out from the undergrowth and stealthily followed him inside. Within the temple, Chen Fan gazed upon a golden statue, several meters tall, that stood at the forefront. It possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, an entity he could not recognize at all. His pupils dilated slightly as his gaze locked onto the statue's right hand, which held aloft a spiraling sky-blue fruit. Was this not the very Goro Goro Nomi he had yearned for? At the sight of it, Chen Fan could no longer contain his ecstasy and prepared to rush forward and seize it. Just then an aged voice echoed through the temple. You dare trespass into this forbidden ground and slay the temple guardians. This is a grave blasphemy against the gods. The moment the hoarse voice faded, Chen Fan turned toward its source. Suddenly, a terrifying shockwave erupted with a deafening roar. Instantly, a white shockwave shot straight toward Chen Fan. Without hesitation, he rolled backward, evading the attack with ease. With a thunderous rumble, the temple wall was blasted into a gaping hole several meters high, bricks crashing to the ground, a testament to the immense power of that strike. At the same time, Chen Fan spun around, his eyes blazing with ferocity as he glared to the right. Before him stood an old woman clad in white robes with a pair of white wings sprouting from her back. Her expression brimmed with indignation, unflinching under Chen Fan's icy stare, and she warned, "Trespasser, begone this instant. This fruit embodies sin and curse. Leave at once, or I shall deliver divine punishment upon you." As she spoke, the old woman aimed a dial at Chen Fan. Witnessing this, Chen Fan curled his lips into a cold sneer, a smile as sinister as a demon from hell. You think you can stop me? Curse. Gods. Utterly laughable. The next instant, Chen Fan activated Soru, vanishing from his spot in a flash. His fist, coated in Busashoku haki, shot toward the old woman with blinding speed. Seeing this, the temple guardian raised the dial, and in a split second a barrage of shockwaves erupted, devastating everything around her. Explosions thundered incessantly, chipping away at the temple walls. Yet despite her efforts, she could not land a hit on Chen Fan, who possessed Kenbunshika haki. Dodging the attacks with effortless grace, Chen Fan closed the distance and stood before the old woman in mere seconds. The temple guardian tried to unleash another shockwave at point-blank range, but Chen Fan threw a punch imbued with overwhelming force. Blood sprayed as a scream tore through the air. The guardian's right arm was shattered, and the dial fell to the ground along with it. Under her terrified and astonished gaze, Chen Fan seized her by the throat and lifted her off the ground. Give up. That thing may grant power, but it is also an illumined object. Even at death's door, the old woman tried to persuade Chen Fan to relent. How ridiculous! To possess such immense power yet refuse to master it. That power shall be mine. Curse. I believe only in strength. Chen Fan let out a cold laugh, then tightened his grip. With a sickening crack, the temple guardian's neck was snapped. Elsewhere, Enel had stealthily crept up to the Goro Goro Nomi, his face alight with excitement. He dreamed of finally gaining power. When that day came, he would make everyone in Skypiea pay. He would become the king of this sky island. Just as he reached out for the fruit, Chen Fan snatched the dial from the ground and hurled it toward the direction of the Goro Goro Nomi. Enel, who had been laughing maniacally, felt a sharp pain at the back of his head as the dial embedded itself into his skull. Seconds later, blood streamed down. Enel collapsed unconscious, his eyes still fixed on the Goro Goro Nomi even in death. Deep resentment churned within him. He had been so close, just one step away from claiming the fruit and its formidable power. Now Chen Fan walked slowly toward the Goro Goro Nomi. He had noticed Enel the moment the man entered the temple, but had chosen to deal with the guardian first. You dare compete with me for treasure? Chen Fan glanced at Enel's corpse, then picked up the sky-blue fruit. Without hesitation, he took a bite. An unbearable taste immediately fermented in his mouth, and as he swallowed it felt as though his intestines were twisting inside him. The flavor was worse than excrement. No wonder even Luffy couldn't stomach a devil fruit. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, Chen Fan took a long moment to recover. He focused on his internal sensations. After a few seconds, streaks of blue lightning began to envelop his body, and he felt as though he could command it at will. Chen Fan extended his right index finger and pointed forward. In an instant, a bolt of lightning as thick as a finger shot forth, piercing straight through the wall. Marveling at the power, Chen Fan thought to himself that the Goro Goro no Mi truly lived up to its reputation. He then attempted to transform his body into lightning. Within seconds, his entire form dissolved into crackling arcs of electricity, hovering midair. Though for now Chen Fan could only employ the most rudimentary applications of the fruit, he was confident that with continuous development this Logia, renowned as the most offensively potent, would shine brilliantly across the seas. The next moment Chen Fan chose not to linger. He vanished in an instant, his elemental form moving at breathtaking speed. Savoring the surge of power throughout his body, Chen Fan realized that the Goro Goro no Mi not only granted him mastery over lightning, but also elevated his physical constitution. With the fruit in his possession, he was ready to embark on his next plan. To rule Skypiea? For whether founding a pirate crew or establishing an organization, immense strength alone was insufficient. Funds were indispensable. This was precisely why Chen Fan had fled to Skypiea. First, naturally, for the Logia Devil Fruit, the Goro Goro no Mi. The second reason was the vast reserves of gold on Skypiea. Once Chen Fan claimed that gold, he would likely never have to worry about finances again. Standing proudly in the sky, Chen Fan was entirely enveloped in destructive lightning, with strands of blue electricity flickering around him. The atmosphere thundered incessantly, as if the entire sky was about to change its hue. At this moment, Chen Fan resembled a thunder god wielding divine punishment. The next second, his figure vanished from where he stood. Heading toward the center of Baikeda Island in less than 10 minutes, Chen Fan arrived above a palace, gazing down at its resplendent grandeur. Chen Fan's expression was utterly indifferent. Meanwhile, the soldiers patrolling outside the palace also spotted him. Am I seeing things? Is that someone flying? Right? Why is there lightning around him? Who is this person? Whoever it is, everyone be careful. Someone like this appearing above the palace bodes no good. Most guards were astonished to see a figure wreathed in lightning flying. However, the captain at the forefront wore a grave expression, cautioning everyone to be vigilant. Who are you? What are you doing here? The robust guard captain stepped forward and questioned Chen Fan above. Still wearing that cold expression, Chen Fan slightly raised his hand, and his answer to the captain was a thick bolt of lightning. Rumble! The blue lightning descended with incredible speed, like a heavenly punishment, surging toward the captain. Filled with terror, the captain tried to dodge, but found it impossible. The next second, the lightning, as thick as a basketball, completely engulfed him. Bang! A small crater was blasted into the ground, and the captain lay charred and lifeless. At that moment, the guards realized he was an enemy. All arrows fire. Quick fire. The vice captain stepped forward and ordered his men. Instantly, the soldiers snapped to action, raising their arrows, special cloud arrows unique to the Sky Island. They aimed upward, drew their bows into a half moon, and released. Swish! In an instant, hundreds of cloud arrows shot toward Chen Fan like a waterfall. Thunder punishment. Facing this overwhelming assault, his expression remained calm. Chen Fan raised his right hand, and in that moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Terrifying bolts of lightning surged downward, transforming midair into a spear of thunder imbued with immense power, and swept toward the cloud arrows. Rumble! An explosion rang out, and in an instant the fearsome thunder spear devoured all the cloud arrows. Seeing Chen Fan neutralize their attack so effortlessly, the guards below were filled with shock and terror. Is he even human? How can he unleash such a terrifying attack? How could anyone master the power of lightning? This is too frightening. How can we be a match for someone like this? Is he a god? How else could he control lightning? The guards below were panic-stricken, momentarily forgetting to shoot their arrows. Silence. Anyone who disrupts morale will be killed. All of you keep shooting. The vice-captain barked loudly, though fear gnawed at his heart. But he knew he couldn't show it at this moment. Jolted by the vice-captain's shout, the men recovered and drew their bows again, releasing another volley of cloud arrows. This time Chen Fan didn't even dodge. His entire body was cloaked in blue lightning, and the cloud arrows simply passed through him. They couldn't harm Chen Fan in his elemental form at all. Floating midair, radiating destructive lightning, he was truly like a thunder god. Witnessing this, the guards were utterly broken. They had never faced such an opponent. Why couldn't their arrows hurt him? It was impossible. Seeing their expressions, Chen Fan, who had just acquired the Rumble fruit and had his fun, grew tired of wasting time. Ultimate thunder punishment. He raised both hands, and instantly dark clouds filled the sky, flickering with blue light within. As Chun Fan swept his hands, downward bolts of lightning as thick as arms descended from the heavens like a divine judgment. They thundered toward the thousands of guards below. Seeing this annihilating force, this awe-inspiring sight, the guards abandoned all thought of resistance and fled, dropping their weapons. But how could they outrun lightning? Help! Help! I don't want to die. Someone save me. Someone please save me. Is this a demon? Has a demon come to destroy our kingdom? Cries of agony and pleas for help rose from below. Under the destructive power of the lightning, the thousands of guards had no strength to resist. One by one, they turned into charred corpses, some even reduced to ash, vanishing into the world. The vice captain fell to his knees, his spear clattering to the ground as he stared at Chun Fan above, dumbfounded. He didn't know who this person was. Was he a god? A demon? Had he come to destroy their kingdom? In his despair, a bolt of lightning struck his head. Rumble! A small crater appeared in the ground, and his body dissipated into the air. Having done all this, Chun Fan acted as if nothing had happened, indifferent to the lives of mere ants. The next second, Chun Fan's form dissolved into strands of lightning, speeding toward the interior of the palace. The royal guards inside the palace rushed out, trying to block Chun Fan's advance. But Chun Fan moved through the sea of enemies as if they were nothing, each strand of lightning effortlessly reaping lives like a death god. The tens of thousands of royal guards couldn't even slow him down. Inside the palace, the destructive lightning had long since caught the king's attention. A middle-aged man wearing a crown stepped out of the palace, but when he saw the streaks of devastating lightning, fear flickered in his eyes. "Gentlemen, what is that? What should we do?" William George III asked his ministers. They had also witnessed the miracle. For a moment, no one spoke. No one knew what to do. "You useless fools. Can't you come up with anything at a critical time? Then what use are you to me?" William George III roared angrily at his ministers. "Your Majesty, I think you should flee the palace first. That creature is too terrifying. He's a demon. If he comes here, we have no hope of stopping him." At that moment, a noble stepped forward and spoke. "Yes, Your Majesty, let us leave this place at once. Otherwise, when that man arrives, it will be too late. Your Majesty, please depart quickly. Leave the palace first, and we shall devise a plan later." The noble ministers behind also stepped forward, one after another, urging William George III to flee and think of a countermeasure later. Hearing these words, William George III's face turned ashen with fury. He never imagined that as king he would be forced to abandon his palace by a single man. Moreover, none of his subordinates could devise a solution. "Alan, do you have any plan? Or do you have the confidence to deal with him?" William George III turned his last hope toward an armored officer standing at the forefront. This was the mightiest general in his royal army. Without hesitation, Alan replied directly, "Your Majesty, I have no confidence in defeating him. If we truly fight, I might not last 3 moves. Therefore, the best course now is for you to temporarily leave the palace." Hearing even his strongest officer say this, William George III was filled with despair. He knew that fleeing was the only option left. "Everyone escort me out of the palace." Just as William George III reluctantly issued this command, a figure wreathed in lightning appeared before them. Sensing the terrifying power and beholding the silhouette, they could not help but feel dread. Chun Fan stood there, uttering not a word, making no move. Yet the mere sight of the destructive lightning enveloping his form suffused everyone with an overwhelming sense of oppression. Even William George III involuntarily stepped back. "Who are you? Why did you massacre my army?" Suppressing his fear, William George III questioned Chun Fan. "No reason. The strong prey on the weak. That is the way of things. This island belongs to me from now on." Chun Fan's tone was utterly cold. The next second, he extended his right hand and pointed a finger forward. A bolt of blue lightning, thick as an arm and carrying tremendous force, shot toward William George III at incredible speed. Alan, who had been standing nearby, saw this. Though terrified, he did not hesitate to protect his king. Gripping his spear, he stepped in front of William George III. The ebony spearhead clashed directly with the devastating lightning. Boom! The immense force forced Alan backward. With a roar, he swung his spear and managed to disperse the lightning bolt. Witnessing this, Chun Fan's face showed a hint of amusement. "Not bad. You managed to block that strike. But that's as far as you go. Stand in my way, and you die." In the next instant, lightning flickered and Chun Fan's figure vanished from the spot, with such speed that everyone in the palace saw only an afterimage. Even Alan could not track him. 2 seconds later, terror dawned on Alan's face as he tried to swing his spear. Chun Fan's fist, crackling with lightning, was already upon his forehead. With a flash of lightning, brains and blood splattered. Alan collapsed as a headless corpse. This sight terrified the already fearful crowd. They all retreated in dread, and no one dared to step forward to stop Chun Fan any longer. "Who are you? If you spare me, I will give you everything, including this kingdom." William George III was petrified. His body trembled uncontrollably. Gazing at Chun Fan surrounded by lightning, he felt as if he were facing a demon from hell. Kill you, and all of this is mine anyway. Chen Fan had no intention of sparing him. He raised his right hand and gently pointed forward. A destructive lightning ray shot forth, striking William George III square in the chest. Under the king's terrified expression, his body crashed heavily to the ground lifeless. Then Chen Fan turned to face the ministers and nobles. They'll give you a choice: submit to me or die. He smiled at them. Yet to the ministers and nobles, that smile seemed like the grin of death itself. The intense pressure robbed them of even the courage to refuse. Thud thud. In an instant the nobles and ministers knelt in unison. We hail you as king. We hail you as king. They bowed their heads, their eyes filled with terror, not daring to meet Chen Fan's gaze. Having easily conquered one island, Chen Fan felt no satisfaction. His true goal was to rule the entire Sky Island, not just a single island. Why did he start with Burka Island? Naturally, because it was the closest to him. The next day at the break of dawn, Chen Fan had casually selected a noble the previous day to act as his proxy for all island affairs. He intended to use the resources of the Sky Island to build his own power, not merely to become its king. His primary goal now was to enhance his strength, so he could not allow trivial matters to disturb him. Gazing at the sunlight spilling down from the sky, Chen Fan did not hesitate. Transforming into streaks of lightning, he vanished from the spot. He was now set to deal with the 4 priests and Gon Fall. Before possessing the Logia-type Goro Goro Nomi, these individuals might have caused him some trouble. But now on this island devoid of Busashoku Haki, a Logia user was virtually invincible. Otherwise, Enel would not have been revered as a god. After leaving Burka Island, Chen Fan transformed into bolts of lightning soaring through the sky. He sped toward the island of the gods at tremendous velocity. In less than 5 minutes, he traversed tens of thousands of meters and arrived above the island of the gods. Such speed surpassed even that of an airplane from his past life. How fast he had become. Standing proudly midair before him lay a massive island covered in towering ancient trees, evoking the feel of a primeval forest. Most notably, this island was covered in soil, unlike the other islands whose surfaces were made of island clouds. This was Upper Yard, the island known as the Land of the Gods. Without further admiration of the scenery, lightning flashed, and within seconds the figure of lightning appeared on the island. The lightning dissipated as Chen Fan walked upon the soil of the divine island. The thunderous crack instantly drew the attention of the guards within. Yet Chen Fan did not flee. He continued walking forward slowly. Soon over 100 guards armed with spears surrounded him. These were the divine guards of the island, each said to be worth 10 ordinary men. But to Chen Fan, they were no different from common soldiers. Blue Sea Dweller, how dare you trespass on the divine island? Such audacity. The captain of the guard, clad in silver armor, glared at Chen Fan with fierce eyes. Enough. Chen Fan raised his right hand slightly and pointed a finger. A wisp of blue lightning carrying terrifying might shot toward the captain at blinding speed. Before he could react, the captain's head was pierced through under his horrified gaze. With a thud, his body fell heavily to the ground lifeless. The body crashed to the ground silent and still. The remaining 100 or so guards were filled with terror at the sight. You can all die now. A smile curled at the corners of Chen Fan's lips. Blue thunderbolts materialized in his hands, and before the guards could react, he thrust his palms forward. In an instant, the wisps of blue lightning transformed into arrows of thunder shooting straight toward the divine guards. Ah, save me. Those guards had never seen someone who could command lightning. Their eyes brimmed with dread and terror, and they dared not resist wondering if he was even human. Could he be a god? They all frantically fled, but how could their speed outrun lightning? Amidst a chorus of screams, Chen Fan effortlessly dispatched the 100 divine guards, leaving behind a pile of charred corpses. Such was the fearsome power of the Rumble fruit, the ultimate destructive force. This was why Logia users were considered nearly invincible in the first half of the Grand Line. Their elemental bodies and terrifying natural abilities rendered most physical attacks useless. Having easily eliminated the divine guards, Chen Fan, crackling with lightning, vanished from the spot and soared into the air, heading toward the heart of the God Island. Swift as the wind and quick as lightning, Chen Fan moved with incredible speed. Before long, he reached the deepest part of the island, where a massive palace stood guarded by numerous divine sentinels. With a thunderous crash, an azure pillar of light descended from the sky, drawing the attention of all the guards. When they saw the figure within, they were momentarily stunned. For they saw Chen Fan enveloped in tendrils of blue lightning. Gonfall, come out and see me. His powerful voice echoed through the entire palace. Inside the palace, Gonfall was bewildered, wondering who dared to call him out in such a manner. Who are you? A middle-aged man flew out of the palace, fixing his gaze on Chen Fan. Seeing Gonfall emerge, Chen Fan had no intention of wasting time on these minor figures. With a flash of lightning, his form vanished before their eyes. The divine guards left behind only felt a bolt of lightning streak past. In less than a minute, Chen Fan arrived inside the palace, standing before Gonfall with the 4 priests behind him. Who are you? Gonfal asked, sensing a great threat from the devastating lightning. Submit or die. Chun Fan, radiant with thunder, exuded an overwhelming pressure. What makes you think I should submit to you? Though Gonfal felt a lethal threat from Chun Fan, as the god of Skypiea, he would not easily yield. Then face death. With a cold expression, Chun Fan vanished in a flash of lightning, a thunderous spear materializing in his hand as he thrust it toward Gonfal. Gonfal, possessing observation haki, barely sensed the attack and swung his greatsword forward. The sharp blade and the lightning spear collided with the force of boulders. The tremendous impact sent Gonfal stumbling back several steps, his right hand numbed. Before he could steady himself, a voice rang out, "You've made the worst decision of your life." Accompanying the words was a fist brimming with terrifying lightning. Unable to defend himself, Gonfal's face twisted in terror as he wondered who this man was and how he wielded the power of a natural disaster. How could he be so fast that even I can't follow? With a crackle of thunder, Chun Fan's fist shattered Gonfal's head. He fell heavily outside the hall, blood still streaming from the severed neck. The four priests behind him watched in horror and disbelief, knowing full well Gonfal's strength. Even the four of them combined were no match for Gonfal, which was why he was revered as the god of Skypiea. Yet such a powerful man had been killed in just 2 moves by this mysterious stranger. How could they not be shocked and terrified? Submit or die. Chun Fan smiled at the four, but to them that smile was like a demon's, signifying death. We are willing to submit, please spare our lives. The four priests quickly knelt, for most fear death. Good, very good. You four are far more sensible than that fellow. I am not one to kill indiscriminately. Chun Fan smiled warmly at them. The four priests would have believed him if they hadn't just seen Gonfal and the divine guards lying dead. From now on you will be the king of the Sky Island. You only need to obey my orders and manage the rest. Chun Fan pointed to the foremost priest, a man with tentacle-like hair clad in purple robes. Gadatsu was astonished, wondering if he had just been promoted. But he dared not smile, maintaining a respectful demeanor, uncertain of the stranger's temperament who had slain Gonfal. Do you understand? Chun Fan fixed his gaze on Gadatsu. Meeting that cold stare, Gadatsu felt a surge of fear and quickly replied, "Yes, God." Good. A satisfied smile spread across Chun Fan's lips. He had no intention of wasting time on Skypiea. His goal was the new world. He did not wish to become like Enel, a frog in a well, ruling over a mere Sky Island. As for appointing a trusted subordinate as King, Chun Fan had no confidence, nor did he need any. His strength was the ultimate guarantee. 15 days later, under the blazing sun, Chun Fan sat on the throne of the God Island Palace. During this time, he had not only fully conquered Skypiea and acquired a vast hoard of gold. He had also received good news from Gadatsu, the blueprints for the Arc Maxim. Looking at the plans, Chun Fan couldn't help but show excitement. This was no mere ship, it was a flying vessel. With an unparalleled weapon system and a gold exterior, it could fly by releasing lightning. A veritable arc tailor-made for Chun Fan. Gadatsu, your most important task now is to lead the people of Skypiea and build this arc for me as quickly as possible. Chun Fan commanded Gadatsu below. Understood, Lord God King. Gadatsu had been living comfortably these past 15 days. He had initially thought this new god would be difficult to deal with. Yet he discovered that this god did nothing but train day in and day out, leaving most matters to his own discretion. Most importantly, the 3 high priests who were once his equals now followed his orders. This filled Gadatsu with comfort and delight. The next day, as dawn broke, Chun Fan stood in an open space, his entire body crackling with the lightning of destruction. He had spent these days training the powers of the Goro Goro no Mi. With his continuous development, his mastery over lightning had grown ever stronger, yet achieving a qualitative change was no easy feat. After all, it had only been 16 days since Chun Fan acquired the Goro Goro no Mi. That he could wield such formidable lightning power was due to his own robust physique. Just as Chun Fan was about to resume his training, a figure appeared, interrupting him. It was Gadatsu. Have you figured it out? How soon can that arc be built? Chun Fan asked Gadatsu in a cold tone. Gadatsu looked somewhat fearful. For some reason, he felt an immense pressure when facing Chun Fan, which involuntarily filled him with dread. Reporting, Lord God King. I consulted several master shipwrights in Skypiea. It will take at least 2 years to complete this arc. Gadatsu said slowly. Hearing this answer, a flicker of change crossed Chun Fan's face. He had intended to leave Skypiea aboard this arc. But needing 2 years, Chun Fan naturally could not stay in Skypiea for that long. His 6 years in Impel Down had taught him clearly that mere cultivation could not make one strong. Only through battle, life and death struggles could one become a powerhouse faster. Alright, I understand. I will be leaving Skypiea for a while. A few months, perhaps a few years. During this time, you have full authority over Skypiea. Remember, your primary task is to build the ark with all your might. Understood. Chun Fan looked at Gadatsu. Understood, Lord God King. Gadatsu was puzzled that Chun Fan would leave so soon, but he dared not ask further. As for Chun Fan, he had no fear of Gadatsu betraying him unless his strength surpassed his own. In Skypiea, there was a method to train observation hockey known as mantra, but there was no method to train armament hockey. This was why Enel, despite his poor physical combat skills, could become the god of this sky island. Subsequently, Chun Fan decided not to continue training. He prepared to leave Skypiea. With a flash of thunder, his entire form vanished instantly, leaving only Gadatsu in the open space. An hour later, sunlight bathed the earth. Chun Fan arrived once again above the White Sea. Possessing the Goro Goro no Mi, he did not hesitate. His body crackling with lightning, he plunged directly from midair, piercing through the White Sea. The intense rush gave Chun Fan a sensation of his flesh being torn, but as he transformed into streaks of lightning elemental, that tearing sensation vanished completely. Chun Fan effortlessly traversed the several thousand-meter White Sea, arriving above the blue sea, gazing at the azure ocean below and the endless sky in the distance. Chun Fan clenched his fists, lightning flickering around him. He was determined to become the king of this world, wielding supreme power. This world was one of survival of the fittest, where the strong preyed on the weak. Only thus could one control their own life. Lightning flashed, and Chun Fan vanished instantly. A blue streak of light streaked across the sky. A day later, Chun Fan found himself aboard a pirate ship heading to the West Blue. Even though Chun Fan possessed a Logia-type fruit that allowed him to fly on this boundless sea without knowing the exact direction, he would be like a headless fly, lost and disoriented. Thus, Chun Fan appeared on this pirate ship. Its captain was a man with a bounty of 70 million berries, a user of the Ushi no Mi. The day before, after learning that the captain was heading to the West Blue, Chun Fan had taken the initiative to join, because Chun Fan needed to find a navigator in the West Blue. After a brief display of his strength, Chun Fan easily boarded the ship and became the captain of the combat squad, though it was just him alone. The entire pirate crew, including Chun Fan, now numbered only 15. The captain had previously been hunted by the Marines, and only 3 of his original crew had survived. The remaining crew, including Chun Fan, were newly recruited. That was why Chun Fan could become the captain upon arrival. On the mast, Chun Fan was training with iron weights strapped to his back, while the crew watched in astonishment. In just one day, they had come to understand that their combat squad captain was an absolute training fanatic. Throughout the day, aside from meals, Chun Fan spent every moment training relentlessly, as if he knew no fatigue. At that moment, Edra, who was eating, watched his newly acquired combat squad captain train so diligently and couldn't help but think he had found himself an excellent asset. However, before he could enjoy his good fortune, the lean green-haired man beside him spoke nervously. "Captain, look, there's a warship ahead of us." Hearing this, Edra quickly looked ahead with a tense expression. The warship was enormous and appeared quite luxurious. Clearly, this was not a vessel that an ordinary marine officer could possess. "Captain, what should we do? That warship seems to be heading our way," the navigator asked Edra anxiously. The pirates were also panicked. Seeing such a massive warship, they knew well that it was beyond their ability to handle. Among them all, only Chun Fan stopped training, calmly watching the warship with a composed expression. "Quick, change course. Full speed retreat," Edra quickly ordered. Soon their small ship, bearing the flag of a giant bull, turned around in an attempt to flee. Unfortunately, the massive warship was too fast. By the time they changed course, it was already less than 100 meters behind them. Chun Fan looked over. On the deck, he saw a man wearing a marine coat, clad entirely in yellow, smoking a cigar, and of rather short, unseemly stature. Chun Fan recognized him at once. Was this not the future candidate for Marine Admiral T. Pig? It seemed luck was on his side. Encountering the Marines for the first time, he had stumbled upon such a worthy opponent. A smile curled at the corners of Chun Fan's lips, but the pirates sharing his vessel were seized with panic, wishing they could flee in place of their ship. Yet no matter how frantic they grew, this ordinary pirate ship could never match the speed of that warship. "What do we do, Captain? It seems we can't escape." The green-haired navigator Dabulin asked Edra in a flustered tone. Edra too realized their pirate vessel was no match for the warship's speed. As he turned his gaze to the Marines on the deck and the officer at the forefront, Edra's expression grew panicked. He did not recognize this officer at all. After all, this was not the New World, but the West Blue, where many pirate crews were ignorant of such tidings. Otherwise, they would have recognized Chun Fan, who had made no effort to disguise himself. Though Edra knew not who this officer was, he understood well that a man commanding such a massive warship could not be weak. Having just been routed by a branch office rear admiral forced to abandon ship and flee, Edra was already haunted by the memory. "Pirates ahead, surrender. We are subordinates of Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Brown Pig. If you wish not to be slain, lay down your arms." On the deck of the Marine warship, an adjutant standing beside Brown Pig addressed Edra's crew through a loudspeaker. Upon hearing it was a Marine Vice Admiral, the dozen pirates of the Giant Bull pirate crew were instantly thrown into panic. Edra too recalled how he had fled in disgrace before a mere branch rear admiral. Now faced with a headquarters vice admiral, how could he possibly prevail? Hesitation flickered across Edra's face as he pondered surrender, though the thought of such shame galled him. And what if the man was bluffing? Yet a warship of this size hardly seemed a deception. Captain, what should we do? Yes, Captain, what's our move? Surrender. As Edra wavered, the other pirates on board asked in frantic tones. On the pirate ship, only Chun Fan stood calmly, his expression utterly indifferent. Edra noticed Chun Fan's composure, and thinking he might have a plan, quickly asked, Chun Fan, do you have any good ideas? Of course, just kill them all. Chun Fan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Edra and the others were stunned. Some even thought Chun Fan had lost his mind. Chun Fan stopped joking. How could we possibly beat him? Edra wondered if his newly recruited combat squad captain was a madman. Aboard the marine warship, Vice Admiral, perhaps we should act directly, suggested the burly adjutant to Brown Pig. Brown Pig, who had been yawning, suddenly perked up as he spotted a figure. Interesting. To think he'd appear here. My luck is indeed good. With that, Brown Pig executed Jeppo, crossing to the pirate ship in a flash. The Marines on the warship watched quietly, knowing their Vice Admiral would handle these pirates personally. As for the pirates, the Vice Admiral's arrival threw them into utter chaos. They all felt an immense pressure, especially Edra, who bore the brunt of it. He now knew the Marines had not deceived him. This man was indeed a Vice Admiral. Captain, let's surrender. Navigator Dabulin urged. Vice Admiral, we surrender. We never truly wished to be pirates. Spare us. Edra, abandoning all pirate pride, fell to his knees. The pirates behind him, seeing their captain kneel, followed suit without hesitation. Yet Brown Pig paid them no heed. With hands in his pockets and a cigar between his lips, he fixed his gaze on Chun Fan. The legend who broke impelled down blood tiger Chun Fan. I never thought I'd be lucky enough to meet you here. What an odious epithet. I too think my luck is good, to encounter a Marine Vice Admiral so soon after setting sail. Chun Fan met Brown Pig's gaze calmly, as if he had the measure of him. The pirates on board, still bewildered, exchanged confused glances, wondering what these two were talking about. Edra in particular watched as Brown Pig addressed Chun Fan directly. Could his newly recruited combat squad captain have some special identity? On the warship, the Marines' expressions shifted. As members of Marine headquarters, they knew the name Chun Fan well. Did I hear that right? That guy is Blood Tiger Chun Fan, with an 800 million bounty. That's right, I've seen his wanted poster. He looks just like that, though younger in person. What a fearsome fellow, so young, and yet capable of such a sensational feat. Fearsome as he may be with our Vice Admiral Brown Pig here, he's done for. Capturing Blood Tiger Chun Fan would be a major achievement. True, our luck is good. Just a routine mission, and we've stumbled upon such a big fish. The Marines first marveled at Chun Fan's identity, then congratulated themselves on their fortune. After all, they knew that Chun Fan's 800 million bounty was largely inflated. His strength fell short of a Marine headquarters Vice Admiral's. He was merely the sole individual to have shattered the myth of Impel Down, earning him such a high price. What they did not know was that in just this 1 month, Chun Fan's power had undergone a earth-shattering transformation. As for the pirates on the vessel, they too caught the Marines' chatter. They did not grasp the significance of breaking the myth of Impel Down's inescapability. They understood only what an 800 million bounty meant. Their eyes turned to Chun Fan, filled with shock and disbelief. Edra in particular stood frozen. He could not believe he had taken on a pirate with an 800 million bounty as his crew member. Well, then you might have to endure this unpleasant epithet for quite some time. I will drag you back to Impel Down. Brown Boar revealed a lecherous grin, drew his twin pistols, and fired bullets coated in armament hockey straight at Chun Fan. Is that so? Chun Fan sneered, his fists turning pitch black and crackling with lightning, a terrifying power surging forth as he punched forward. Boom. He effortlessly shattered the 2 bullets. Witnessing this, Brown Boar was startled, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. Without hesitation, he fired over a dozen bullets in rapid succession. The dense volley of projectiles imbued with fearsome might hurtled toward Chun Fan. The next moment, Chun Fan's entire body blazed with lightning. Reaching out with both hands, he effortlessly ensnared the powerful bullets midair with azure lightning and hurled them aside. Boom. Waves erupted across the sea surface. Then Chun Fan vanished from his spot and reappeared midair, surrounded by endless azure lightning. Seeing this, Brown Boar confirmed his suspicion. Could that be the legendary Goro Goro no Mi? He too used Jeppo to ascend midair, staring at Chun Fan with a lecherous face, now etched with gravity. He knew that when Chun Fan escaped prison, his strength was roughly at the peak of headquarters Rear Admiral. Now with the Goro Goro no Mi, he had definitely reached the level of a headquarters Vice Admiral. This battle required his full effort, otherwise he might be the one to die. The numerous pirates on the ship were utterly stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Our combat division captain, is this awesome? His whole body is wrapped in lightning. Yeah, is this the terror of an 800 million belly pirate? Good heavens, I actually took a guy like this as my crewmate. These pirates who had never been to the New World had no idea what the Goro Goro no Mi represented or the terror of Logia fruits. They only knew Chen Fan was incredible, while their captain was utterly shocked. On the marine battleship, the Marines froze upon hearing Goro Goro no Mi, for its reputation was immense. It was hailed as the Logia with the strongest offensive power, yet it had vanished for over a century. Initially brimming with confidence that their commander could defeat Chen Fan, they now lost that certainty, aware of the terror of Logia fruits. Midair. The title Blood Tiger is far too unpleasant. I think God of Thunder suits me better. Thunder Finger Gun. Chen Fan sneered his entire form, transforming into lightning as he vanished instantly. His right hand formed into a claw and, brimming with terrifying lightning, lunged at Brown Boar with incredible speed. Alright, after I drag you back, I can help you change your title. Sandstorm Bullet. Brown Boar, still with his lecherous expression, fired bullets from his twin pistols. 2 bullets made of quicksand converged midair into a massive sphere of sand, hurtling toward Chen Fan to engulf him. Boom. The destructive lightning collided with the sand sphere, effortlessly piercing through it with its fearsome power. Meanwhile, Brown Boar created distance, continuously firing bullets coated in third-stage armament hockey at Chen Fan. Facing the torrent of bullets like a raging storm, Chen Fan transformed into lightning azure flashes, effortlessly evading every attack. Is this all a Marine headquarters vice admiral can do? Why not surrender? And has anyone ever told you that you look really grotesque? Chen Fan taunted Brown Boar, his body wreathed in lightning. Shut up. You'll die here. Brown Boar grew furious, detesting comments about his appearance. Water Stream Bullet. He fired 2 sky blue bullets from his pistols, which merged midair into a river-like torrent, surging toward Chen Fan as if to devour everything. Divine Lightning Punishment. Chen Fan remained calm, gathering azure lightning in his hands until it reached a peak, then thrust it forward. In an instant, a net of lightning spread over the river several meters wide. With flashes of thunder, the torrent dissolved into droplets, splashing into the sea and stirring waves. Then Chen Fan vanished like a phantom, charging straight at Brown Boar. The speed was too great for Brown Boar to evade, so he could only coat his entire body in armament hockey and meet the assault head-on. For a time, they engaged in close-quarters combat. A bloody, brutal brawl, fist against fist, destructive lightning against pitch-black fists. Their speed was so immense that those below could only see 2 afterimages striking. Though Brown Boar's armament hockey was slightly superior, the terrifying destructive force of the lightning, combined with Chen Fan's formidable physical techniques, immediately put Brown Boar at a disadvantage from the start of the exchange. Blood continuously spilled onto the ground as wounds appeared on Brown Boar's body. The fearsome lightning left internal injuries, constantly numbing his frame. In contrast, Chen Fan bore only minor injuries. The disparity was clear. The Marines below watched their commander's techniques effortlessly countered by Chen Fan, and even in close combat, he was losing ground, stirring growing concern. What do we do now? Vice Admiral Brown Boar seems to be losing. Should we help? Yeah, I feel like he's going to lose at this rate. Let's find a way to assist. How? They're both at the Vice Admiral level, none of us can intervene. If we force our way in, we might become a burden and hold him back. The adjutant immediately stopped the Marines who wanted to help. He knew that aside from Vice Admiral Brown Boar, the strongest on this ship was himself, a captain. But even he was not qualified to intervene, others would only be a hindrance. In contrast to the worried Marines, Edra and the others on the pirate ship were ecstatic, thinking that Chen Fan had actually suppressed the Marine Vice Admiral. That meant they wouldn't be captured by the Marines. At this moment, the battle in midair continued unabated, with bolts of lightning flickering across the sky. The suppressed brown porpoise was well aware that his physical techniques were no match for Chen Fan. Physical combat had never been his forte. If he failed to create distance, defeat was inevitable. Brown porpoise resolved to find a way to put some space between them. However, Chen Fan would not grant him a moment to think. A terrifying fist wreathed in lightning, carrying immense power, and accompanied by a sonic boom, hurtled straight toward his face. His pupils dilated as Brown porpoise hastily armored his arms. Bang! He managed to block the punch, but his arms trembled as if the bones within were on the verge of snapping. Before he could recover, Chen Fan's pitch-black right foot, crackling with lightning, swept toward his head like a colossal pillar. Without hesitation, Brown porpoise stepped back to evade the heavy kick, then pulled the trigger of his right gun. A bullet laced with white smoke was fired, and in an instant smoke billowed everywhere. Seizing this chance, Brown porpoise wasted no time and retreated swiftly. Just as he had retreated a dozen meters, Chen Fan burst forth from the smoke, his entire body ablaze with lightning, clutching a spear formed from thunderbolts in his right hand. He charged at Brown porpoise with incredible speed. With a grave expression, Brown porpoise rapidly pulled the triggers of his twin guns, firing a stream of bullets coated in armament hockey. The dense volley of powerful bullets momentarily forced Chen Fan to halt his advance. He swung the lightning spear in a circular motion before him like a blazing wheel, effortlessly deflecting the pebble-sized projectiles. Bang! 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 In an instant, bullets rained into the sea, kicking up splashes. Seeing Chun Fan halted, Brown Porpoise breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had finally created distance. What a monster, but he'll still take you back, Brown Porpoise said with a lecherous grin as an immensely powerful energy gathered at the muzzles of his twin guns. Water Dragon Bullet. In a flash, 2 water bullets were fired and merged, birthing a formidable water dragon several meters long. It surged toward Chun Fan with overwhelming force. Weaklings sure love to joke. 80 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Chun Fan remained as composed as ever, his body radiating destructive lightning. As he raised both hands, dark clouds gathered in the sky in an instant. From within the clouds, a massive thunder dragon emerged, descending from the heavens with terrifying might. Boom. In that moment, the water dragon and the thunder dragon collided, and an explosion roared. The two fearsome forces seemed to annihilate everything, sending ripples in all directions. Seawater below surged skyward in towering columns. Soldiers on the marine warship and pirates on the pirate ship alike felt powerful gales. In midair, the thunder dragon and water dragon continued their clash as blue lightning around Chun Fan intensified. The thunder dragon swelled even larger, utterly destroying the water dragon. Before Brown Porpoise's stunned gaze, the thunder dragon hurtled toward him at breakneck speed, leaving no room for evasion. The next second, the thunder dragon engulfed Brown Porpoise, causing an explosion in the sky with lightning crackling around. As the thunder faded, Brown Porpoise charred black and unconscious plummeted like a boulder. Witnessing this, the Marines on the warship were panicked. The adjutant immediately used Jeppo to rush up and catch Brown Porpoise. Below, the pirates were ecstatic, almost feeling like they were dreaming. They couldn't believe Chun Fan had actually defeated a Marine vice admiral. They wouldn't be captured and might even eliminate the Marines on this ship. The Marine adjutants, seeing Chun Fan merely somewhat exhausted, looked at him with a hint of fear. They gazed up at Chun Fan, his body shimmering with lightning, and knew clearly that wounded and tired as he was, they were no match for him. Of course, Chun Fan had no intention of letting them go. He had already made enemies of the Marines, and now that he encountered a Marine vice admiral, how could he spare them? With lightning flickering across his body, he was about to descend to the warship to finish them off. Suddenly, Chun Fan halted in midair, his gaze shifting to the right. A tall man in a white vest and deep blue shirt rode a bicycle across the sea surface, the water beneath him freezing into ice as he pedaled. Seeing the newcomer, the Marines' eyes lit up with hope, their earlier despair vanishing. Chun Fan's expression also grew serious, thinking his luck seemed rather poor. "Oh, looks like I've run into a big fish." Kazan, returning from a mission, first glanced at the severely injured Brown Porpoise on the warship, then turned his gaze to Chun Fan in midair. Even his usually indifferent expression showed a hint of surprise. As the one who had angered Fleet Admiral Kong, Kazan was well aware of Chun Fan's strength during his prison break. Yet just a month later, he had gravely wounded a Marine vice admiral. It seemed Chun Fan had made tremendous progress in that time. "My luck seems a bit off, but I'd still like to test the strength of Kazan, one of the Marines' 3 monsters." With that, Chun Fan looked down at Kazan. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he could match the Marines' 3 monsters now. But since it was Kazan, he didn't need to flee immediately, unlike Borsellino. Lightning speed far outstrips Ice's pursuit. "Oh, you want to give it a try, eh?" Kazan tilted his head upward, his body radiating frigid ice, yet he didn't act in haste. Why not? It'd be a shame to miss the chance. A cold smirk curled on Chun Fan's lips as destructive lightning erupted from his form. 80 million volts. Thunder. As he raised his hands, dark clouds gathered overhead, and in an instant a thunderous roar echoed. A thunder dragon several meters long descended from the sky, charging straight at Kazan. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Kazan's expression shifted again. He mused that it was no wonder the rumble fruit was hailed as the Logia with the greatest offensive power. But since he had encountered Chun Fan here, he naturally wanted to try capturing him. Ice ball. Kazan's arm was encased in ice, and from his palm 5 icy pillars shot forth, coalescing into a colossal sphere of ice that hurtled upward. Boom. In an instant, the fearsome thunder dragon and the immense ice ball collided, the two formidable forces erupting in a violent explosion. Rings of shockwaves scattered in all directions, and pillars of water blasted upward from the sea's surface. Soon after, both of these mighty forces of nature dissipated in midair, leaving fragments of ice scattered across the ocean, forming patches of frozen surface. Huff, huff. Chun Fan panted heavily in the sky, his stamina drastically depleted after using the Thunder Dragon twice in succession. He watched as Kazan blocked his most powerful strike, even one enhanced with the 3rd stage of armament hockey. Chun Fan clearly understood that he was no match for Kazan at this point. Persisting in the fight would be nothing short of suicide. Looking forward to our next bout. Chun Fan smiled, lightning crackling around him as he prepared to depart. Kazan, witnessing this from below, was not about to let Chun Fan escape so easily. A chilling frost enveloped his body as he instantly began to elementalize, intending to pursue. However, Chun Fan had anticipated that Kazan would not let him go without a fight. He gathered destructive lightning in his right hand, forming a spear of thunder. A parting gift for you. Chun Fan grinned at the charging Kazan, then swung his arm downward. The lightning spear shot at incredible speed toward the severely wounded brown boar below. The adjutant nearby tensed at the sight, sensing the immense power. He doubted he could block it. Yet he did not hesitate. Drawing his long blade, he placed himself before brown boar, determined to intercept the lightning spear. Seeing this, Kazan made an instant decision, reversing his direction to shield brown boar. Just as the lightning spear struck, he thrust his hands forward, conjuring an ice shield several meters thick. Clang! The lightning spear hammered relentlessly against the shield, seeking to pierce it, but soon its strength waned, and it dissolved into the air. When Kazan lowered his icy shield and looked to the sky, Chun Fan was nowhere to be seen. On the sea, only the Marines remained along with the trembling pirates. The pirates gazed at the furious Marines, their bodies quivering. Utter despair filled their faces. Adela and the others had thought they had found hope, only to be met with hopelessness once more. Arrest them all and take Vice Admiral Brown Boar for treatment. Though Kazan was usually easygoing, watching Chun Fan slip away right before his eyes irritated him. He promptly ordered the Marine soldiers to apprehend the pirates. Having witnessed Kazan's terrifying power, the pirates dared not resist, surrendering meekly as they were taken into custody. As the pirates were locked away and Vice Admiral Brown Boar was taken for medical care, Kazan ceased his oversight. He walked aside, picked up a den mushy, and dialed the Fleet Admiral's office. At Marine headquarters in the Fleet Admiral's office. Gur. Kong the Steel Bone, who was processing documents, answered the ringing den mushy. Hearing the voice on the other end, Kazan, what is it? Reporting, Fleet Admiral. I have something to report. I encountered that blood tiger, Chun Fan. Before I arrived, he had severely wounded Vice Admiral Brown Boar. We exchanged a single blow, and then he fled. Oh, and it seems he swallowed the Logia Goro no Mi, which is why I couldn't catch him. Kazan finished his report in a languid tone. Upon hearing the report, Kong's expression shifted dramatically. His voice even carried a hint of agitation. Are you telling me that the man who escaped from Impel Down not only defeated Brown Boar, but also ate the Goro no Mi? Yes, Kazan confirmed. Hearing Kazan's affirmation, Kong the Steel Bone slammed his fist on the desk in agitation. This era was already turbulent enough, with Roger becoming the Pirate King and formidable emperors like Whitebeard Shiki and the Red Count all proving difficult to handle. And now this brat had appeared. Not only had he escaped from Impel Down, shaming the Marines, but he had also acquired the Logia Goro no Mi. If left unchecked, he would become another terrifying enemy. Kong the Steel Bone. After hanging up, Kong was deeply troubled. He considered deploying the highest grade Buster Call against Chun Fan, a level that would dispatch an admiral specifically to hunt him down. The admiral would not return to other duties until Chun Fan was dead. Yet the new world was still in turmoil, and the Marines had no spare admiral-level forces to deploy. After long deliberation, Kong decided to raise Chun Fan's bounty to 1 billion berries and issue a second-grade Buster Call. Under this level of Buster Call, any Marine who spotted Chun Fan unless engaged in battle or guarding a celestial dragon was to abandon their current mission and pursue Chun Fan with full force. Clearly, Kong the Steel Bone was determined to nip this threat in the bud. However, he would later regret not authorizing the highest-grade Buster Call. 3 days later, under a blazing sun that bathed the land in light on an island in the West Blue, Chun Fan saw that his bounty had been raised to 1 billion and his epithet had been changed to God of Lightning. He smiled in satisfaction, thinking the Marine headquarters was sensible enough to grant him a fitting title. In truth, the Marines had been reluctant, but to ensure their forces recognized Chun Fan as the wielder of the Goro no Mi, they finally decided to change his epithet to God of Lightning. Walking through the streets of a medium-sized island called West Moby, Chun Fan headed straight for the Marine branch. His first destination had a specific purpose: to find Lafitte, who was serving as a sheriff here. After all, a navigator was essential for sailing the vast seas. Without one would wander aimlessly like a headless fly. Of course, as the first crew member, Chun Fan intended to recruit this person had to possess formidable skills or power. Nami had not yet been born. Based on his knowledge, the only navigator he knew of in this era was Lafitte, the future navigator of the Blackbeard Pirates. Moments later, Chun Fan crossed the street and arrived at the Navy branch, a sprawling, opulent compound spanning over 10,000 square meters. Without hesitation, he strode forward, only to be blocked by 2 Navy sentinels. Halt! Identify yourself. This is a restricted Navy facility. Civilian access is strictly prohibited. Leave immediately. Unwilling to waste words, Chun Fan's entire body blazed with crackling lightning as he raised a finger toward the sky. In an instant, storm clouds gathered overhead. Before the 2 soldiers could react in stunned disbelief, 2 colossal bolts of thunder, thick as human arms, plummeted from the heavens and struck them directly. Boom, boom. In that flash, craters scarred the ground, and the 2 sailors were reduced to ash. Calmly, Chen Fan stepped through the grand gates of the Navy branch. The deafening detonations had already drawn the attention of dozens of soldiers stationed within the 36th Navy branch. Yet he paid them no mind. The moment he entered, over 100 Navy troops encircled him, their spears leveled and bullets flying toward him in rapid succession. But these projectiles bore neither armament, hockey, nor sea stone, utterly incapable of harming Chen Fan. His body shimmered with lightning, elementalized and intangible. Bullets passed straight through him. Pang, pang. Each round clattered harmlessly to the ground. The sailors stared dumbfounded, convinced they faced not a man, but a monster, one who defied gunfire and commanded the storm itself. Lei Chen Fan, what brings you here? Admiral Agura fixed Chen Fan with a grave expression. While others failed to recognize him, Agura, holding the rank of admiral within this branch, had seen Chen Fan's wanted poster. Coupled with that devastating lightning identification was instantaneous. Yet no triumph stirred in his heart, only dread. He had just learned that even Rear Admiral Botan of the Navy headquarters had fallen before Chen Fan. Had Admiral Kazan not intervened in time, Botan would have perished at Chen Fan's hands. And Agura knew full well his own strength barely matched that of a headquarters Rear Admiral. How could he possibly prevail? Chen Fan barely glanced at the burly crew-cut officer addressing him. Instead, his gaze settled upon the man beside him, a figure clad in a black hat and leaning on a cane. Rafite, is it? I've come to invite you aboard my pirate crew. Come with me. Chen Fan spoke, plainly declaring his intent without preamble. How intriguing. I wonder why I should follow you. A faint smile flickered across Rafite's face. He hadn't expected Lei Chen Fan himself to extend such an offer. Because I've chosen you. With me, you'll rule the world. Chen Fan met Rafite's gaze with unshakable confidence. Truly fascinating. No wonder you're called Lei Chen. You believe 2 sentences suffice to lure a Navy inspector away from duty. Rafite did not refuse outright. He found the proposition tantalizing. Meanwhile, Admiral Agura had already ordered his subordinates to slip discreetly into his office and contact Navy headquarters via Den Den Mushi for urgent reinforcements. Garuru. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku, the Iron Bone, had just finished his duties when the Den Den Mushi rang. He answered instantly. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, this is Lieutenant Commander of the West Blues 36th Navy Branch. Lei Chen Fan has appeared at our base. We request immediate reinforcement. Sengoku's expression darkened. He'd only recently dispatched agents to capture Chen Fan, yet the man had brazenly materialized at one of his own naval installations. Tell the admiral stationed there to stall Chen Fan by any means necessary. I'll dispatch reinforcements from the nearest available unit immediately. Understood, Fleet Admiral. The lieutenant commander saluted and dashed out to relay the order to Agura. Meanwhile, Sengoku hung up and immediately began scanning for Navy admirals currently deployed in the West Blue. Even Sengoku, the Iron Bone, felt urgency tightening his chest. He knew all too well. Should combat erupt, the branch's admiral would last less than 10 minutes against Chen Fan. To stand a chance, one needed the caliber of a headquarters elite admiral. Yet such elite forces were scarce in the West Blue. After scanning countless reports, Sengoku found no suitable candidate actively operating there. After brief deliberation, he resolved to send the swiftest among them, Borsellino. He dialed the Den Den Mushi at once, order Borsellino to abandon his current mission immediately and race to the 36th branch in the West Blue at top speed. If he cannot capture Chen Fan alive, he must at least prevent the destruction of the Navy branch. On the other end of the line, Borsellino murmured with a sly grin, Lei Chen Fan. How utterly terrifying. With that, he dissolved into a streak of golden light, vanishing across the sky. Meanwhile, back at the Navy branch, Agura's face paled upon receiving Sengoku's command. Was this not a death sentence? Stall him. But how could he stall a force he couldn't even withstand? Rafite and Chen Fan continued their exchange, utterly indifferent to the surrounding Navy personnel. I am an inspector of the Navy branch. Why should I accompany you? Rafite studied Chen Fan, not dismissive but intrigued. The proposal aligned perfectly with his own ambitions. Yet mere words, however bold, could not sway him. Not unless a sovereign himself issued the invitation. Chen Fan for now fell short. Simple. I'll level this Navy branch to the ground. I detest repeated refusals. Decline me again, and I'll kill you. Chen Fan's patience was fraying. He contemplated striking without further delay. Rafite, however, paid little heed to the threat. His focus locked onto the latter half of the statement. A spark of genuine fascination lit his eyes. Interesting. Very well. If you destroy this Navy branch, I'll join you. Rafite, what are you saying? You're a Navy inspector. How dare you utter such treason? Admiral Agura confronted him sharply. The assembled sailors exchanged bewildered glances. Rafite merely smiled, calm, unruffled. Everyone has dreams. And frankly, I find being a Navy inspector rather dull. He offered no further explanation, just that quiet, knowing smile. Chen Fan, hearing Rafite's acceptance, allowed a subtle smile to curl his lips. Truth be told, he'd never intended to spare the Navy personnel here. pirates and navy were sworn enemies. Destructive lightning erupted from his form, cobalt arcs coiling around his limbs like living serpents. His gaze cold and unblinking fell upon Agura. Conversation ends now. Time to act. In the next breath, his fist ignited with thunderous fury, his body dissolving into a phantom blur. Lightning-wreathed, he surged forward, striking toward Agura with impossible speed. Although he knew he was no match for his opponent, Agura could not just stand by and wait for death. Armament-pointed gun. In an instant, Agura's right hand was enveloped in the second stage of armament hockey, his fingers claw-like as he charged forward. Bang! As their fists and claws collided, the tremendous force and destructive thunder caused Agura to stagger backward for several meters before barely regaining his footing. Without any intention of holding back, Chen Fan charged forward once more. The naval soldiers, witnessing this, immediately pulled the triggers of their handguns, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Chen Fan. Such annoying pests. Seeing the situation, Chen Fan halted his advance. Terrifying thunder surged around his hands, wrapping around the hundreds of bullets, which he then propelled back with force. The hundreds of bullets returned along their original path, shooting back towards the naval soldiers at incredible speed. Filled with terror, some of the naval soldiers had no time to evade. Beneath the relentless rain of over 100 bullets, blood flowed, and dozens of naval soldiers fell to the ground lifeless. No one is allowed to interfere. He is not someone you can handle. Agura, witnessing this scene, was filled with fury, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, as he charged straight at Chen Fan. Interesting, are you angry? A cold smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips, with thunder illuminating his entire body as he charged forward. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the two figures collided, repeatedly exchanging blows, with flesh meeting flesh, blood-soaked combat, as droplets of blood fell to the ground. In the moment of engagement, Agura found himself at an absolute disadvantage. No matter how furious he became, he could not bridge the vast chasm between them. His mind was consumed by a single thought: to hold on, to delay Chen Fan as much as possible, believing that reinforcements from the naval headquarters would arrive shortly. Unfortunately, Chen Fan had no intention of wasting time. His fist, pitch black and enveloped in thunder, charged towards Agura's head at breakneck speed. Panic-stricken and with no time to dodge, Agura quickly covered his arms with armament hockey to block in front of him. The tremendous force hit him, causing Agura to continuously retreat, feeling as if his arms might break. Meanwhile, Chen Fan showed no sign of letting up, charging at him once more. Seeing this, Agura could only grit his teeth and force himself to respond. Fists collided, and at that moment, hands, feet, and any part of their bodies became weapons in their fierce exchanges. At this moment, the two were like beasts in a savage fight, yet it was a one-sided massacre. If Agura was a wolf, then Chen Fan was a ferocious tiger. The disparity was simply too great. As time passed, Agura's injuries multiplied, and the prolonged exertion had drained his stamina to its limits. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Chen Fan would beat him to death. Your courage is commendable, but alas, this world is one of the strong devouring the weak. Chen Fan unleashed a kick infused with thunder and stated, "Hey, I am a Navy officer, and you are but a pirate. Do not be so arrogant." Agura retaliated with a kick covered in armament hockey. In the collision, he managed to withstand Chen Fan's kick, yet his expression showed no signs of joy. For he realized that Chen Fan's thunder carried a paralyzing effect each time they clashed. If Chen Fan's attack landed on him, his body would retain traces of thunder, causing him to feel increasingly numb. Originally weaker in both physical techniques and attack power than Chen Fan, he now also felt his body growing numb, diminishing his reflexes and speed. This seemed like a certain death sentence with no possibility of a comeback. Meanwhile, the naval soldiers behind him wore anxious expressions. Seeing Agura with over a dozen wounds looking at Chen Fan with anger in his eyes, they felt helpless. The rest of them were not strong enough to help, and charging in would only become a burden. The only one capable of assisting, Rafet, stood aside, watching without any intention of intervening. "This battle should come to an end. You are a worthy opponent for having lasted so long under my hand." Chen Fan delivered another punch that sent Agura flying, then floated in midair. 80 million volts Thunder Dragon. As Chen Fan's body crackled with thunder, he raised his hands, and suddenly dark clouds gathered in the sky. A terrifying thunder dragon over 10 meters long emerged, carrying the power to destroy everything, and rushed down towards Agura. "Stop underestimating me. I am a Navy officer." Agura's eyes were filled with determination, showing no fear of death. Armament. Ultimate punch. In an instant, Agura's right arm bulged with veins, his blood surging, and immense power concentrated in his right fist, which was covered with armament hockey. Faced with the oncoming Thunder Dragon, he swung his right fist forward, charging up. Boom! The devastating Thunder Dragon collided with the pitch-black fist, and Agura felt the terrifying force, barely managing to hold on. But out of respect for the Navy, and to protect the naval branch, he did not want to easily succumb. Yet no matter how hard he fought, he still could not triumph over the massive disparity in strength. It seems I can only hold on until this point. Agura's eyes were filled with despair, just as he was about to give in and be engulfed by the Thunder Dragon. Hang in there, Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral, we believe you can do it. Vice Admiral, hang in there, you must hold on. The shouts of encouragement echoed from his soldiers below. Turning to listen to these voices, Agura felt he could not give up so easily. In an instant, he didn't know where the strength came from, but he directly surpassed his limits. With a roar, Agura's blood surged once more, his power reaching its peak as his black fist seemed poised to shatter the Thunder Dragon. Is this the power of friendship and responsibility? How laughable. Then let me shatter it with my own hands. Seeing this, Chun Fan sneered, and the destructive thunder surged once again. The Thunder Dragon, which was supposed to fade, flickered continuously, becoming even more terrifying. Under this absolute power, Agura felt a deep sense of despair. He could no longer hold on. His body was on the brink of collapse after reaching its limits. In an instant, Agura was engulfed by the Thunder Dragon, turning to ashes and dissipating between heaven and earth. Boom. The Thunder Dragon also crashed down on the naval branch, creating a deep pit several meters wide, and in an instant dust and debris flew everywhere. The naval soldiers below watched their Vice Admiral being annihilated by Chun Fan. Their faces were contorted with rage, their eyes bloodshot as they glared at him. Kill him. Let's avenge the Vice Admiral together. Charge. Kill this pirate. Brothers rushed forward. A formidable aura erupted from the naval soldiers as hundreds of them charged straight at Chun Fan. Their resolve and fearless spirit were truly moving. Chun Fan gazed at them with cold indifference. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Endless. Thunder punishment. In an instant, his entire body blazed with devastating lightning as he raised both hands. Suddenly, the sky darkened with storm clouds and bolts of blue lightning as thick as an arm descended from the heavens. They directly engulfed the onrushing naval soldiers. Terror filled their faces as the threat of death shattered their fervor. As each bolt of lightning struck, screams of echoed one after another. The charging naval soldiers were continuously blasted into fragments. Given their strength, none could withstand the terrifying lightning, and blood flowed endlessly. Even the naval soldiers hiding in the rear could not escape the fate of being destroyed by the lightning. The entire naval branch had been transformed into a living hell. Chun Fan floated in midair, surrounded by lightning like a god of thunder, commanding life and death. He observed it all with indifference, feeling no mercy for his enemies. The entire punishment of lightning lasted only 2 or 3 minutes before it ended, because the entire naval branch. At this moment, not a single naval soldier remained alive, including those in the rear. The already frenzied Lafitte, looking up at the demonic Chun Fan above, couldn't help but feel a flicker of fear. Let's go. Chun Fan had no intention of lingering. He turned his gaze to Lafitte, standing proudly in midair, idly playing with a small ball of lightning in his hand. Yet his tone brooked no refusal. Lafitte understood clearly that refusal would mean certain death. However, Lafitte had no desire to refuse. A smile curled at his lips. As you command, my captain. He doffed his hat and bowed, behaving like a perfect gentleman. Then Chun Fan descended from the sky, scattering terrifying bolts of lightning upon the ground. A second later, the lightning around him dissipated, and he walked casually out of the naval branch. Lafitte obediently followed behind. They quickly reached the coast, where a pirate ship several meters long was moored at the shore. It was neither particularly luxurious nor large. This ship was one Chun Fan had recently seized. He had torn down its original flag and replaced it with a lightning banner. Captain, how many people are in our crew now? Lafitte quickly adapted to his new role and asked. 2. Just you and me. Chun Fan replied calmly. Hearing that there were only 2 of them, Lafitte was momentarily speechless, wondering if he had boarded a ship of fools. But it seemed he had no other choice. Lafitte then stepped onto the ship, first taking the helm. Fortunately, the vessel wasn't a large one, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to sail it alone. Captain, may I ask where our first destination is? Lafitte turned to ask Chun Fan, who was already doing push-ups on the deck. He wondered if his captain was a training fanatic. They had just finished a fight, and he was already exercising without rest. Hearing the question, Chun Fan stopped and stood up, contemplating whether to head straight to the New World. After all, he had already found a navigator and no longer needed to hitch rides on other ships. Moreover, the New World had more powerful individuals, making it easier to find strong crew members. Chun Fan intended for his pirate crew to follow an elite path, recruiting only those with exceptional strength or extraordinary talent. As Chun Fan pondered their first destination, a news bird flew overhead. In the next instant, lightning flashed, and Chun Fan's figure vanished. When he returned, he was holding a newspaper. Chun Fan planned to check how much his bounty had increased after the last incident. However, the headline on the front page immediately caught his attention. The largest headline read, Pirate King Roger captured by Marines to be executed in Logtown, East Blue 1 month later. Chun Fan calculated the timing. Indeed, this was the year Pirate King Roger had turned himself in. Seeing this, he decided on their first destination. He couldn't miss such a grand event as the execution of Pirate King Roger. First stop East Blue, Chen Fan said, gazing at the distant sea. Aye, Captain. Lafitte also noticed the news, his expression shifting to shock. He hadn't expected Pirate King Roger to be captured by the Marines. Only a few like Chen Fan knew that Pirate King Roger had surrendered himself. As the sea wind howled and the sun shone, the waves churned ceaselessly. The Thunder God ship set sail towards the East Blue. Meanwhile, at the naval branch, just a few minutes after Chen Fan left, Borsalino finally arrived. Though he possessed the glint fruit, the distance was too great, and Agulla and the others hadn't lasted even 15 minutes, so even Borsalino couldn't make it in time. Upon arriving and witnessing the carnage at the naval base, Borsalino, usually wearing a lecherous expression, now looked gravely serious. He gazed at the charred corpses below and the pools of blood, a veritable mountain of bodies and sea of blood. Borsalino realized Chen Fan had slaughtered everyone in the branch. How terrifying. This Thunder God Chen Fan is truly ruthless. Borsalino clenched his fists in anger. He descended to the ground, noticing that some blood was still wet, indicating Chen Fan had left not long ago. Without hesitation, Borsalino's body blazed with light, and he vanished, streaking across the sky towards the coast. But when he reached the shore, there was no sign of Chen Fan's ship, only the boundless sea. Borsalino knew he was too late. Finding someone in this vast ocean alone would be as difficult as reaching the heavens. He then took out a small din mushy from his pocket and called the Fleet Admiral's office to report the situation at the branch. At that moment, in the Fleet Admiral's office. At this moment, Kong the Steel Bone was also burning with anxiety, his brows tightly furrowed, for his calls to the branch were going unanswered. He knew that his calls were of the highest priority, yet the branch's silence was an ominous sign. Gurgle. Gurgle. At that moment, the din mushy rang, and Kong the Steel Bone hurriedly picked it up. Reporting, Marshal Kong, the mission has failed. By the time I arrived, Chen Fan and the others had already escaped. Before Borsalino could finish his report, Kong the Steel Bone interrupted to ask, and what of the branch's situation? The entire 36th branch was annihilated by Chen Fan. Not a single Marine soldier, including Vice Admiral Aguirre, survived. As Borsalino relayed this news, his expression was grave. Upon hearing this, Kong the Steel Bone was consumed with rage, his eyes bloodshot. Since becoming marshal, few things had stirred such fury within him. Damn you, Chen Fan! Kong the Steel Bone roared. His voice echoed throughout Marine headquarters, causing the officers outside to wonder what had provoked their marshal so. After ending the call, Kong the Steel Bone immediately summoned a guard. Now raise Chen Fan's bounty to 1.1 billion berries. Furthermore, deploy all available vice admirals in the West Blue to search for Chen Fan with full force. Remember, upon locating him, request backup immediately. Without at least 2 officers of vice admiral rank or higher, do not engage Chen Fan. Kong the Steel Bone was incandescent with rage. Had the admirals not been dispatched to escort the Pirate King Roger to Lowtown in the East Blue, he would have sent an admiral to hunt Chen Fan down. This illustrates the depth of Kong's fury. He clearly understood that if Chen Fan were allowed to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. 10 days passed like grains of white sand slipping through an hourglass. The first light of dawn awoke, casting its rays upon the sea's surface. Chen Fan and his companion were now on a small island in the South Blue. Having sailed this far, they naturally needed to restock their supplies on land. During these 10 days, Lafitte had come to understand why his captain Chen Fan possessed such formidable strength at such a young age. He trained for 14 hours a day. An ordinary person could never endure this regimen, and even if they could, their body would not withstand it. Let's go, Chen Fan said to Lafitte behind him. Then the two of them, one after the other, walked along the island streets. Lafitte then produced some gold nuggets and purchased a large quantity of supplies. After that, they prepared to leave directly and return to the ship. After all, Chen Fan believed this small island held nothing worth wasting time on. However, as he was passing by a tavern, he caught sight of a familiar small figure entering. Yet he couldn't quite make out who it was. Wait, Chen Fan called out to Lafitte, his expression cold. Lafitte didn't ask why. He knew his captain must have a reason for stopping. Subsequently, Chen Fan entered the tavern and Lafitte followed. Inside, it was crowded with people, most of whom had a menacing look, some bearing peculiar tattoos. Clearly, this was no ordinary bar. Unfazed, Chen Fan walked and sat at a table and said 2 glasses of rum. The tavern's patrons paid little attention to Chen Fan and his companion's arrival. Chen Fan, however, fixed his gaze on a young girl with green hair sitting alone at a table in the corner. Captain, is it for this little girl that you entered this tavern? Lafitte asked Chen Fan. Yes. By now, Chen Fan was certain he hadn't mistaken her identity. This was Monet, the future user of the snow fruit, though she appeared to be only about 12 years old now. Having confirmed it, Chen Fan thought he might as well test if Monet had already eaten the snow fruit. If she had, he would be interested in recruiting her as a crew member. After all, this was a Logia-type Devil Fruit. The main issue was that Monet's later development of it was utterly wasted and her physical skills were too poor. Otherwise, her strength in the future shouldn't have been inferior to a vice admiral's. Meanwhile, Lafitte had no idea what Chen Fan was thinking. He was somewhat surprised by his captain's affirmative answer. He hadn't expected his captain to enter a tavern just for a little girl. Could he be a lolicon? Although they had only been together for a little over 10 days from the very first day, especially that first day, Lafitte had formed a fixed impression of Chen Fan. Cold, driven by the pursuit of power, thinking with absolute calm in any situation, and showing no mercy to enemies. For such a man to like little girls, Lafitte simply couldn't fathom it. Clearly, Chen Fan was unaware that Lafitte had misunderstood him. He walked directly towards Monet's table. Seeing Chen Fan approach, Lafitte thought his suspicion was confirmed, but he wouldn't interfere with his captain's decision. Arriving at Monet's table, Chen Fan sat down directly. "Big brother, who are you? Do I know you?" Monet, who had apparently had a drink or two, had a slight flush on her small face. "No," Chen Fan replied coldly. "Then can you please leave? I'm in a bad mood." It was clear that Monet was not feeling happy at that moment. "No, I need to confirm something," Chen Fan refused bluntly. Seeing this guy inexplicably sit across from her and refuse to leave when asked, Monet, already in a foul mood, became a little angry. "If you don't leave now, I'll beat you out," Monet said, looking at Chen Fan. Their argument drew the attention of others in the tavern, who turned their gazes towards Chen Fan. Seeing Chen Fan sitting directly opposite Monet, they murmured, "Did you see that? That guy looks new. He's about to be in trouble. So I can't believe someone would dare provoke that little witch in this tavern. He's just asking for trouble." Exactly, the last guy who tried to mess with her was frozen into an ice block and died. The bandits and other patrons in the tavern, witnessing Chen Fan's action, shook their heads, sympathetically expecting him to be sent flying by the little witch at any moment. Only Lafitte, with his pale face, looked on with curiosity, wondering what his captain was up to. Hearing the threat, Chen Fan wasn't angered. Instead, the corner of his mouth lifted in a slight smile. "You can try." Seeing this, Monet could no longer hold back. Her fist, coated in frost and ice, shot towards Chen Fan in an attack. Facing this attack, Chen Fan remained as calm as ever, his right hand covered in a black substance as he reached out. Aside from Lafitte, the other patrons in the tavern all wore smirks, anticipating Chen Fan's humiliation, for they had witnessed earlier that neither bullets nor punches could harm Monet, let alone even touch her. The next moment, just as Monet's icy fist met Chen Fan's right hand, Chen Fan caught Monet's right hand directly. Seeing her fist caught, Monet was utterly astonished. As a child just over 10 years old, how could she know what armament hockey was? The others witnessing this were also stunned, their jaws dropping. It was the first time they had seen Monet's fist being seized. Only Lafitte remained composed, a serene expression on his face. Seeing the ice covering Monet, he had already guessed what his captain intended to do. "Come with me. Be my crewmate." Chen Fan, certain that Monet had eaten the snow fruit, immediately extended his invitation. "Why should I?" Although Monet was somewhat surprised that this man could catch her, she had no intention of yielding so easily. Her left fist, also encased in ice, punched toward Chen Fan. A cold smirk curled on his lips. He extended his left hand, equally pitch black, and effortlessly caught Monet's fist once more. "Death, or come with me." Chen Fan's expression turned icy, his eyes as frigid as glacial ice. He began to tighten his grip on Monet's fists. "Aunt!" Monet cried out in agony, feeling excruciating pain. Even in her naivety, she now understood that this man was beyond her ability to handle. She looked into his eyes again. The murderous intent emanating from them was unmistakably real. Monet was certain that if she refused, death would be her fate. As a little girl, she was naturally afraid of dying. "Big brother, please let go first, okay? I promise." Feeling her hands about to be crushed, Monet quickly begged for mercy. That's right." Chen Fan then broke into a smile and slowly released his hold. "Follow me." He stood up and spoke to Monet, though his gaze was filled with menace. It was a silent warning for Monet not to think of escape. Resigned to her fate, she dared not entertain the thought of fleeing, and obediently followed Chen Fan and Lafitte out of the tavern. The bandits nearby, their faces etched with shock, watched Chen Fan as if a great mountain pressed down upon them, not daring to breathe. Only after Chen Fan and his companions had left the tavern did the people inside gasp for air. Who? That was terrifying. His eyes were so cold, just one look and my legs went weak. Yeah, the pressure was overwhelming. I felt like I was being stared down by the Grim Reaper himself, too scared to move. The bandits all felt as if they had narrowly escaped death. Meanwhile, the trio had reached the coast. Monet asked Chen Fan, "Big brother, where are we going? And what do you do?" "Pirate." Chen Fan uttered the two words simply, then led Monet onto the ship. Monet now understood that boarding this ship with this man would likely make her a pirate, leaving this island behind. However, Monet felt little attachment to this island. Her family had long since passed away, and only a missing younger sister left her with some lingering sentiment. If not for her luck in finding and eating a devil fruit, surviving in this world until now would have been uncertain. Starting today, you'll do basic physical training in the mornings and practice your devil fruit abilities in the afternoons. Remember, on my pirate ship, there is no room for the useless. Chen Fan looked at Monet sternly. Got it. After the earlier incident, Monet dared not contradict Chen Fan. As the sea breeze whistled and seagulls soared overhead, the thunder god set sail once more toward the east blue. 10 days later, the scorching sun blazed high, casting its fierce light upon the sea. Chen Fan had just finished his physical training and was replenishing his energy with food. A faint warm current continuously spread through his internal organs. It steadily repaired the wear and tear on his body and slowly enhanced his physical constitution. Indeed, without his special ability, such intense training would have shattered even an Iron Man. Over these 10 days, Monet's thoughts had aligned perfectly with Lafitte's. Their captain was truly a training fanatic, spending over 14 hours a day cultivating. Monet, under Chen Fan's coercion, trained for 8 hours daily and felt utterly exhausted, as if her body were falling apart. It was hard to imagine how anyone could endure more than 14 hours. By now, Monet not only admired Chen Fan, but also no longer felt the urge to escape as she had when first boarding. Because under Chen Fan's hellish training, she had indeed improved her strength and learned a great deal of knowledge. She now understood that the fruit she had eaten was a Logia-type, which allowed her to become intangible and evade most physical attacks, hence why others couldn't hit her. And the means Chen Fan used to catch her was armament hockey. At that moment, over 1,000 meters from the thunder god, a massive marine battleship was sailing. Their appearance here was no coincidence. After Chen Fan had annihilated an entire marine branch, the mission to capture him had been elevated to the highest priority, second only to the special class. Moreover, because Chen Fan's threat was due to his immense potential rather than the strength of a vice admiral or above, many rear admirals and vice admirals had joined forces to track him down and capture him. Rear Admiral, look. The man on that pirate ship seems to be thunder god Chen Fan. A captain holding a telescope spoke to a rear admiral wearing a helmet engraved with a two-headed dragon pattern and a marine cloak. Upon hearing the name thunder god Chen Fan, Enigmo quickly took the telescope and looked toward the thunder god. Seeing that it was indeed Chen Fan, he immediately grew excited and said to the two beside him, Stainless Mamanga, look. Seems like the three of us are lucky. We've actually run into thunder god Chen Fan. The burly bearded Stainless quickly grabbed a telescope from a subordinate and looked ahead. Similarly, Doberman, with his curved mustache and flowing brown hair, also picked up a telescope and peered through it. Let's make a move. Capture him, and we'll surely earn substantial military merit. Enigmo said to the other two. Let's make a move. Capture him, and we'll surely earn substantial military merit. Enigmo said to the other two. Hua Xiaoshan, standing beside him, wore a look of fervent battle lust, eager to seize Chen Fan. Only Doberman remained relatively composed, addressing the two. Should we request reinforcements first? Summon all nearby rear admirals and above to ensure a greater chance of success. What are you saying? Doberman, that Chen Fan is merely at the level of a vice admiral from HQ. Though we hold the rank of rear admirals, our strength matches that of HQ vice admirals. 3 against 1. Why should we fear him? Hua Xiaoshan immediately burst into laughter, glancing at Doberman. Indeed, and if others join, wouldn't that split the military merits? At that moment, Enigmo also stepped forward. Hearing both of them, Doberman ceased his objections. Head toward that pirate ship at full speed. Subsequently, Enigmo issued the command. The marine soldiers beneath them promptly began maneuvering the warship, racing toward the pirate vessel at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, Lafitte, who was at the helm, spotted a marine warship hurtling toward them with incredible velocity. Captain, a marine warship is approaching us, Lafitte called out to Chen Fan behind him. Setting down his food, Chen Fan gazed ahead, spotting 3 officers standing on the deck. Though their current appearances differed slightly from their future selves, the resemblance was unmistakable, and Chen Fan recognized them instantly. Interesting. Enigmo, Doberman, and Hua Xiaoshan. They seem eager, likely coming for me. Chen Fan's expression remained serene as he looked forward. Should we leave? Lafitte asked Chen Fan. No, this is a fine chance to stretch my limbs. A glint of battle intent shone in Chen Fan's eyes. His strength had long been stuck at the boundary between elite vice admiral and vice admiral. He knew he needed to break through either of his color of arms or observation hockey to the 3rd level, or further develop his Goro Goro no Mi powers to reach the elite vice admiral tier. Training alone was too slow. External pressure was necessary to push him further. At their peak, Doberman and the others would be elite vice admirals, but even Borsellino and his peers were only at that level now. Currently, the 3 were at most HQ vice admirals. Chen Fan felt that fighting them alone would provide sufficient pressure. As for Monet, who had never seen such a massive warship, she knew it was the Marines hunting pirates and felt a pang of anxiety. Yet seeing Chen Fan's calm demeanor, she instantly felt reassured. On the Marine warship, now just a few hundred meters away, Doberman and the others realized Chen Fan had undoubtedly spotted them. However, they noticed Chen Fan and his crew weren't fleeing, but remained stationary, as if waiting for them. Be cautious. I've never seen those two beside Chen Fan, Doberman warned the others. He naturally hadn't encountered Lafitte from the Marine branch, nor did he know Lafitte had defected to Chen Fan, as everyone else at that branch had perished. Don't panic. There are just 2 extra people, one frail with a pallid face and a little girl. What threat could they pose? Rest assured, if we 3 attack together, unless Chen Fan has reached elite vice admiral level, he's no match for us. Hua Xiaoshan said boisterously. As time passed with the sea breeze, blowing a minute later, the massive marine warship was less than 100 meters from Chen Fan. Raging Chen Fan, I've heard you're ruthless and composed, but you don't match the tales. Seeing us 3, you stay put. Are you overconfident? Hua Xiaoshan taunted Chen Fan, believing that Sakazuki and Borsellino had exaggerated Chen Fan's strength to set him up for failure. 3 of you, perfect. You'll serve as my stepping stones, Chen Fan replied, his gaze haughty as he looked at them. How arrogant. You dare call us stepping stones. Better think about how you'll survive today, Hua Xiaoshan retorted, anger flaring at being so belittled. We'll see soon enough. You 2 protect yourselves, I'll handle them alone. Chen Fan's body crackled with lightning, vanishing instantly and standing proudly in midair. Hearing Chen Fan refuse his allies' help, even the usually composed Doberman felt a surge of anger. No one liked being underestimated. Yet none of the 3 were fools. They knew none could defeat Chen Fan alone, and only by joining forces could they capture him. Attack together. Hold nothing back. Seize him as fast as possible. Doberman drew his katana, used Jeppo, and soared into the air. Enigmo, without hesitation, used life return, conjuring 6 black arms in an instant. With 8 hands wielding 8 katanas, he used Jeppo to position himself on Doberman's left. Hua Xiaoshan followed suit, drawing his katana and using Jeppo to stand on Doberman's right. Seeing the 3 attack together with Enigmo immediately deploying life return, it was clear they were going all out. Chen Fan showed no fear at this sight, only exhilaration and fierce battle intent. Only such combat could push him past his limits. Armament, Thunder Fist. With a flash of lightning, Chen Fan vanished, charging straight at Doberman in the center. His terrifying thunderous fist seemed to annihilate everything. Seeing this, Doberman remained calm, coating his katana with stage 2 armament haki and slashing toward Chen Fan at blinding speed. Bang! In an instant, the fearsome thunder fist clashed with the haki-infused blade. Under this blow, Doberman felt a tremendous force pushing him backward. Simultaneously, Enigmo and Hua Xiaoshan each wielded their katanas, also coated with stage 2 armament haki, and lunged at Chen Fan with incredible speed. Facing the swiftly approaching attacks of these 2, Chen Fan's expression showed not a trace of panic. The devastating power of lightning erupted once more, its formidable force instantly forcing Doberman to retreat. Then, gathering the lightning power in his hands, he materialized 2 azure thunder spears. The fearsome lightning intercepted their weapons. In the next instant, with a flash of lightning, Chen Fan's figure vanished from where he stood, reappearing behind the 2 from the burning mountain. The sharp thunder spears thrust downward toward their backs. Using their Kinbunshika haki, the 2 from Burning Mountain reacted instantly. Their long swords coated in Busashoko haki effortlessly blocked the attack. At the same time, Doberman's strike came from behind, carrying boundless menace. Elementalizing his body to execute the Navy's 6 powers, Chen Fan vanished once more, evading Doberman's attack, which cleaved through nothing but air. For a time, the battle was intensely balanced. Chen Fan, facing 3 opponents alone, held his ground momentarily, without yielding. However, such a high-intensity outburst, coupled with the need to maintain Kinbunshika haki at its peak at all times, was a tremendous drain on his stamina. The 3 also realized this and kept up their coordinated assault, relentlessly attacking Chen Fan, granting him no chance to catch his breath. In midair, a sky-blue figure clashed repeatedly with 3 others in fierce combat. Blow after blow, flesh against flesh, blood spattering the earth, and devastating lightning filling the sky. Below, aboard the Thunder God, Monet watched with concern and asked Lafitte beside her, "Do you think Big Brother can defeat these 3? Not necessarily. Though it seems evenly matched now, in truth the captain is already at a disadvantage. Such intense consumption, even our captain cannot sustain it for long." Lafitte's expression was unusually serious. Most of the Marines on the warship also failed to discern who held the upper hand. Only some field officers understood, and they already anticipated Doberman and the other 2 rear admirals defeating Chen Fan, earning them military merits and promotions. In midair, Enigmo, wielding his long sword, taunted Chen Fan arrogantly. "I admit you are strong. None of us alone could match you, and perhaps even 2 might not prevail. But 3 against 1, you overestimate your strength. How long can you sustain this high-intensity outburst? Just surrender, and let us take you in." Enigmo, attacking from the right, also jeered. "Too much nonsense." Chen Fan's expression was cold as he continuously hurled thunderous punches forward. Facing the trio's swift assaults, he kept blocking, blood spattering the ground. But his thunderous fists also struck the 3. It became a contest of stamina. At this rate, without a major turn of events, Chen Fan would indeed be defeated. Nevertheless, Chen Fan remained brimming with confidence. The devastating lightning erupted endlessly, pushing past his limits time and again. As time ticked by, the wounds on all four grew heavier, blood continuously splashing onto the sea surface. Chun Fan panted heavily, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, a testament to how enormous his stamina consumption was. But Doberman gave him no respite. The three launched another storm of attacks at Chun Fan. "You're asking for death." With a chilling glare, Chun Fan erupted with terrifying lightning, his fists clashing repeatedly against their long swords. Clang! The sounds of collision rang out incessantly. The four were locked in a stalemate once more, but Chun Fan had gone from exchanging blows to being completely suppressed, able only to defend. With no spare strength to counterattack, Doberman shouted to the other two, "Go all out. Do not underestimate the thunder god Chun Fan." Then the auras of all three surged further. Though their stamina had also been depleted somewhat, they were in far better shape than Chun Fan. Fighting three alone under such intense consumption, Chun Fan was utterly on the defensive. Slowly, fine cuts appeared on his body. Below, Monet saw this and was deeply worried. "What do we do, Lafitte? It looks like the captain is going to lose." "There's nothing we can do. We can only trust the captain now." Lafitte knew well that if they intervened, the Marines on the warship would also act, putting them at an even greater disadvantage. The battle raged on. Sweat poured freely. Chun Fan swung his fists, unceasingly parrying attacks, even the lightning around him beginning to wane. Yet facing the three's siege, Chun Fan's eyes remained resolute. The black substance on his fists seemed on the verge of complete materialization. In the fierce melee, every part of Chun Fan's body, fists, hands, feet, became a weapon. Doberman and the others seemed unaware of the gravity of the situation. They attacked relentlessly, seeking to subdue Chun Fan as quickly as possible. Under such ferocious offense, their stamina also drained. Moreover, they noticed a serious issue in close combat. Whenever Chun Fan's devastating lightning touched them, residual strands of lightning lingered in their bodies, gradually numbing them. But they paid little heed as they held the upper hand. Their sharp, long swords kept striking. At that moment, the black substance on Chun Fan's fists seemed ready to fully materialize. Burning Mountain, wielding his sword in his left hand coated with second-stage Busashoku, Haki attacked Chun Fan at incredible speed. Chun Fan was forced to retreat straight back, while Doberman and the other closed in from both sides. Just then, with a roar, the Busashoku Haki on Chun Fan's fists fully materialized, breaking through to the third level. His power surged in an instant. Shrouded in devastating lightning, Chun Fan forced Burning Mountain back. Then, using both hands, his thunderous fists shot out like cannonballs toward Doberman and the other. Clang! In an instant, the thunder fists collided with the black long swords. Water erupted around them, and the immense force sent Doberman and the other flying backward. Seeing the fully materialized Busashoku Haki, Doberman and the others knew clearly that Chun Fan's Haki had advanced, elevating his combat power. They also understood what this meant. The outcome of the battle was no longer certain. After his breakthrough, Chun Fan revealed a smile, his battle intent blazing as he took the initiative to attack the three adversaries. Gazing at the pitch-black, thunder-veiled fist, Doberman and his companions charged forward without hesitation. The four figures clashed once more, but this time the battle was evenly matched. Amidst the triple siege, Chun Fan focused solely on defense. The surge in power allowed him to repel his foes faster and defend more swiftly against the other two. This enabled him to hold his ground and even seize opportunities to counterattack. Sensing Chun Fan's immense power boost, Doberman and his companions wore grim expressions. They never anticipated that this man could be so terrifying as to break through mid-battle. Aboard the pirate ship below, Monet had initially dared not watch. But seeing Chun Fan re-engage Doberman and the others without falling behind, she quickly asked Lafitte, "How did Big Brother suddenly become so strong? Now he can fight them to a standstill." The captain's armament Haki has reached the third level. The outcome of this battle is no longer certain. Lafitte kept his eyes fixed on the battle above. He had known from the start that Chun Fan had his reasons for not retreating when facing three vice-admirals. If the two pirates wore expressions of excitement, the marine soldiers on the warship looked more disgruntled than if they had eaten something foul. After all, who could have foreseen such a turn of events? Midair, the four continued their fierce struggle. Explosions echoed incessantly as thunder flashed and roared. Doberman and his comrades realized that prolonging this close-quarters combat would never allow them to defeat Chun Fan, whose armament Haki had advanced to the third level. "Let's stop wasting time with him," Doberman said to the other two. Mountain Burns and Wolf Spider immediately grasped Doberman's intent. Doberman charged forward first, his long blade brimming with formidable power. Chun Fan faced the strike without fear, punching forward with thunderous force. Clang! The instant they clashed, Doberman was sent flying. Meanwhile, Wolf Spider and Mountain Burns flanked him from left and right, swinging their long blades with blinding speed. With a calm demeanor, Chun Fan unleashed devastating power from both fists. The three collided, all of them sent reeling back dozens of meters. Chun Fan, this ends now. Together, armament golden slash. Doberman's blood boiled as he gripped his pitch-black long blade. With a swing, a golden sword aura materialized, hurtling toward Chen Fan. Armament spider silk extreme slash. Armament blazing slash. Simultaneously, wolf spider and mountain burns erupted with blood energy, their hearts pounding as they activated life return. The immense power infused their jet-black blades as they swung forward. Instantly, a black sword aura several meters long, a red one of the same size, and the golden one, all carrying terrifying might, converged on Chen Fan. You think you can defeat me? 120 million volts Thunder Dragon. Facing these three powerful attacks, Chen Fan remained expressionless, raising both hands. In a flash, dark clouds gathered overhead. Terrifying thunder roared as a blue dragon over 10 meters long took shape, obliterating everything in its path and descending from the sky at breakneck speed. Boom. In an instant, the thunder dragon collided with the three sword auras like two mountains crashing together. An explosion erupted, annihilating everything around, sending shockwaves in all directions. The powerful blast sent Chen Fan, Doberman, and the others flying. Seawater surged, and the massive warship below began to rock violently. The Thor in particular nearly capsized entirely. The four figures flew hundreds of meters before stabilizing themselves. They exchanged glances. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan, crackling with thunder, vanished midair and reappeared aboard the Thor. Meanwhile, Doberman and his companions looked at each other and returned to their warship. Let's go. Leave this place. The first words Chen Fan uttered upon returning to the Thor were to order Lafitte to set sail. Hearing the command, Lafitte acted without hesitation, starting the Thor and steering it toward the horizon. The Marines on the warship watched as Chen Fan's crew prepared to depart. Vice Admiral, should we pursue? They're leaving, several officers quickly asked. No. Let them go, Doberman replied, standing motionless. The other two remained silent. 2 minutes later, the Thor, racing at full speed, had traveled several thousand meters. Chen Fan could no longer hold back. Puffed. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Having fought to his limit, the shockwave from the earlier clash had churned his internal organs. He had forcibly suppressed his discomfort in front of Doberman and the others. However, Chen Fan guessed that their injuries were no lighter than his, otherwise why would they have let him go? Of course, even knowing they were injured, Chen Fan wouldn't choose to fight to the death. His goal was already achieved. Through this battle, his armament hockey had successfully broken through to the 3rd level. If the fight continued, even if he could kill all three, there was still a ship full of Marine soldiers and officers. A protracted battle would likely end in mutual destruction. Big brother, are you alright? Seeing Chen Fan's pale face and the blood he spat, Monet asked with concern. Captain, are you okay? Should we speed up to avoid being caught by the Marines? Lafitte also inquired. I'm fine. Don't worry. Those three are worse off than I am. After speaking, Chen Fan fetched a large pile of food from the cabin and began to eat. Warm currents spread through Chen Fan's body, flowing into his internal organs like rain after a drought, steadily healing his wounds. Feeling stabilized, Chen Fan picked up bandages, bound his wounds, and closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, aboard the Marine warship, after Chen Fan's ship had sailed away, Puffed. Doberman could no longer hold back. A mouthful of blood burst forth, and he fell to one knee. Mountain Burns and Wolf Spider were in worse condition. Their bodies, pushed beyond their limits, began to bleed profusely, as if on the verge of collapse. Witnessing this, the Navy medics dared not hesitate, immediately escorting the three for treatment. At this moment, Doberman was consumed by regret, wondering why he had not persisted in waiting for reinforcements from other officers. He understood clearly that Chen Fan was also gravely wounded, hence his hasty departure. Had another Vice Admiral-level combatant arrived, they could have surely captured him. Yet there is no medicine for regret in this world. 2 hours later, Doberman forced his battered body upright and used a Den Mushy to report the failure of their mission to apprehend Chen Fan. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Kong, known as the Iron Fist, learned that Chen Fan's strength had advanced so rapidly that he could single-handedly hold his own against 3 Vice Admirals from headquarters. This signified that his prowess might have reached the level of an elite Vice Admiral, otherwise such a feat would be impossible. That wretched brat growing so strong so fast. No, after Roger's execution, I must elevate his capture priority, Kong thought. Kong resolved that he must never allow Chen Fan to rise further for this. See, it was already chaotic enough. However, he could not attend to Chen Fan at present, as the Navy's foremost priority was the public execution of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, scheduled in little over 10 days. Subsequently, Kong ordered Chen Fan's bounty to be raised by another 100 million. A bounty of 1,100 million was a terrifying figure for a youth not yet 20. As night fell and the sea wind howled, Chen Fan had already awakened. Bathed twice in the surge of heat, his wounds had nearly healed. Gazing at the fully materialized armament hockey coating his fists, Chen Fan mused that his strength now bordered on that of an elite Vice Admiral. He then compared his power to Sakazuki's. Shaking his head, he acknowledged the gap remained. To catch up his observation haki, must reach the third stage. Moreover, his mastery of the Goro Goro Nomi required further refinement. Though he spent over 4 hours daily developing its abilities leveraging his formidable physique, his progress was swift. Yet he had only possessed the fruit for a few months. Achieving such proficiency in that time was already extraordinary. Breaking through to the third level of observation haki seemed imminent, but advancing the fruit's capabilities further within a month or two was unlikely. With that thought, Chen Fan temporarily set aside his vendetta against Sakazuki. His mind turned to another, Henry Davis, the Navy Vice Admiral whom Budek had begged him to kill. Chen Fan had refrained from pursuing him earlier because most Navy Vice Admirals possessed elite-level strength. Seeking revenge then would have been suicide. Now Chen Fan planned to eliminate Henry Davis after the Pirate King's execution. In the interim, he would push his observation haki to the third stage. Dismissing further thoughts, he noticed his wounds had scabbed and peeled. He began simple training on the deck. Observing from a distance, Lafitte and Monet wore astonished expressions. Big brother, is he a monster? He was so badly injured at noon, and now only 8 hours later, he seems nearly recovered. He's already training. Monet's small mouth formed an O of amazement. How intriguing. A captain like this is worthy of my allegiance. Lafitte's pale face curved into a smile. Days passed. 18 days later in Low Town of the East Blue, one day remained until the execution of Pirate King Roger. Chen Fan and his companions walked the streets of Low Town, each wearing large hats that shaded half their faces. The town was packed with a multitude of pirates and a great number of Navy soldiers and officers maintaining order. Tomorrow marked Roger's execution, drawing countless notorious pirates to witness the fall of a legendary figure. Yet these pirates, usually rampaging across the seas, refrained from causing trouble in Low Town. The Navy had been showcasing its formidable strength for days. Hero of the Navy Garp Buddha Sengoku Vice Admiral Tsuru and the 3 monster Vice Admirals were all present, along with numerous Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals. Nearly half of the Navy headquarters might was concentrated here. With such figures around, how dared the pirates act recklessly? The emperors among pirates, like Shiki Whitebeard and Red Earl, were absent. Most present were their crew members or other pirates. Their current strength was no match for powerhouses like Garp. Yet they feared not being captured, for the Navy's primary focus was Roger's public execution. The Navy had to prevent Roger's crew from attempting a rescue, leaving little energy for pursuing other pirates. This was why Chen Fan dared to appear. As long as one did not provoke them, the Navy would not actively hunt pirates at this time. Big brother, how could the Pirate King so strong be captured by the Navy? Monet asked, having heard many tales of Roger. Who knows? Maybe he turned himself in, Chen Fan joked. Monet and Lafitte naturally took it as a jest, unable to believe the Pirate King would surrender. Seeing their disbelief, Chen Fan said no more. He could hardly explain that he knew Roger, mortally wounded, and with little time left, had chosen his death to usher in the great age of pirates. Walking through the streets, Chen Fan spotted many future famous pirates: Marco the Phoenix of the Whitebeard Pirates, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and even the future world's strongest swordsman Dracula Mihawk. Yet he approached none, unwilling to stir trouble before Roger's execution. Nor did he intend to rescue the Pirate King, lacking the strength. Garp and Sengoku were in their prime. As an elite vice admiral, any disruption would be suicidal. The 3 of them casually found a tavern and sat down. At that moment, a figure appeared wearing a Wynard hat, a white shirt, and a long red coat. Most notably, he carried a massive famous sword slung across his back, taller than a man. This was none other than Hawkeye Mihawk, who had just walked into the same tavern. Chen Fan gazed at Hawkeye Mihawk, who was about his age, and mused to himself if he could recruit the future world's greatest swordsman onto his ship then. With this thought, Chen Fan decided to give it a try. Though the chance of success was slim, what if it worked? You two wait here for me. After instructing them, Chen Fan headed toward Hawkeye Mihawk. Hello, my name is Chen Fan. He sat down and greeted him. Hearing the name, Hawkeye Mihawk looked up. He had heard of this name. Thor Chen Fan, a name that pirates in the New World would likely know. Thor Chen Fan, is there something you need? Hawkeye Mihawk's sharp, eagle-like eyes fixed on Chen Fan. I want to recruit you to join my crew. If you agree, you'll be the vice captain. Chen Fan extended his invitation. I only aim to become the world's greatest swordsman, not to board your ship. Hawkeye Mihawk refused bluntly. Hearing this, Chen Fan was not discouraged. He knew it wouldn't be easy to recruit Hawkeye Mihawk. Name your terms or conditions as long as you agree to join my crew. Though Chen Fan felt like subduing Hawkeye Mihawk by force, this place was hardly suitable for a brawl. If you can defeat me with swordsmanship, I will become your crew member, Hawkeye Mihawk said coldly. Hearing this, Chen Fan knew it was impossible. Not to mention whether Hawkeye Mihawk's swordsmanship had reached the level of a great swordsman. He himself had no skill with the sword. Just as Chen Fan was pondering how to recruit Hawkeye Mihawk, a furious voice rang out, Thor Chen Fan. Chen Fan turned his gaze toward the voice and saw a short, lecherous figure. Beside that figure stood a tall, slender beauty with long legs and delicate features. Behind them followed several marine soldiers. It was none other than the patrolling Hitan and Gion. I was wondering who it was, just a short, lecherous dwarf. Chun Fan taunted Hitan with a sneer. Hearing this insult especially in front of his goddess, Hitan could not contain himself. Chun Fan, how dare you show up here? Do you believe he'll arrest you right now? Really? Do you dare to make a move now? And you, a mere loser, what right do you have to claim you'll arrest me? A little dwarf. Chun Fan lounged leisurely in his chair looking arrogantly at Hitan. Unable to hold back any longer, Hitan drew his twin guns ready to attack. At this moment Gion placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't act rashly. Remember the Fleet Admiral's orders. During this period focus on executing Pirate King Roger, avoid unnecessary trouble. Hearing his goddess words, Hitan had to forcibly suppress his fury. He glared at Chun Fan with venomous eyes. If looks could kill, Chun Fan would have died many times over. Hawkeye, my hawk, believe me, one day you'll join my crew. The ones I set my sights on never escape. Let's go. Chun Fan smiled at Hawkeye, my hawk, then called for Lafitte and Monet, who were sitting at a nearby table. Little dwarf, looking forward to our next meeting. Before leaving, Chun Fan couldn't resist taunting Hitan one more time. Hearing this, Hitan's rage erupted like a volcano. His fists clenched as he yearned to fight Chun Fan to the death. But for now he could only hold back. Watching Chun Fan's retreating figure, Gion grew curious. What kind of man was this? Someone who had escaped from the legendary Impel Down and whose strength had skyrocketed so rapidly. Most strikingly, he was so young. According to the records, Chun Fan was only 17, yet he had accomplished such earth-shattering feats, possessing extraordinary talent. It was hard to imagine that if such a pirate were allowed to grow, another emperor might rise upon the seas. Chun Fan, leading Monet and the others, left the tavern and quickly departed from the street. After all, he had dared to provoke Hitan so arrogantly, because Hitan was no match for him. Even if Gion joined in a two-on fight, couldn't subdue him quickly. Moreover, it would cause too much chaos. That was the real reason Hitan and Gion didn't dare act. If it were Garp and Chun Fan had been so cocky, Garp would have already thrown a punch. Given Chun Fan's current strength facing a Pikara Garp, he might not last more than a few moves. Big brother, who was that person you tried to recruit? Is he very strong? Monet asked curiously. Quite strong. He might already possess the strength of a great swordsman. Chun Fan replied with a smile, thinking that this guy was no ordinary. He would become the world's greatest swordsman in the future. A great swordsman? What's that? Lafitte, do you know? Monet, who had just learned about hockey from the West Blue, naturally didn't understand what a great swordsman was. A great swordsman can be understood as a realm, roughly the pinnacle of swordsmanship on the seas. Legend has it there's another realm beyond, but that's just a myth. Lafitte explained to Monet. So powerful. No wonder Big Brother wanted to recruit him. Monet thought that the cold-looking youth must indeed be incredibly strong. Without further chatter, Chun Fan and his group found a place to stay, settling in for the night to await tomorrow's grand spectacle. Even at the inn, Chun Fan persisted with basic physical training. He continuously did push-ups, but the more he did, the more frustrated he became. Because no matter how many push-ups he performed, his body no longer felt much fatigue. This was not a good sign. It meant ordinary push-ups could no longer push his physical limits further. He had to increase the difficulty. Previously, Chun Fan had done push-ups carrying a massive boulder along with other basic exercises. But now such weight was barely sufficient for him, and once his physique improved further, it would no longer be enough. He couldn't possibly train with a mountain strapped to his back. Pausing his workout, Chun Fan pondered how to intensify his training regime. After a moment of contemplation, a thought struck him. The Marines seemed to possess a device known as a gravity bangle capable of modulating gravity with a maximum load of several tons. It seemed he would need to find an opportunity to seize a gravity bangle from a Marine branch. With this resolution, Chun Fan vanished from the inn, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he streaked across the sky. In the heavens, Chun Fan's entire form blazed with destructive lightning. Since high-intensity physical training was impossible within the inn, he decided to dedicate his efforts to developing his devil fruit abilities. Streaks of azure lightning continuously swirled around him. He now sought to fuse his previous blood rage state with his fruit's power, aiming to develop a form that would amplify his strength. However, this was clearly no simple task. As the night wind whistled by, the hours passed until dawn. Only when the first rays of morning light appeared did Chun Fan cease his ability development and return to the inn. A sleepless night did little to hinder him now. After a quick shower, he went downstairs to eat. Monet and Lafitte also descended at that moment. Over a dozen dishes were laid out on the table for the three of them. Of course, this wasn't due to extravagance, but because Chun Fan could genuinely consume that much. With Chun Fan's whirlwind chopstick speed, the dozen dishes vanished in just over 10 minutes. Fortunately, Lafitte and Monet had modest appetites, otherwise they would have had to order more. A faint warm current radiated from within Chun Fan, flowing from his blood into his internal organs, subtly enhancing his physical constitution. Though the increase was minuscule, its accumulation over time would be terrifying. In a few years, or perhaps a decade, Chun Fan's physique might even rival that of Kaido of the Beasts. After finishing their meal, Chun Fan and his companions left the inn, heading towards the plaza of Logia Town. At 11 o'clock that morning, the Pirate King was to be executed. By the time Chun Fan's group arrived, the Logia Town plaza was packed with a sea of people, the vast majority of whom were pirates. Some were even notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion berries, a sight unlikely to ever be witnessed again. Yet despite the immense crowd of pirates, not a single riot broke out. This was because two figures were seated upon a dais several meters high in the center of the plaza. One had a crew cut, wore a black suit, and was munching on a donut. The other sported frog-like glasses, a long braided beard, and a seagull perched upon his hat. They were none other than Marine Hero Garp and Fleet Admiral Buddha Sengoku. With their sheer presence alone, even the most formidable pirates below dared not make a reckless move. For only the emperors of the sea could stand against them. Figures like Phoenix, Marco, Hawkeye, Mihawk, or red-haired Shanks were still too inexperienced in their eyes. Standing beside them were 3 Marine Vice Admirals, though they seemed green compared to Garp and Sengoku. No one dared underestimate them. Their reputations as the 3 monsters of the Marines were forged through sheer undeniable strength. Sakazuki, Borsalino, Kazan. These 3 Logia-type monsters were the nightmare of most pirates in the New World. Rumors even suggested that once their power matured, the Marines would usher in the era of the 3 admirals. However, today's spotlight belonged to none of them, but to the Pirate King Joel D. Roger. Under the scorching sun, the crowd waited for an hour. Yet no one felt impatient, only anxious. At that moment, every gaze was fixed on the dais, including Chun Fan's. A clanking sound echoed as sea stone chains scraped the floor. A figure was escorted out by 2 Marine Vice Admirals. Though he remained utterly silent and was bound in chains, this man still exuded an overwhelming aura, a terrifying pressure that weighed upon all who beheld him. Sakazuki and the other 2 simultaneously locked their eyes on the man. As Pirate King Roger turned his head, his gaze met theirs. It was a pair of profoundly deep eyes. With just a single glance, Borsalino and the others felt as if they were confronting a mountain. Before the Pirate King, they were still far too immature. Then Pirate King Roger's gaze swept over the crowd below. What a magnificent era. A pity I won't live to see it. Seated nearby, Sengoku's face was stern, while Garp hung his head low. He simply couldn't fathom why Roger had turned himself in. As rivals for over a decade, Garp and Roger had become something of friends and foes. When Roger was led to the execution platform, 2 executioners stood by his side, even knowing death was imminent. Pirate King Roger's expression remained serene, utterly devoid of fear. His composure in the face of death was truly admirable. At that moment, Buddha Sengoku rose from his seat and began to recount the criminal life of the Pirate King. Pirate King Roger, heinous and guilty of the most unforgivable crimes. The speech dragged on for over 10 minutes. However, the majority of the audience were pirates. Oh, why would they listen attentively to such marine propaganda? Most pirates wore expressions of boredom, yawning openly, though they dared not voice their displeasure. After all, the strength of Sengoku and Garp was right there alongside a host of vice admirals and warships. With such battle power assembled, even an emperor's crew would stand no chance. Commenced the execution. Finishing his speech, Buddha Sengoku immediately declared. Simultaneously, Garp rose to his feet, prepared to prevent any members of the Roger pirates from attempting a rescue. Though he too wished Roger didn't have to die, his duty as a Marine soldier was paramount. The pirates below watched the dais with eager anticipation, looking forward to a spectacle. However, they were clearly destined for disappointment. The crew of the Roger pirates did not appear. Instead, a man with a purple crew cut and an ordinary face shouted from the crowd, "Hey, Pirate King, where did you hide all the treasure you found? Is it really on the Grand Line? Did you really find the legendary treasure, the One Piece?" Pirate King Roger lifted his head, a smile spreading across his lips. Countless din mushy broadcast the scene. The Marines were transmitting this grand execution of the Pirate King across the entire world. "You want my treasure? You can have it. I left everything I gathered in one place. Go find it," Pirate King Roger declared with a booming laugh, his voice thunderous and stirring. Upon hearing these words, Sengoku the Buddha immediately grew anxious. "Make a move. Do it now. Kill him." The 2 executioners instantly swung their blades down. As blood flowed, the Pirate King Roger, a legendary figure, met his end, having ignited an era with his life. At that moment, the pirates below erupted into chaos. The Marines, struggling to maintain order, could not hold them back, as all rushed to seek the treasure left by the Pirate King. Among the crowd, some wept bitterly for Roger's demise. A young red-haired Shanks, clutching his straw hat, sobbed uncontrollably, while the crew of the Pirate King's ship desperately pulled him back, fearing he might act rashly. The entire square descended into pandemonium. If even this place, swarming with Marines, was in such turmoil, what of the rest of the world? On a distant island, a shopkeeper abandoned his wares, shuttering his store without a second thought, ready to set sail. Some resorted to robbery in the streets to fund their voyage. Others abandoned their families, heedless of spouse or child, driven solely by the quest for treasure. In an instant, the seas were thrown into disarray. The pirates of the New World, brimming with ambition, all vied for the Pirate King's treasure. Across the 4 Blues Marine branch bases came under relentless assault from pirates. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Kong, the current Fleet Admiral, found himself overwhelmed. He had never anticipated such turmoil, just as he neared promotion. Most Marine branches, unable to withstand the onslaught, could only plead for reinforcements from headquarters. The world was instantly plunged into chaos. Thus began the Great Pirate Era. In Logia, Chen Fan watched the turmoil, but chose not to intervene. Turning to Lafitte and Monet, he said, "Let's go." The three slipped away amid the chaos, accompanied by many pirates who also departed. With Garp the hero and Sengoku the Buddha present, most pirates, after their initial frenzy, wisely avoided courting death by causing trouble there. Minutes later, Chen Fan and his crew returned to the Thunder God. "Captain, where to next?" Lafitte inquired. "A new era has dawned. Chaos will rule these seas, and the powers must be reshuffled. We set sail for the New World, and our next goal to become its emperors." A smile curled on Chen Fan's lips as he gazed at the boundless ocean. "I will follow you, Captain," Lafitte declared, removing his hat with a gentlemanly bow. His ambition was to turn these seas upside down. "He'll follow you too, big brother," little Monet chimed in, still too young to grasp the significance of the new era. She only knew that she no longer wished to flee. Life aboard this ship was far more thrilling than her past. As the sea breeze gently blew and seagulls soared overhead, the Thunder God sped across the East Blue's surface. An hour later, under the blazing sun, Chen Fan trained relentlessly on the deck, carrying a massive boulder over 3 meters tall on his back. Sweat poured from his brow, yet he continued his push-ups without pause. 9998. 9999. 10000. Only when his arms ached unbearably did he cease. Rising, he rested briefly before devouring his meal. Within minutes, he had consumed 5 plates of food. Waves of warmth surged through his body as green energy repaired his injuries and alleviated his fatigue. After eating, the soreness in his arms vanished completely. Lafitte and Monet had grown accustomed to this sight. Under Chen Fan's subtle influence, they too had intensified their training. Monet had already mastered the first of the 6 powers, and her physical strength had doubled. Just as Chen Fan prepared to resume training, he halted. Above the Thunder God, a colossal azure flame bird soared. He recognized it instantly. "Wait for me here," he said briefly. With a flash of lightning, he vanished. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Lafitte watched, knowing his captain was pursuing the azure bird. But why chase after Marco the Phoenix? "Lafitte, what's Big Brother up to?" Monet asked. "I'm not sure." "Well, wait here," Lafitte replied with a shake of his head. Elsewhere, midair, Marco the Phoenix noticed his pursuer. He ceased flapping, hovering as he turned to face the lightning figure. Recognizing the newcomer, he asked, "Chen Fan, why are you following me?" "I wish to spar with you, Marco the Phoenix." Chen Fan had no intention of recruiting Marco. He knew the man would never betray Whitebeard. He sought only a fierce battle to advance his observation hockey to the 3rd stage. "Interesting. Chen Fan, you wish to spar with me. Are you that confident?" Marco's blue flames flared. Chen Fan regarded the 20-something Marco. "As a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, do you dare accept my challenge?" Invoking the Whitebeard Pirates' name, Marco had no choice. "Very well. I'm Marco the Phoenix, commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Accept your challenge." In the next instant, blue flames erupted around him as he transformed into his hybrid form. His flaming wings spread wide, his body ablaze with cerulean fire. He had heard of Chen Fan's exploits and would not underestimate this younger man. Lightning crackled as Chen Fan met Marco's gaze, his expression devoid of arrogance. He knew that while Marco had yet to reach his prime, he was still no weaker than an average vice admiral, perhaps even on par with an elite one. This was why Chen Fan had come alone. If he couldn't win, his lightning speed would ensure Marco could never catch him. This was why Chen Fan had come alone. If he couldn't win, his lightning speed would ensure Marco could never catch him. Thunder Fist. Without hesitation, Chen Fan gathered the crackling annihilation lightning onto his fist, his figure moving like a specter as he vanished from his spot. His fist, brimming with formidable power, hurtled directly toward Marco. Blue flame. Faced with this mighty lightning, Marco showed no trace of fear. Blue flames coalesced onto his fist as well, and with a sonic boom, he thrust it forward. Boom. Their fists collided like dueling flood dragons. The undying flames and the annihilation lightning clashed violently, and in an instant their bodies transformed into 2 streaks of light, ceaselessly engaging in combat. The battle was fierce, a bloody melee where every blow struck flesh. From the very start, neither held back. Chen Fan's right leg, imbued with lightning, and the third stage of armament hockey descended like a colossal pillar of heaven, slashing fiercely toward Marco. Showing no fear, Marco's arms ignited with blue flames, and he crossed them before him, forcefully blocking the kick. Then he pushed upward with immense force, forcing Chen Fan back. Seizing the moment, Chen Fan flipped in midair to regain his balance. Simultaneously, Marco's right hand formed into a claw wreathed in endless flames and lunged viciously at Chen Fan. With a cold expression, Chen Fan shrouded his fist in annihilation lightning and threw a powerful punch. In an instant, blood splattered. A claw mark several centimeters deep appeared on Chen Fan's chest with residual blue flames clinging to it. On the other side, Marco was sent staggering back dozens of meters by Chen Fan's punch before finally stopping. A patch of his body was charred black. Thunder God Chen Fan, no wonder the Navy calls you a prodigy. Your talent and strength are truly terrifying. Marco regarded Chen Fan with a somber expression. Is that so? Then you'd better step it up, or you might end up dead at my hands. A cold smirk curled on Chen Fan's lips. This evenly matched opponent ignited a fierce fighting spirit within him. Kill me. What a joke. I'm a commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco's gaze turned icy and endless blue flames erupted in an instant, leaving a trail of light across the sky as he charged directly at Chen Fan. Seeing this, Chen Fan vanished in an instant, unleashing terrifying lightning that flashed across the entire sky. Bang! Bang! For a time, the two exchanged blows endlessly. Endless flames, devastating lightning, and explosions roared through the sky. Drops of blood scattered across the sea, stirring up waves. Meanwhile, from over a kilometer away, Lafitte sensed the commotion and turned his gaze toward the direction of the battle. However, Lafitte had no intention of approaching. He understood that Chen Fan had not called him or Monet to join and surely had his reasons. Time slipped by, and half an hour later the fiery and thunderous figures clashed once more before both were sent flying backward. Huff! Huff! Chen Fan panted heavily, drenched in blood, his body covered in wounds. Yet the blue lightning still crackled around him, humming with energy. On the other side, the Phoenix Marco fared no better. Wounds began to appear on his body, cold sweat dripped from his brow, and he gasped for air. After all, he was known as the undying Phoenix, capable of instantly recovering from most injuries with his ability. Yet now several gruesome and terrifying wounds lingered on his body, slow to heal, a testament to the severity of his injuries. I admit you're strong, but that's not enough to beat me. Blue Flame Giant Bird. In an instant, the blue flames on Marco's body expanded as if to consume everything. He raised his hands, and a massive blue flame bird dozens of meters in size was born. Screech! With a piercing cry, the blue flame bird, carrying the power to incinerate all, surged toward Chen Fan at tremendous speed. The weak remain weak, the strong remain strong. I will be the victor of this battle. 120 million volts, Thunder Dragon. In a flash, Chen Fan's annihilation lightning erupted fully. As he raised his hands, dark clouds gathered. Zzz. A blue dragon descended from the heavens, its claws outstretched as if to destroy everything in its path. Boom! In an instant, the Thunder Dragon and the Flame Giant Bird collided. A tremendous explosion resounded, obliterating everything around. The sky changed color, and shockwaves radiated outward. Both Chen Fan and Marco were sent flying by the powerful blast. Several seconds later, the earth-shaking explosion finally subsided. After being hurled hundreds of meters away, Chen Fan and Marco managed to stabilize themselves. Both were covered in wounds with streams of blood flowing incessantly. They locked eyes, the blazing flames and terrifying lightning standing opposed in the sky. After such a prolonged battle, both understood that their strength was evenly matched. If they continued, the outcome of life or death was uncertain. Clearly, neither wished to fight to the death, yet neither was willing to back down first. Thus, Chen Fan and Marco stood proudly in the air, locked in a stalemate, neither making a move. After about a minute, Marco said, "Next time we meet, you'll be my defeated opponent." With those harsh words, Marco took his leave first. He had a mission from his father Whitebeard in the East Blue and couldn't afford to waste time with Chen Fan. Is that so? Hope you don't fall too far behind by then. Chen Fan smirked coldly, but chose not to pursue. He knew that his chances of killing Marco were less than 60%. More importantly, this battle was to test his own strength and hasten his breakthrough to the third level of observation hockey. Chen Fan could already sense the threshold of the third level of observation hockey. He believed that with a few more days of training he would break through. Then, with a flash of lightning across the sky, Chen Fan vanished, heading toward the Thunder God. 2 minutes later, the devastating lightning descended upon the ship. Seeing the streaks of blue lightning, Lafitte and Monet showed no fear, knowing it was their captain returning. As the lightning dissipated, Chen Fan appeared before them covered in blood. Monet was startled, unaware of the battle he had just fought. "Big brother, what happened? Why are you so badly hurt after going out?" Monet asked with concern. "Nothing much. I got an itch and had a fight," Chen Fan replied simply, then sat down and started eating without waiting for anyone else. Instantly, a faint warm current spread through his body, continuously nourishing his injuries, and the external wounds quickly began to scab over. Watching this, Monet wondered if she was too useless. Why could she never help in battles? She clenched her small fists and resolved to train harder, hoping to be of assistance next time. After spending months on this ship, Monet had unconsciously developed a sense of belonging and even a certain dependence on Chen Fan. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Marco the Phoenix, soaring through the sky, had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Recalling the devastating thunder, a look of wariness filled his expression. The reason he had retreated first, aside from carrying out his father's orders, was that he had been at a disadvantage in that battle. Though it seemed evenly matched, Marco knew that under the influence of that thunder his body had already grown slightly numb. It might not matter at first, but in a life-or-death struggle that hint of numbness could prove decisive. Thunder God Chen Fan. That guy's strength is terrifying. They'll have to be more careful from now on. A look of deep caution crossed Marco's face, and then his body transformed into a streak of blue light, vanishing into the sky. 2 months later, a pirate ship flying a Thunderbolt flag appeared in the New World. Chen Fan was training on the deck as usual. After 2 months, his observation haki had successfully reached the 3rd level. His strength had truly reached the level of a Marine Headquarters elite Vice Admiral. Beside him, Monet had also intensified her training, going from 8 hours a day to 10 with guidance from Chen Fan. She had already mastered half of the 6 powers. Lafitte too trained whenever he had time. They both knew that if they didn't grow stronger quickly, they would only hold Chen Fan back. What's our first move, Captain? Lafitte had followed Chen Fan mainly to turn this world upside down. Kill a Marine Vice Admiral and give the Marines a surprise. First, find a small island and go to the underground black market to buy information on Vice Admiral Henry David. Chen Fan's expression turned cold as he spoke. Roger that, Captain. Lafitte didn't question why this particular Vice Admiral, it didn't matter to him. Then the Thunder God sped forward at full sail. Just as Chen Fan was about to resume his training on the deck, he stopped. He saw a man sitting on a chair atop a simple raft ahead of them. The raft had only a single sail. It was hard to imagine anyone daring to sail the sea like that. Chen Fan recognized the man with the wynard hat and the renowned sword on his back, and a smile crept onto his face. Seems like fate keeps bringing me and this Hawkeye Mihawk together. To think we'd meet here. Chen Fan smiled, and with a flash of thunder his body vanished from the spot. The next second, thunder descended and Chen Fan appeared directly on Mihawk's raft. Lafitte and Monet on the Thunder God also spotted Hawkeye Mihawk. What do you think Big Brother is going to do, eh? Monet asked Lafitte. Obviously the captain wants to recruit that swordsman, Lafitte replied slowly. Can I help you? Hawkeye Mihawk naturally recognized Chen Fan. Become my crewmate, Chen Fan invited again. Defeat me with your sword, or give me a reason to convince me. Though Mihawk wasn't opposed to joining a crew, he was used to solitude. I will reach the final island. Join my crew and you will encounter many powerful great swordsmen. You can duel them until you become the world's greatest swordsman. Chen Fan thought for a moment. He had no real leverage to tempt Hawkeye, so he offered the only condition he could think of. One that wasn't truly a condition. Why should I believe you? Or rather, that's not much of a condition. Mihawk's sharp eagle-like eyes stared straight at Chen Fan. True, it's not much of a condition. But I know of someone who may have reached a realm beyond that of a great swordsman. If you agree to join my crew, I'll tell you. Chen Fan knew that for someone like Hawkeye, even the title of world's greatest swordsman held little allure. Mihawk lived for the sword, and his goal was undoubtedly to pursue the supreme realm. Hearing about a realm beyond the great swordsman, a flicker of change finally appeared in Hawkeye's eyes. After a few seconds of hesitation, he spoke. If you can tell me who possesses swordsmanship beyond the great swordsman, I will join your crew. But I have one more condition: you must defeat me. I want to acknowledge someone weaker than me as my captain. Mihawk stared intently at Chen Fan. Naturally. As for the one beyond the great swordsman, it is. Chen Fan agreed, and then revealed the identity of the skilled swordsman among the 5 elders to Hawkeye. Of course, Chen Fan wasn't sure if that elder had truly reached the realm beyond the great swordsman. But he could be certain that the old man's swordsmanship was no less than extraordinary, so it wasn't entirely a lie to Mihawk. Hearing the name and the identity, Hawkeye didn't harbor much doubt. Instead, he fell into deep thought. He wasn't foolish enough to challenge one of the 5 elders now. He knew he had only just reached the level of a great swordsman. There was still a considerable gap between him and the realm beyond. Come on, let's fight. As I said, if you win, I'll board your ship. With that, Hawkeye drew the legendary Supreme Great Blade, one of the 12 works Euro. Gazing at the profound, pitch-black sword, Chen Fan said, so this is one of the Supreme Great Blades. After speaking, Chen Fan's body blazed with devastating thunder. In an instant, 2 opposing auras clashed over the sea. One was the terrifying thunder, the other a soaring sword intent. Aboard the Thunder God, Monet and the others naturally overheard their conversation. Lafitte, do you think Big Brother can defeat that Hawkeye Mihawk? Monet, unfamiliar with the name, could only turn to Lafitte. This Hawkeye Mihawk is formidable, hailed as the one most likely to become the world's greatest swordsman. However, our captain is called a prodigy among prodigies, Lafitte said with a smile. This was another reason he had chosen to follow Chen Fan. Meanwhile, high in the sky, the battle between Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk had begun. Mihawk executed a footwork technique eerily similar to the Navy's moonwalk. Thunder Fist. Lightning crackled as Chen Fan's figure vanished, azure bolts swirling around him. The devastating Thunder Fist propelled at incredible speed with terrifying might, hurtled directly toward Hawkeye Mihawk. With a cold expression, Mihawk gripped his black blade, its surface coated with the third stage of armament hockey. He slashed forward in a single motion. In an instant, a green sword aura several meters long tore through everything in its path toward Chen Fan. Clang! In a flash, the Thunder Fist and the green sword aura clashed like dueling dragons, their immense power causing the surrounding sea to erupt. After mere seconds of stalemate, Chen Fan's fearsome Thunder Fist shattered the green sword aura. Simultaneously, Hawkeye Mihawk closed in, wielding his black blade Yuru. In an instant, they collided. The sounds of Thunder Fist meeting Supreme Great Sword rang out incessantly, blasting the surrounding sea. Both fought with full force, holding nothing back. A bloody, brutal brawl where every blow struck flesh. Sword, hand, foot. Every part of their bodies became weapons. As droplets of blood scattered to the earth, their exchange grew faster. Below, Monet could only see a green and a blue figure clashing in midair. Even Lafitte could only perceive their afterimages. Time slipped by. After 15 minutes, Chen Fan's right leg dark as a colossal pillar whipped toward Mihawk's head. With a cold demeanor, Mihawk coated his black blade in pitch-black armament hockey, raising it to block the kick. Then Chen Fan's right fist, brimming with fearsome lightning, shot straight toward Hawkeye's chest. Seeing this, Hawkeye Mihawk showed no fear nor any intention to dodge. He coated his left fist in jet-black armament hockey and threw a punch of his own. In an instant, both fists struck each other's chests. The immense force sent both staggering backward. Your strength is terrifying. No wonder you are called the future world's greatest swordsman. Chen Fan, impressed by Mihawk's power, grew even more eager to recruit him as a crew member. After all, having a future world's greatest swordsman on board would greatly aid his plans. Thunder God Chen Fan, a prodigy. That assessment suits you perfectly. Hawkeye Mihawk was somewhat surprised by Chen Fan's formidable strength. He rarely encountered anyone of a similar age who could trade blows with him so evenly. But in the end, I will win this fight. Surrender and become the captain of my combat division. 150 million volts. Thunder Dragon. A confident smile curled on Chen Fan's lips as devastating lightning blazed, spreading as he raised his hands. The sky instantly darkened with storm clouds, thunder roaring within them. A colossal azure thunder dragon extended its claws, radiating overwhelming, world-shattering power as it plunged toward Hawkeye Mihawk below. You're too confident. Heavens divide. Hawkeye Mihawk gripped Yoru with both hands, coating it in fully solidified hockey. His sword, intense sword, piercing the heavens, transforming into a mighty energy that enveloped the black blade. As Mihawk swung his supreme great sword, a colossal dark green sword aura over 10 meters long slashed forth, as if to annihilate everything. Boom. In an instant, the supreme dark green sword aura and the terrifying thunder dragon collided like mountains, triggering a violent explosion. Everything around was obliterated, the sky and sea changed color, and pillars of water erupted from the ocean. After a few seconds of stalemate, the green sword aura actually cleaved the thunder dragon in two. Though its power had waned, it still shot toward Chen Fan at incredible speed. Startled, Chen Fan hadn't expected Mihawk to be this strong. Unable to evade, he crossed his pitch-black arms in front of him. The next second, the weakened green sword aura struck Chen Fan. A searing pain of tearing ripped through him as blood sprayed. He plummeted like a kite with its string cut. Witnessing this, Lafitte and Monet were taken aback. It was the first time they had seen their captain so battered by a peer. What do we do? Hurry and save Big Brother. He's a devil fruit user. He can't fall into the sea. Monet panicked, but she hadn't mastered moonwalk yet. Seeing this, Lafitte was about to rush to the rescue when he suddenly stopped. He noticed azure lightning recovering Chen Fan's body, seemingly stronger than before. Just as Chen Fan was a mere zhang from the sea's surface, his body halted. The devastating lightning around him instantly expanded. Zzz. The strands of lightning around him seemed to transform into tiny lightning serpents. Truly powerful. No wonder you can become the world's greatest swordsman. But I won't lose. Chen Fan's gaze turned icy. Lightning radiated outward, engulfing the sea for hundreds of meters, then surged back, concentrating onto his body. Watching this, Hawkeye Mihawk showed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Chen Fan to be so tenacious, enduring his strike. Moreover, his power was still climbing. Did he have a hidden card? Yet Mihawk wouldn't allow Chen Fan to unleash it freely. He swung Yoru, sending a green sword aura racing toward Chen Fan. With a cold expression, Chen Fan uttered, "Shatter." A lightning spear materialized in his right hand, brimming with immense power, and he hurled it forward. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the lightning spear collided with the verdant sword aura, erupting with a booming sound that stirred up clouds of smoke. Both attacks vanished between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, the lightning enveloping Chun Fan's entire body had reached its zenith. A thunderous silhouette towering over 10 meters manifested around him, crackling with terrifying lightning that made him appear like a god of thunder. The real battle has only just begun. A smile curled on Chun Fan's lips despite the 2 fierce sword wounds on his arms. Yet clearly this did not significantly hamper his combat state. Lafitte and Monet gazed at the colossal, thunderous figure, their expressions filled with astonishment. They wondered when their captain had quietly developed such a technique. The sheer size of the form and the surrounding arcs of lightning seemed immensely powerful. In midair, Dracul Mihawk remained silent, yet his face was etched with gravity as he gripped the black blade Yoru with both hands. Come fight. In a flash, Chun Fan's figure vanished from its spot, reappearing as he clenched his fist and thrust it forward. The manifested thunderous silhouette mirrored him, clenching its fist imbued with an overwhelming and terrifying might and hurtling towards Dracul Mihawk at breakneck speed. Facing this formidable punch, Dracul Mihawk with a cold demeanor wielded Yoru. The blade, dark as ink and wrapped in a powerful sword intent, was swung heavily forward. Clang! In an instant, the colossal lightning fist and the supreme great blade collided violently, generating rings of airwaves, scattering sparks of lightning and rampant sword energy. Under this blow, Dracul Mihawk's entire body was sent flying backward. Seeing this, Chun Fan vanished again with a bang of an air burst, closing in at incredible speed. The massive thunder deity form launched a relentless storm of attacks. For a time, Dracul Mihawk could only wield Yoru, parrying and retreating. In midair, the azure figure and the dark green figure clashed continuously. Blue lightning ran rampant, and boundless sword energy ravaged everything around. Rumble! As time ticked by the fierce battle, the bloody slaughter caused blood to flow incessantly. Relying on his formidable lightning power, Chun Fan gradually gained the upper hand, though his body bore several sword wounds. Yet Dracul Mihawk was in a worse state, his upper body charred black and bathed in blood. You are strong, but I am stronger. Chun Fan looked at Dracul Mihawk with unwavering confidence. His lightning fist, brimming with destructive force, hurtled straight towards his opponent's head. His expression remained icy. Dracul Mihawk did not reply, but instead coated Yoru with a substantial layer of armament haki and a soaring sword intent. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the enormous lightning fist and Yoru clashed once more like writhing dragons, destroying everything around them, sending pillars of seawater erupting from the waves. The next second, both were sent flying backward. Chun Fan halted after several dozen meters. In contrast, Dracul Mihawk tumbled through the air for several rotations, only stabilizing nearly 100 meters away. They stood facing each other. Destructive lightning filled half the sky, while the powerful sword intent pierced the clouds, dominating the other half. Suddenly, the 2 immense forces clashed violently. This battle should end. Prepare to become my crew member obediently. 200 million volts Thunder Dragon. In an instant, Chun Fan's entire body blazed with destructive lightning, as if to annihilate all things. As he raised both hands, the sky hundreds of meters above was instantly shrouded in dark clouds, within which thunder roared continuously. Zzz. A massive thunder dragon dozens of meters long was born. Its sharp claws and the terrifying lightning swirling around it were particularly fearsome. The thunder dragon, carrying the power to destroy everything, surged towards Dracul Mihawk. Went against me first before speaking. Watching this terrifying attack hurtling towards him, Dracul Mihawk's expression showed no fear at all, a testament to why he would later become the world's greatest swordsman. Heaven-splitting slash. In a flash, Dracul Mihawk gripped the supreme great blade Yoru with both hands. A mighty sword intent soared to the heavens, and his spirit energy and mind were focused to their peak. As he swung Yoru, a verdant sword aura dozens of meters long burst forth. Rumble! The destructive thunder dragon and the ultimate verdant sword aura collided in midair, producing a violent explosion. The sea surface churned violently, with waves constantly rolling. This scene seemed similar to before, except this time the enhanced thunder dragon was not cleaved in two by the green sword aura. Instead, it used its sharp dragon claws to tear the dozen soft-meters-long green sword aura apart. The next second, the thunder dragon shot towards Dracul Mihawk at tremendous speed. With no escape, a trace of tension finally appeared in Dracul Mihawk's eyes. He placed Yoru before him, fully aware that he had lost this battle. Just as the thunder dragon was about to touch Dracul Mihawk, Chun Fan roared, unleashing his lightning to its utmost limit. As he raised his hands again, the terrifying thunder dragon actually changed direction, hurtling towards the sky. Then rumble. A violent explosion occurred, dispersing between heaven and earth. Huff! Huff! Chun Fan panted heavily, appearing greatly exhausted. It was evident that even redirecting the Thunder Dragon came at a tremendous cost to him. Witnessing this, Dracul Mihawk knew he was utterly defeated. Aboard the Thunder God, Monet failed to grasp this point. Lafitte, why did Big Brother suddenly redirect the Thunder Dragon? It's simple. Our captain's goal is to recruit Dracul Mihawk, not to defeat or injure him. Since he has already won, that is enough. Lafitte said with a smile. Oh, Monet nodded as if suddenly understanding. In midair, Dracul Mihawk looked at Chun Fan and said seriously, I lost. As I said before, if I lost, I would become your crew member. A bet is a bet. Having said that, Dracul Mihawk directly went to the Thunder God and sat on the deck to rest, as this battle had also drained him immensely. Seeing this, Chun Fan, usually aloof, couldn't help but smile. Then with a flicker of lightning, he too returned to the Thunder God. Monet, prepare some food. Chun Fan said to Monet beside him. All right, Big Brother. Monet immediately ran into the cabin. Lafitte, standing nearby, fetched a medical kit and handed it to Hawkeye Mihawk. Without declining the goodwill, Hawkeye Mihawk applied some medicine and bandaged his wound. On the other side, Chun Fan also applied some medicine, but he did not bandage all his wounds, only the 2 vicious sword cuts on his arm. After a few minutes, Monet brought out a large pile of food, mostly puffed snacks or semi-finished products that could be cooked. Join us. Chun Fan smiled at Hawkeye Mihawk. Having agreed to be crewmates, Hawkeye Mihawk did not refuse and sat on the right, beginning to eat. At a table, 4 people sat facing one another and started enjoying the rest of the food. Chun Fan devoured his meal as voraciously as before. Streams of gentle warmth radiated through his body like rain after a drought, continuously mending his injuries. Soon his wounds had stopped bleeding and even began to scab. Watching this, a flicker of change crossed Hawkeye Mihawk's expression, a rare occurrence for a man of his stoic nature. What do you think? Surprised by our captain's monstrous recovery? Lafitte chuckled. With a single word of reply, Hawkeye Mihawk witnessed for the first time such astonishing recuperative powers. He even wondered if Chun Fan belonged to some special race. For instance, the giant tribe, or something similar. After the 4 finished their meal, with the sea breeze howling, the Thunder God sailed onward toward the new world. 5 days later, on the Sabaody archipelago composed of giant mangroves at Grove 13, a medium-sized pirate ship was docked at the shore, its mast flying a thunderbolt flag. Chun Fan and his 3 companions stepped onto Grove 13. This island teemed with pirates, civilians, and marines, a truly chaotic place. Chun Fan's first choice to come here was naturally to seek information about Henry David. He vaguely recalled that on Grove 13 of the Sabaody archipelago there was a bar called Shacky's Ripoff Bar, whose owner was on good terms with Silver's Rayleigh. However, Chun Fan did not wish to encounter Silver's Rayleigh this time, for with his current strength, he was far from his peak and no match for the Dark King. Though they were not enemies, unexpected incidents could still occur. Walking along the streets, Chun Fan and his group saw slaves locked in iron cages and some people being led like dogs by nobles. This scene starkly revealed the dark side of the world of One Piece. Lafitte and Hawkeye Mihawk watched calmly, long accustomed to such sights. They knew that their own power could change nothing. Chun Fan's face remained cold as he observed. He understood the nature of this world well, and thus he sought to grow stronger. Only by becoming the strongest could he seize control of his own life and the fates of others. Among the 4, only Monet looked distressed. Yet young as she was, she knew such scenes occurred everywhere in the world. A dozen minutes later, Chun Fan and his group arrived before a tavern. The sign read, Shacky's Ripoff Bar. We're here. Let's go inside. Chun Fan turned to the 3. No one questioned why, for they knew Chun Fan disliked having his orders challenged. As they entered, the tavern was filled with tables most occupied by pirates and bandits. Clearly this bar was no ordinary establishment. The proprietress was a woman with a mushroom haircut and bright large eyes. Thunder God, Chun Fan, Hawkeye Mihawk. What brings you 2 to my bar? Shacky recognized them at once, her gaze lingering on Chun Fan for a few seconds. She had expected Chun Fan to look as young as the records indicated, but he appeared to be under 20. Hard to believe someone so young had accomplished so many great feats. Looking for someone's whereabouts. Chun Fan cut straight to the point, unwilling to waste time. All right, follow me to the back. Shacky said, heading toward the rear. Purchasing intelligence naturally couldn't be done at the bar counter, as it offered no privacy. Then Chun Fan and the others followed Shacky to the tavern's kitchen. Whose whereabouts? Shacky asked directly. Business was always welcome. The whereabouts and detailed information of Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Henry David. Chun Fan said slowly. A Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral's movements and file. I do know. 50 million berries. As a seasoned intelligence broker, Shacky didn't ask why the customer needed the information. Hearing the price, Chun Fan didn't hesitate and tossed a large chunk of gold to Shacky. Keep the change. Just give me the info. It seems the Thunder God Chun Fan not only possesses immense power and terrifying talent, but is also generous. Shaki praised him as she caught the gold, then left their sight, entered a room, and glanced over a file. She pulled out one sheet, put the file back, and returned to the kitchen. Big brother, should we go check on her? Monet worried as she watched Shaki leave the kitchen. In case she runs. No need. With his lightning speed, Chen Fan had no fear of Shaki escaping. Besides having run this bar for so long, she certainly had some credibility. Just as Chen Fan said, no need, Shaki walked back in. Henry David was last seen near Little Garden a day ago. His warship is now heading toward Marine headquarters. If you set off now and intercept along that route, you should run into them. Hey, race his photo and detailed file. Shaki told Chun Fan the information about Henry David's location. Good. Chun Fan took the photo and file. He first looked at the picture, a middle-aged man with a square face and a sturdy build wearing a marine cap. Then Chen Fan set down the photograph and picked up the documents to read. Henry David, Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, possesses observation hockey of the 3rd level. Armament hockey of the 3rd level, is a master of physical combat, and is a Logia-type Devil Fruit user of the tiger form. The first part of this document details Henry David's abilities, while the latter part chronicles his life story. Let's go. I hope you haven't sold me false information, or there will be consequences. Chun Fan tucked away the intelligence and cast a chilling gaze at Shikiyaku. Of course I wouldn't dare. I run a long-term business here. Shikiyaku replied with a smile. Good. After speaking, Chen Fan turned and left directly. Seeing their captain walking out of the bar, Lafitte and the other two followed. Dracula Mihawk actually joined the Thunder God Chen Fan's pirate crew. Wow. If these two fully mature, this crew might become an emperor's crew in the future. Shikaku remarked, in awe, watching the two depart. 2 days later, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. The Thunder God sailed across the sea. Over the past few days, Chun Fan and his crew had been navigating the route between Little Garden and the Navy headquarters. Moreover, Chen Fan utilized the elementalization of his Logia fruit to soar through the sky, scanning the surroundings. Persistence paid off, and he finally found what he was looking for. With a flash of thunder, Chen Fan appeared back on the Thunder God. Set course to the southeast, he instructed Lafitte. Aye, Captain. Lafitte immediately turned the helm towards the southeast, knowing full well that his captain had located the trace of that Navy headquarters vice admiral. A few minutes later, the sea breeze howled, and seagulls flew overhead the Thunder God. More importantly, a massive warship appeared ahead of them. Meanwhile, aboard the Navy warship, a sailor scanning the horizon spotted the Thunder God pirate ship. Upon seeing the flag emblazoned with a bolt of lightning, the sailor immediately recognized it as the Thunder God. He hurriedly rushed to the deck. At that moment, Henry David was seated in a chair enjoying a meal. Seeing his subordinate in such a fluster, he immediately reprimanded him. Soldier, what's wrong? Haven't I told you not to panic? Reporting, Vice Admiral. I've spotted the Thunder God behind us. Hearing the soldier's report, Henry David, who had just been teaching him to stay calm, immediately jumped up excitedly. Bring me the binoculars. Henry David ordered his adjutant. Taking the binoculars, he looked directly aft. When he saw the pirate ship with the lightning flag, his expression turned excited. Seems I'm in luck running into the Thunder God here. A smile curled on Henry David's lips, his face brimming with confidence. It wasn't that he believed he could definitely defeat Chen Fan alone. Normally, he would call for reinforcements first. But today his warship carried more than just one vice admiral. Go wake up Vice Admiral Kazan. Tell him we've encountered the Thunder God Chen Fan. Henry David ordered the sergeant who had just reported. He could already feel military merits beckoning him. Yes, Vice Admiral. The soldier headed towards the cabins to wake the resting Kazan. Watching the soldier leave, Henry David immediately instructed the helmsman, turn the ship around. Full speed ahead to catch that pirate ship. Meanwhile, Chen Fan found it strange that Henry David was pursuing him at full speed. Was he so confident in capturing him that he wouldn't wait for other Navy officers to arrive? Chen Fan had planned to feign an escape to force Henry David to chase him. But before he could act, Henry David was already in hot pursuit. Little did Chen Fan know an unexpected variable had entered his plans. Watching the determined pursuit, Chen Fan hesitated for a moment before telling Lafitte to turn the ship around and close the distance. Regardless, unless an admiral was aboard that warship, Chen Fan was confident that with his and Dracula Mihawk's strength, even an extra vice admiral couldn't stop him from killing Henry David. As time passed, the warship and the pirate ship drew closer until they were less than 100 meters apart. Aboard the warship, Kazan, who had been resting in his quarters, was awakened. There was a flicker of anger in his eyes. Even the usually easygoing Kazan was irritated. This showed just how busy the Navy had been dealing with the worldwide chaos triggered by the start of the Great Pirate Era. The number of pirates worldwide had skyrocketed, and the Navy's workload had increased proportionally. For now, they had no good way to change the situation. Vice Admiral Kazan. We've spotted the Thunder God Chen Fan. The sailor, sensing Kazan's anger, reported with a trembling voice. Hearing the name Thunder God Chen Fan, the usually languid Kazan stood up. He was well aware of this man's terrifying talent. If left unchecked, he could become a new emperor in a new world. He then made his way to the deck. By the time Kazan arrived, the warship was less than 100 meters from the pirate ship. On the pirate ship, Chun Fan's expression soured at the sight of Kazan. My luck seems poor, but one Kazan alone can't stop me from killing Henry David. Chun Fan inwardly thanked his fortune for having subdued Dracula Mihawk. Otherwise, facing two Vice Admiral-level fighters alone would have forced him into a humiliating retreat. The warship and the pirate crew drew ever closer. When the men on the Navy warship got a clear look at the figure standing behind Chun Fan, Henry David's face turned ashen. He had been so focused on Chun Fan that he hadn't paid attention to his crew. Previous intelligence suggested Chun Fan's two crewmates were useless, but now Henry David saw Dracula Mihawk aboard Chun Fan's ship. Though Mihawk wasn't yet the world's greatest swordsman, his bounty was a staggering 1 billion berries. It was clear just how powerful he was. Vice Admiral Kazan, do you think we should still fight? Henry David asked Kazan, who stood beside him. Although Henry David had seniority, he knew well that the man next to him was a monster. There were even rumors at Navy headquarters that the next generation of admirals would include this very Vice Admiral Kazan. Fight. Send a message, summon all rear admiral and above officers from the surrounding Navy for support. In this situation, even if we wanted to retreat, Chun Fan and his men wouldn't allow it. Kazan gazed at the menacing Chun Fan, the laziness in his demeanor vanishing. Chun Fan and Kazan locked eyes, the air thick with impending thunder and crackling lightning, while the extreme cold seemed barely restrained. Unfortunately, Chun Fan's target this time was not Kazan. Moreover, he was well aware that if he chose to fight Kazan, victory was uncertain, let alone swift. Even if he could win, it would be impossible to defeat him within a certain time frame. If Navy reinforcements arrived, the tide of battle would instantly turn. Stay here. When we engage, turn the ship and leave. Mihawk, hold off Kazan for 20 minutes. I'll eliminate Henry David as fast as I can. Chun Fan said to Mihawk, beside him, confident that with Mihawk's current strength, stalling Kazan wouldn't be a problem. All right. Hawkeye Mihawk agreed, his sharp, eagle-like gaze fixed on Kazan. At the same moment, thunder roared and lightning flashed as Chun Fan levitated midair, surrounded by streaks of blue lightning. He extended a finger, taunting Henry and David. Isn't the Navy trying to capture me? Do you clowns really think you can catch me? At the mockery, anger flared on the faces of Henry David and the Navy soldiers, though Kazan remained calm. Go. Yet this didn't mean he was reluctant to fight. Though uncertain of Chun Fan's intentions, Kazan knew this was an opportunity to capture or kill him. In an instant, ice raged as Kazan vanished, his body turning into elemental frost. Meanwhile, Henry David, seeing Kazan advance, immediately used Jeppo to follow. Midair, Kazan's body was encased in ice, two ice spears forming in his hands as he charged at Chun Fan. Seeing this, Chun Fan stood unmoved, his expression serene. When Kazan was less than 10 meters away, a black figure intercepted him. The supreme-grade blade Yoru clashed with the ice spears. Ice shattered instantly. Kazan wasn't surprised by Hawkeye Mihawk's intervention. He would have found it strange if Mihawk aboard Chun Fan's ship hadn't acted. As the two clashed, lightning flickered, and Chun Fan vanished, reappearing with devastating thunder enveloping his fist as he struck directly at Henry David. Witnessing this, Henry David was puzzled. Why was this guy coming at him? Shouldn't he be facing Hawkeye Mihawk? Armament, finger gun. But the overwhelming aura left no room for hesitation. Henry David's fingers formed claws coated in the third stage of armament hockey, striking back. In a flash, fist met claw, thunder raging. The immense lightning force pushed Henry David back 2 steps. At that moment, Kazan realized Chun Fan's intent to kill Henry David. Focus on our fight. A towering sword aura erupted, enveloping the pitch-black Yoru. Hawkeye Mihawk wielded the supreme blade, swinging it rapidly as sharp slashes rained down on Kazan. Seeing this, Kazan, who had intended to assist, could only coat himself in ice, forming frozen spears in both hands to parry Mihawk's relentless assault. He knew Hawkeye Mihawk wouldn't let him pass easily. He needed to find a way to dispatch this opponent quickly. Otherwise, Henry David might not withstand Chun Fan's attacks. Without hesitation, Kazan unleashed a chilling frost, dropping the surrounding temperature, and his attacks grew more ferocious. In an instant, the tables turned, and Kazan began to suppress Hawkeye Mihawk. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chun Fan understood that the battle's outcome hinged on who could eliminate their foe faster. Raijin mode. In an instant, devastating lightning burst from Chun Fan's body, and the sky filled with blue thunder, creating a terrifying spectacle. Crackle, crackle. The roar of thunder echoed continuously. Henry David was momentarily stunned, wondering if he knew this man. Why did he approach with such deep-seated hatred, as if wanting to tear him apart? The terrifying lightning in the sky raged on, eventually converging into Chun Fan's body, forming a colossal 10-meter-tall thunder deity. Its massive frame, wreathed in blue lightning, was a fearsome sight. Below, the Navy soldiers were dumbfounded, never having witnessed such a surreal scene. What the hell is that? Is that even human? What is that giant thunder giant? It looks terrifying. Can Vice Admiral Henry David stand against it? The soldiers felt the oppressive aura radiating from the thunder deity. By the way, should we chase them? The other two on the Raijin seemed to be fleeing. A Navy sergeant pointed at the Raijin, which had already turned and was sailing away. Vice Admiral David, should we pursue? Henry David, about to launch an attack, halted at the shout. Do I need to say it? Capture all pirates. Henry David roared at the soldiers below. All right, full pursuit of the Raijin. At the command, the Navy warships' oars turned speeding toward the Raijin. Who dares? Chun Fan pointed upward, and a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck the sea ahead of the warship, causing an explosion and a towering waterspout. The Navy soldiers glared at Chun Fan with fury. Chun Fan, you're asking for death. Henry David's rage ignited, and his full power erupted. If you dare pursue, I'll slaughter you all. Believe me, if I want you dead, neither your Vice Admiral Henry David nor Vice Admiral Kazan can stop me. Isn't that right, Vice Admiral Henry David? Chun Fan smiled at Henry David. Clenching his fists and grinding his teeth, Henry David knew Chun Fan spoke the truth, however reluctantly he admitted it. Yet he understood clearly that given Chun Fan's terrifying speed and the dread power of thunder, should he insist on slaying the soldiers aboard the naval warship, there would be no stopping him. As the commanding officer of this vessel, if all the soldiers perished, he too would be implicated. Still, he was unwilling to be thus manipulated by Chun Fan. Just as Henry David hesitated, Kazan, who was in the midst of battle, spoke, cease pursuit. Hearing Kazan's words, Henry David had no choice but to order, hold position, stop pursuit. Understood. The soldiers below immediately halted the warship's advance. Midair. Now then I can focus on dealing with you. Chun Fan's thunderous fists were now coated in the third stage of armament hockey. The Thunder God shot toward Henry David with blinding speed. Don't underestimate me. I was sailing these seas before you were even born. Half-beast form. Henry David had his pride. In an instant his hands transformed into sharp claws, his entire frame swelled to over 3 meters in height, and his strength surged by more than half. He became a half-man, half-tiger being. With a boom, his figure vanished from its spot, as his razor-sharp claws coated in armament hockey swiped forward. With a thunderous roar, fist met claw in an instant. Dread lightning clashed with fierce tiger claws, immense power rippling outward in concentric waves. Facing the colossal, fearsome form of the Thunder God, Henry David did not retreat, but withstood the blow. It was clear just how much Zoan Devil Fruits augmented one's strength. In a flash, the two clashed fiercely in a bloody brawl, fist meeting flesh, blood spattering endlessly onto the sea below, lightning raging without cease across the sky. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hawkeye Mihawk was engaged in an intense duel with Kazan. Neither could gain the upper hand for now. Kazan's frigid ice seemed to freeze everything in its path, yet every attack was effortlessly neutralized by Mihawk's slashes. Though Kazan appeared to have a slight advantage, he knew inwardly that this was a battle of speed, a race between himself and Chun Mo to see who could finish their opponent first. Kazan raised his right hand, and a barrage of ice spears rained down upon Hawkeye Mihawk like a violent storm. Gazing upon the overwhelming onslaught, Mihawk showed no fear. Wielding the supreme blade Yoru, its pitch-black edge gleaming, he sliced through the ice, sending shards falling onto the sea, freezing the water into blocks. Seeing his attacks thwarted, Kazan was unsurprised. He instantly turned his body into elemental ice and vanished from his position. Then, as Mihawk was occupied deflecting the hail of ice spears, Kazan materialized an ice spear in his right hand and thrust it with incredible speed toward Mihawk's back. Relying on his third-stage observation hockey, Hawkeye Mihawk reacted instantly, sidestepping to the right to evade the ice spear. He then spun around the keen edge of Yoru, brimming with immense power and soaring sword intent, aiming a strike directly at Kazan. Realizing that Mihawk's observation hockey was equally formidable, Kazan found his opponent troublesome. Facing the incoming blow, he once again elementalized and vanished, dodging that mighty sword strike. Yet the next moment, Hawkeye Mihawk pressed the attack once more, his relentless strikes hacking toward Kazan. Without hesitation, Kazan coated his fists in ice and the third stage of armament hockey, choosing to meet force with force. Clang! The sound of icy fists clashing with the supreme blade rang out incessantly, shards of ice scattering and falling to freeze the sea surface. Thin sword aura also dispersed in all directions, sending bursts of seawater erupting. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, each strike intended to kill, holding nothing back. On the other side, the Thunder God ship, having sailed over a kilometer away, came to a halt. Monet turned to look at the faint flashes of lightning and ice in the sky. A trace of self-reproach colored her expression. Monet asked Lafitte beside her, "Lafitte, do you think him useless? I can never help Big Brother when he needs it." "Not at all. Your talent is strong, and you work hard. With diligent training, you'll be able to help in time," Lafitte said with a pale smile. Monet clenched her fists, resolving to train even harder so that in future battles she wouldn't have to stay far away, unable to lend a hand. Midair. The fearsome Thunder God had completely overwhelmed the tiger. Henry David was now drenched in blood, unable to fathom why this young man was such a monster. Whether in Devil Fruit Mastery two-color hockey or physical combat, Chen Fan had reached the level of an elite vice admiral at headquarters. Henry David found his own proud strength utterly inadequate to suppress him. It felt to Henry David as though he were fighting a six-faceted warrior. Chen Fan gazed at Henry David, his body covered in wounds and blood, his expression brimming with frenzy and excitement. "Do you still remember Vice Admiral Budek?" Chen Fan's voice was cold as the Thunder God's fists hammered relentlessly. Hearing that long-forgotten name, Henry David instantly recalled it. Struggling to withstand the Thunder God's ferocious assault, he asked, "What is your relationship with that traitor?" "He is my master. I came here today specifically to kill you." A smile curled at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth as the devastating lightning erupted once more. The dreadful thunder fist slammed with tremendous speed into Henry David's chest. A look of terror flashed across his face before he could defend himself. Henry David was sent flying dozens of meters, tumbling several times through the air before finally halting. "So you're the disciple of that worthless man. No wonder you look like you want to tear me apart. His wife and daughter truly brought me pleasure." Henry David wiped the blood from his lips, attempting to provoke Chen Fan into rage to find an opening for a counterattack. Unfortunately, he overestimated his own strength and underestimated Chen Fan's. "If you were trying to anger me, congratulations, you succeeded. Today you will die without a doubt. No one can stop it." Chen Fan's veins bulged across his entire body. The Thunder God's form expanded again, reaching 20 meters in height, as he pushed his power to the absolute limit, his heart pounding faster. 200 million volts Thunder Dragon. In an instant, the colossal Thunder God raised both hands and dark clouds gathered over 100 meters of sky blue lightning writhing within. Then a sky blue Thunder Dragon spanning over 10 meters materialized out of thin air, carrying an overwhelmingly terrifying force as it surged toward Henry David below, engulfing him. Witnessing this scene of utter annihilation, Henry David momentarily regretted provoking Chen Fan. However, there was no turning back now. "Damn it. You little brat think you can kill me. I was ruling these seas long before you even knew what you were doing." Henry David roared as his body swelled, his blood vitality erupting. He swung his claws forward and two slashes several meters long coalesced into a massive tiger shadow over 10 meters tall, charging upward. Armament Tiger Slash. Boom. In an instant, the terrifying Thunder Dragon clashed with the golden giant tiger. Everything around was obliterated as explosions roared. The seawater below erupted repeatedly, sending rings of shockwaves scattering outward. The Thunder Dragon's front claws pierced straight through the golden tiger's body, then shot toward Henry David at breakneck speed. "How is this possible? How could a little brat like you defeat me?" Terror flooded Henry David's face as he found no escape, only able to coat himself in armament hockey and cross his arms before him. In an instant, explosions thundered, lightning raged, and dust billowed. Amid the smoke, Henry David, his body riddled with wounds, plummeted from midair like a falling stone. The officers witnessing this immediately rushed forward to catch Henry David onto the warship. At this moment, Henry David's aura was exceedingly faint, with over 20 bones broken and his body charred black. Even lifting his hand sent searing pain through him, his entire being utterly weakened. The Marine soldiers stared in shock. They never imagined Chen Fan could be so formidable, defeating their vice admiral in less than 20 minutes. Then their gazes shifted to Chen Fan, whose body was also covered in wounds. Despite the injuries, the colossal Thunder God seemed poised to deliver divine punishment, instilling an involuntary dread. Elsewhere, Kazan also noticed Henry David's defeat. He glanced at Hawkeye Mihawk, who, though bearing numerous scars, still had fight left in him, and his expression grew solemn. Exploding with icy power, Kazan threw a punch forward, attempting to break free from Hawkeye Mihawk and return to rescue his comrade. But how could Hawkeye Mihawk allow him to retreat? Black Blade Knight blocked the icy fist, and in the next second, he swung his blade once more in attack. Thus, Kazan was entangled again, forced to fight while retreating. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had vanished from his spot, lightning scattering across the Marine warship. Numerous Marine soldiers gazed at the lightning figure, their eyes filled with terror, and none dared to step forward and engage. Chen Fan's expression was icy cold, his piercing eyes fixed ahead as he strode step by step toward Henry David. The Commodore, who had just rescued Henry David, also trembled with fear, yet he gripped his large blade tightly, recalling his duty as a Marine. This Commodore, seemingly just over 20, bore a youthful face etched with determination. Clutching his blade with both hands, he stared at the approaching Chen Fan. "Stop right there, pirate. I, Harry Flynn, as a Marine Commodore, will not let you harm my commander. We Marines represent justice." With a roar to bolster his courage, Harry Flynn charged at Chen Fan, longsword in hand. Justice? How laughable. Chen Fan paid no heed to youthful bravado or admiration. He coated his fist in devastating lightning and punched forward. Blood sprayed as Harry Flynn's head was shattered, his body collapsing as a headless corpse, blood still gushing from the severed neck. Stand in my way, and you die. Chun Fan advanced step by step toward Henry David. This time the Marine soldiers trembled in terror, none daring to intervene. They were all horrified by Chun Fan's earlier action. Most feared death, knowing that charging forward now meant certain doom, the young Commodore's fate a stark warning. Henry David, watching Chun Fan draw near, screamed frantically, "Attack! Attack now! He's on his last legs. I'm your vice admiral. If you don't act, you'll face court-martial." Henry David roared hoarsely. Yet the Marine soldiers, seeing Chun Fan covered in wounds and seemingly exhausted, hesitated. But the devastating lightning enveloping his body and the overwhelming pressure suggested he was far from spent. Still no one dared to move. As Chun Fan stood before him, Henry David's eyes were filled with fear and regret. He bitterly regretted not killing Budek back then. He wanted to fight back, but his severe injuries left him unable even to stand. Soon Chun Fan reached him. "You're lucky to die so easily." Chun Fan smiled at Henry David, but to Henry that smile was like a demon's grin. In the next moment, Chun Fan's terrifying lightning fist hurtled toward Henry David's head. "No!" Henry David let out a defiant roar. At the same time, Kazan arrived. Seeing this, he quickly conjured an ice spear in his right hand and hurled it forward, hoping to stop Chun Fan. But such an attack could hardly halt Chun Fan. Without even turning, he coated his left hand in lightning and effortlessly caught the ice spear. Bang! With a burst of brain and blood, Henry David's head was crushed flat by Chun Fan's fist, his body going limp, lifeless beyond doubt. In his final moments, Henry David felt boundless fear and regret. If given another chance, he would have done everything to kill Budek. He never imagined that Budek, imprisoned and impelled down, could train a disciple who would come seeking revenge. "Master, I've avenged you. Rest assured, one more is coming soon." Chun Fan crushed the ice spear in his hand, his gaze piercing forward as he recalled the figure wreathed in magma, his fists clenching involuntarily. In midair, Kazan gazed at Henry David's shattered skull, fury rising within him. Though usually indolent, he could not tolerate Chun Fan slaying a Marine vice admiral before his eyes. Seeing Kazan's anger, Chun Fan floated amidst crackling thunder, a mocking smile on his lips. "What now? Still want to fight? Vice Admiral Kazan, are you confident you can take us both? Even if you could, can you protect them?" As he spoke, Chun Fan's right hand coalesced a sphere of azure destructive lightning poised to strike downward at any moment. Seething with rage, Kazan stared at Chun Fan, whose body was wreathed in lightning, and at Hawkeye Mihawk, who stood nearby, battered, yet radiating an indomitable sword intent. Reason told him that continuing the fight against two opponents might not secure victory. Moreover, with the Marines aboard the warship, if Chun Fan struck, Hawkeye Mihawk's presence would prevent Kazan from stopping him. Yet could he simply let Chun Fan escape? Even if he couldn't win alone, stalling for a few minutes until reinforcements arrived would ensure at least one of them remained. As Kazan hesitated, Chun Fan spoke. "What's the matter, Vice Admiral? Trying to buy time? I won't let you." Mihawk, hold him off. "I'll treat Kazan to a bloody feast." With that, Chun Fan turned his icy gaze toward the Marines on the warship, a massive orb of blue lightning in his hand, ready to hurl. The Marine soldiers, recalling Chun Fan's terrifying display, felt a chill of fear. Even the strongest among them, a rear admiral, dared not charge forward. He knew he could only withstand a few blows. "Pathetic," Kazan muttered, his calm demeanor cracking. He thought these men were a disgrace to the Marines. How did Vice Admiral Henry David train his men? "Enough. We retreat." Kazan relented, unwilling to sacrifice an entire ship of soldiers to capture Chun Fan and Hawkeye. "That's more like it. Hope we meet again." Chun Fan smiled at Kazan, then moved to Hawkeye's side. Kazan said nothing, his face twisted with rage, but he forced it down. He knew he had lost, decisively. Unlike Sakazuki, who would sacrifice anything, even comrades, to capture pirates, Kazan could not. He then transformed into ice and returned to the warship. "We're leaving. Vice Admiral, don't follow, or I can't guarantee what I'll do." Chun Fan threatened, then called to Hawkeye to leave, knowing Marine reinforcements were near. He had already killed Henry David, staying served no purpose. As for killing Kazan, Chun Fan lacked the certainty with his current strength. Watching the lightning and dark figure vanish on the horizon, the ever-composed Kazan clenched his fists, his heart ablaze with fury. "Vice Admiral, what now?" The lean adjutant finally spoke after Chun Fan and the others had left. Kazan looked at the man, the only one on the ship capable of blocking a few of Chun Fan's strikes, who hadn't even dared to fight. He understood it was human nature to avoid death. But dying would have been pointless anyway. Still, as a Marine, Kazan couldn't be bothered to waste words on such a man. He walked back to the cabin, leaving the Marines on deck in disarray, along with Henry David's headless corpse. Elsewhere, Chun Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk returned to the Thunder God. Seeing Chun Fan covered in blood, Monet rushed to embrace him. "Sorry, big brother, I can never help." "It's fine. Work harder, and you'll be useful someday." Chun Fan offered rare comfort, then said to Lafitte, "Reinforcements are coming. Full speed ahead." "Aye, Captain." Lafitte obeyed, driving the Thunder God forward at maximum speed. Chun Fan and Hawkeye sat aside to tend their wounds. Hawkeye fetched a medical kit, binding his wounds and applying ointment. Chun Fan, however, simply wrapped his wounds hastily, then grabbed a pile of food from the cabin and began to eat. Instantly, a faint warmth spread through his body like rain after drought, nourishing his injuries. Soon his wounds began to scab over. Complete recovery was only a matter of time. The three others on the ship had witnessed Chun Fan's monstrous healing before, so their surprise had faded. Yet watching Hawkeye rest, Chun Fan pondered, while he could heal by eating thanks to the green warmth, the others lacked this ability. If they suffered severe injuries, simple bandaging and medicine might not suffice. Moreover, if he himself fell unconscious from grave wounds, no one would know he could heal by eating. He would have to rely solely on his natural recovery. With that in mind, Chun Fan resolved to find a ship doctor. 10 minutes later, a gentle sea breeze blew sunlight dancing on the waves. Behind Henry David's warship, a much larger vessel was rapidly approaching. On its deck stood a burly man with purple hair, Marine Admiral Zephyr, now the head instructor of the Marine Academy, but still holding the rank of admiral. Seeing the corpse on the warship, the grim faces of the Marines, and the calm sea, a sense of dread washed over him. He knew he was too late. Unable to wait for the ships to dock, Zephyr used Jeppo to leap onto the other vessel. What happened? Where is the Thunder God Chun Fan? How did Vice Admiral David die? Wasn't Kazan here too? Couldn't they defeat Chun Fan together? And where is that boy Kazan now? Zephyr fired off questions, his authoritative gaze scanning the crowd. The adjutant stepped forward with a hint of fear and replied, Admiral Zephyr, Vice Admiral David was killed by that Chun Fan. As for Vice Admiral Kazan, he was intercepted by Hawkeye Myhawk and couldn't save Vice Admiral David. That Thunder God Chun Fan left 10 minutes ago. Hearing that Chun Fan had relying solely on himself killed Henry David in such a short time. Zephyr's expression instantly turned grave. He calculated that it had taken him about 30 minutes to arrive after receiving the Den Den Mushi call. And since Chun Fan left 10 minutes ago, it meant that this young man had defeated Headquarters Vice Admiral Henry David in 20 minutes. Such a rate of growth and strength astonished even Zephyr. He had taught Sakazuki and the others. Zephyr had thought the talents of those three youngsters were already monstrous. But he never expected Chun Fan to be even more terrifying. If Sakazuki and the others were monsters, then Chun Fan was a monster among monsters. Such a monstrous talent becoming a pirate posed a tremendous threat to the Marines. Hearing Zephyr's voice, Kazan, who had been resting in the cabin, also came out. Has Chun Fan really grown to this level, killing Henry David in 20 minutes? Zephyr asked Kazan, who had just come up. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. Although I didn't fight Chun Fan myself, he indeed killed Vice Admiral David within 20 minutes. Even now I might not be a match for him, Kazan said after a moment of thought. Hearing that even Kazan admitted he might not be able to defeat Chun Fan, Zephyr fell into deep contemplation. He realized that if Chun Fan were allowed to grow unchecked, another emperor would rise on the seas. The sun set behind the western mountains and the sky was growing dark. The two warships returned to Marine Headquarters Marineford. The Marine soldiers patrolling the coast watched as Admiral Zephyr and Vice Admiral Kazan disembarked. The soldiers all looked on with respect and saluted. However, Zephyr now wore an anxious expression, hurrying as fast as possible toward the Fleet Admiral's office at Marine Headquarters, with Kazan following behind. With their speed, they soon reached the Fleet Admiral's office. As Zephyr pushed open the door and entered, the office was already filled with people. Kong the Steelbone sat behind the desk. Garp and Sengoku sat on a sofa near the wall, one eating a donut and the other some rice crackers. Vice Admiral Thru sat to one side, while on another sofa sat Sakazuki and Borsellino. These were the pillars of the Marine Headquarters, all gathered today to discuss how to capture Chun Fan. Kong the Steelbone had not looked pleased since hearing Kazan's report that afternoon, and now in the evening his expression remained grim. He realized that Chun Fan seemed to be on the verge of fully maturing and could no longer be left unchecked. The new world was already in chaos. If another great pirate emerged, it would plunge these seas into even greater turmoil. After hearing the report that afternoon, Kong the Steelbone. First, he demoted all the officers aboard Vice Admiral Henry David's warship. Regardless of the reason, such cowardice among Marines had to be punished, or otherwise what would become of future Marine soldiers? Then Kong the Steelbone immediately summoned Zephyr and the others to discuss how to capture Chun Fan. If Chun Fan knew the Marines were making such a big fuss to catch him, who knew what he would think? Everyone is here. Let's hear your thoughts. Should we issue a highest level wanted order for Chun Fan? Kong the Steelbone addressed the gathering. Sakazuki stood up and said, Chun Fan's talent is terrifying. If we let him grow unchecked, the consequences will be dire. I recommend issuing a highest level wanted order for him, with an admiral leading the team to capture him. After hearing this, a female voice rang out. I do not agree with this opinion. The death of GOLD. Roger has plunged the new world into chaos. Whitebeard and Red Count, those two emperors of the sea, are watching eagerly. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have also recently revealed their ambitions through their territorial invasions. At this stage, we must dispatch multiple Admiral-level powerhouses to guard the New World. We simply do not have spare Admiral-level strength to hunt down Chin Fan. Moreover, if we truly dispatch Admiral-level powerhouses to hunt Chin Fan, it might work in the short term. But in the long run, what if Chin Fan keeps hiding? Hearing Vice Admiral Tsuru's words, Kong the Steelbone found them reasonable. However, he also felt that without dispatching an admiral, capturing Chin Fan would be difficult, and allowing him to grow unchecked would be a massive threat. What are the rest of your opinions? Kong the Steelbone asked the others. I agree with Tsuru, said Garp, munching on a donut, though it was unclear if he was paying attention. Seeing Garp like this, Kong the Steelbone felt like kicking him out. Tsuru is right. We truly cannot spare an admiral-level combatant specifically to hunt Chin Fan. Right now, there are too many uncertainties. My suggestion is to have Borsalino lead 2 headquarters vice admirals as a team to capture Chin Fan. All other Marines below admiral rank are to be on standby for support at any time. Once the team locates Chin Fan, they will request backup. The 2 headquarters vice admirals will hold off Hawkeye Mihawk, while Borsalino will be responsible for stalling Chin Fan. Chin Fan's most troublesome trait is his lightning speed. Among us, Borsalino can fully match his speed, making him the most suitable person to stall Chin Fan. Sengoku saw Kong the Steelbone's hesitation and quickly devised a suitable plan. Hearing this plan, Kong the Steelbone finally shed his worried expression, looking at Sengoku with approval, thinking that his choice of Sengoku as the future fleet admiral was indeed correct. Then Kong the Steelbone immediately addressed everyone. Good, Sengoku's plan is excellent. Borsalino is indeed the most suitable to stall Chin Fan. He will lead the team to capture Chin Fan. Do any of you have other opinions? Sakazuki's expression turned somewhat grim. In his heart, he still wished Marine headquarters would dispatch an admiral to capture Chin Fan. However, his current status was far below that of Garp and Tsuru, and he had little say. So he did not voice his inner thoughts again, though his face grew darker. At this moment, Borsalino's lecherous face bore an extremely unpleasant expression. He had been counting down the time, wondering when he could clock out. Yet out of nowhere, a heavy responsibility was thrust upon him. Borsalino, do you have any other objections? Kong said. Kong's stern gaze fell upon Borsalino. Having only wished to clock out peacefully, Borsalino could not refuse the Fleet Admiral's command. As you command, Fleet Admiral. I have no objections, Borsalino said with a lecherous grin. Good, proceed with Sengoku's plan. Borsalino lead the team to capture Chin Fan. Also raise Chin Fan's bounty to 1 billion and Hawkeye Mihawk's to 2 billion. That Marine trader Lafitte gets a bounty of 500 million, and that Logia Snow Fruit user 100 million, Kong said. Kong looked at the assembled group, finalizing the plan and raising the bounties of all 4 on Chin Fan's ship. At that moment, aboard the Raijin sailing across the sea, Chin Fan was unaware that the Marines had dispatched a team led by Borsalino, including 2 vice admirals, to hunt him down. He was still the same as before, training with a massive boulder strapped to his back. However, after just a few push-ups, Chin Fan stood up, lifted the formidable rock above his head, and hurled it with great force towards the horizon. The colossal stone flew hundreds of meters before crashing into the sea with a thunderous boom, sending up rings of waves. This multi-ton rock could no longer satisfy Chin Fan's training needs. As for finding a bigger rock, Chin Fan had no interest, it was too inconvenient. He decided to acquire a gravity bangle instead. Then Chin Fan said to Lafitte and the other 2, wait for me on that island we just passed. I'm going to Eni's lobby. Give me the log pose. Chin Fan decided to go to Eni's lobby alone to steal a gravity bangle. He had initially considered taking the entire Raijin crew. But after some thought, he figured it was more convenient to do this kind of thievery with fewer people, as few could match his speed. Understood, Captain. Lafitte had never questioned Chin Fan's decisions. He handed over the log pose. Hawkeye Mihawk replied coldly, then resumed swinging his supreme-grade blade Yuru. Monet asked reluctantly, Big brother, what do you need to do at Eni's lobby? Take me along. Keep training. They'll be back soon. Chin Fan naturally wouldn't take Monet. If he were to bring anyone, it would be Hawkeye Mihawk. Monet was too young and weak to be of help. After getting the log pose, Chin Fan was about to leave when he reconsidered. Eni's lobby was too close to Marine headquarters. What if something went wrong? It would be safer to have an extra person. Mihawk, you're coming with me on this trip, Chin Fan said to Hawkeye Mihawk. Fine. Without objection, Hawkeye Mihawk stopped his training. Then Chin Fan, his body crackling with lightning, vanished from the spot. Hawkeye Mihawk likewise soared into the sky. Monet wanted to say something else, but before she could speak, Chin Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk were already gone. She could only pout in frustration, channeling her anger into training the 6 powers. 5 days later, under the scorching sun, on a medium-sized island, Chin Fan had just obtained a log pose to Eni's lobby from a black market on the island. Despite the speed of Chin Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk, they had spent 5 days wandering the sea, unable to find their way. This was precisely why Chen Fan's first task upon setting sail was to find a navigator. Afterward, Chen Fan didn't set off immediately, but rested. He could transform into lightning and soar through the sky without tiring. But Hawkeye Mihawk was different. His technique of gliding through the air consumed stamina and couldn't be sustained for long. Nevertheless, Chen Fan didn't regret bringing Hawkeye Mihawk along, even though Luffy would later storm Enies lobby with brute force. Luffy had plot armor. If something unexpected happened to Chen Fan, their having a powerhouse of at least Vice Admiral level by his side would give him an edge. Most importantly, Chen Fan's goal wasn't just to take a gravity bangle. He also planned to loot the treasures of Enies lobby such as Devil Fruits and Supreme Grade Blades. After resting, Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk set off towards Enies lobby. The next day, sunlight bathed the sea. Chen Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk stood proudly in midair. Before them lay the largest island covered in massive structures. This island had a circular center flanked by two smaller islands. This was Enies lobby, known as the Island of No Night. At that moment, guards patrolling the front island on wolf-like police dogs spotted two figures. But before they could see clearly, the two figures had already appeared on the island. Lightning struck the ground, and from the azure bolts emerged two silhouettes. When the patrolling guards recognized them, their expressions turned to shock. God of Lightning Chen Fan. Hawkeye Mihawk. Damn it. Report to Spandam immediately. The God of Lightning is attacking Enies lobby. The guard captain shouted, but before he could alert anyone, Chen Fan, his body blazing with lightning, pointed upward. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens at incredible speed. The guard captain was utterly defenseless. His face twisted in terror. He couldn't even cry for help before the lightning consumed him, reducing him and his police dog to ash. The remaining guards were stunned by the sight, their eyes filled with terror. Cover me here. I'm going inside to grab something, Chen Fan said to Hawkeye Mihawk beside him. He didn't intend to waste time. The moment he finished speaking, a massive orb of lightning formed in his right hand. He hurled it forward, and the several meter-wide sphere of lightning blasted straight towards the dozen guards ahead. Help! Help! Enemy attack! The God of Lightning Chen Fan is attacking Enies lobby. The guards screamed in panic. They knew the terror of the God of Lightning and dared not resist fleeing for their lives. But could their speed match lightning? In an instant, the massive lightning orb engulfed the dozen or so guards. Accompanied by screams, all but the guard running in front were charred black and fell to the ground lifeless. Witnessing this, Hawkeye Mihawk said nothing. He had been at sea long enough to know that mercy to an enemy was cruelty to oneself. Simultaneously, the sound of the massive destruction and the guards' cries for help alerted other guards on the front island. They immediately sounded the alarm, notifying those on the central island of an enemy attack. Chen Fan paid them no mind. With a flash of lightning, he appeared before the fleeing guard. Where is Enies lobby's treasure vault? Tell me, and you live. Don't, and you die. Chen Fan grabbed the guard by the collar, lifting him up, his gaze cold and piercing. The guard, trembling with terror, gazed upon the thunderous figure before him. Where is the location of the berries and treasures on Enies lobby? Lead the way, take me there, or you die. Chen Fan's voice rang out, utterly devoid of warmth. Sensing the overwhelming murderous intent, the guard dared not resist. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead as he hastily said, "It's on the central island behind the tower. They'll guide you, just don't kill me." After hearing this, Chen Fan's entire body blazed with lightning as he vanished in a flash. The alarm bells of Enies lobby screamed throughout the island. Meanwhile, on the central island, Spandine, who had been resting in his office, strolled out leisurely upon hearing the alarm. He thought it was just some insignificant pirate who had lost his way. But when he saw the thunderous figure and name that had recently become infamous instantly sprang to his mind, the thunder god Chen Fan. Spandine immediately realized that disaster had struck. Panicked, he rushed back to his office and dialed a Den Den Mushi. Meanwhile, in the Fleet Admiral's office, Kong, who had just finished his duties and was about to rest, noticed the emergency Den Den Mushi ringing on his desk. Without hesitation, Kong answered the call. Fleet Admiral Kong, this is Spandine. The thunder god Chen Fan is attacking Enies lobby, accompanied by Hawkeye Mihawk. Requesting reinforcements. Spandine spoke frantically. What? Upon hearing this, Kong was filled with fury. He hadn't expected Chen Fan to be so audacious, repeatedly challenging the Marine's bottom line. Hold him off as long as you can. He'll dispatch reinforcements immediately. Kong set aside that Den Den Mushi and proceeded to dial another one beside his desk. Borsellino, who had been lounging lazily in his office, heard the Den Den Mushi in his pocket ring. After yawning, he answered it. Borsellino, you're at Marine headquarters, correct? Proceed to Enies lobby at top speed. The thunder god Chen Fan, along with Hawkeye Mihawk, is attacking the island. Go ahead and hold them off. I will dispatch Kazan to follow. Admiral Zephyr has just completed his mission. I will instruct him not to return to headquarters, but to head directly to Enies lobby. You only need to delay them for half an hour. Kong urged urgently. Understood. Borsellino hadn't expected that before he could seek out Chun Fan, the Thunder God had come knocking on his own accord. With a flash of light, Borsellino vanished from the spot, and a streak of radiance appeared across the sky. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chun Fan had already arrived at the central island. Any guards who dared to block his path along the way were effortlessly defeated. With lightning crackling around him, Chun Fan shook his head. No wonder Luffy would one day storm Enies lobby so easily. This island, despite being the Marine's courthouse, was far inferior to Impel Down and Marine headquarters. Spandine, watching the figure wreathed in lightning from his office, cowered in fear, not daring to go down and intervene. He had heard of Chun Fan's fearsome reputation. This man had just killed a Marine vice admiral. 3 minutes later, Chun Fan arrived before a warehouse. A large padlock secured its entrance and 2 guards stood in front. Not wanting to waste time, Chun Fan pointed his right hand forward. Instantly, 2 bolts of lightning as thick as an arm shot toward the 2 guards at tremendous speed. Faces twisted in terror, the guards tried to flee, but it was too late. With 2 screams, the guards were reduced to ashes. Witnessing this, the guard standing beside Chun Fan was petrified, even wetting himself in fear. The treasury is just ahead. You promised to spare me, right? The scrawny guard asked, trembling. Let me teach you a lesson: never trust an enemy's words. After saying this, Chun Fan's expression turned icy. His right hand, crackling with lightning, shot toward the guard with lightning speed. You? The guard's eyes widened, but before he could finish, his head was obliterated by Chun Fan's strike. Without hesitation, Chun Fan then delivered a powerful punch to the treasury door. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the iron door was blasted open by Chun Fan's fist. Then with a flicker of lightning, Chun Fan vanished and reappeared inside the treasury. He saw rows of wooden crates, a 5-tiered shelf, and a weapon rack. Chun Fan first opened the wooden crates. Seeing they were filled with berries and gold, he shook his head. It wasn't that he wasn't interested, but he couldn't carry so much. It was too troublesome, especially since this place was far too close to Marine headquarters. Not wanting to waste too much time, Chun Fan bypassed the crates and approached the 5-tiered shelf. It held treasures, devil fruits, and fine swords. He gave a cursory glance and took the 7 devil fruits of value. Then he examined the swords. None were particularly valuable. The best was only a great grade blade of 21 works. Without a second thought, Chun Fan collected the 3 skillful grade blades of 72 works and that 1 great grade blade. Finally, he approached the weapon rack. The rifles and cannonballs held little interest for him. On the second shelf, he finally found the crates containing gravity wristbands. They were marked with weights: 3 tons, 5 tons, 8 tons, 10 tons, and the heaviest at 20 tons. After some thought, considering his current strength, Chun Fan took 2 pairs of the 10-ton and 20-ton wristbands, leaving the rest behind. He glanced around. There was indeed nothing of significant value left, and he had already filled a large bundle. Without hesitation, he grabbed the bundle and vanished in a flash. Lightning raged around him. Though he yearned to destroy Enies lobby entirely, he knew that the longer he stayed, the greater the danger. Let's go. With his speed, Chun Fan reached the shore in no time. Meanwhile, Spandine, trembling in his office, dared not come out to stop him. He prayed fervently for these 2 terrors to leave quickly. As for the fleet admiral's order to hold them off as long as possible, what was that compared to his own life? Seeing Chun Fan's bulging bundle, Hawkeye Mihawk realized he had come to Enies lobby to plunder its resources. The 2 prepared to depart. Lightning flashed as Hawkeye Mihawk employed his technique to briefly soar through the air. But just as they rose into the sky, a beam of light shot toward Chun Fan at incredible speed. Relying on his powerful observation, Chun Fan effortlessly evaded the attack. Then a figure shimmering with light appeared before the 2 of them. Borsellino. Chun Fan's expression turned grave. He hadn't expected the Navy's reinforcements to arrive so swiftly. How terrifying! The Thunder God Chun Fan. Borsellino wore a lecherous grin. Looking at that insufferable expression, Chun Fan thought to himself that some people were indeed born with a natural sleaziness. Do you think you alone can stop the 2 of us? Let's go. Seeing only Borsellino had arrived, Chun Fan immediately called for Hawkeye Mihawk to leave together. He had no desire to fight here. Instantly, the 2 vanished from their spot, but they had barely flown a few hundred meters when that lecherous figure enveloped in radiance appeared before them again. Lord Chun Fan leaving so soon. Isn't that a bit disrespectful to me? Borsellino said with a smile. Chun Fan was well aware that his own speed might not surpass Borsellino's, especially with Hawkeye present. If this fellow was determined to pursue them, there would be no escape. Mihawk placed the package on the reef below. Let's keep this Vice Admiral entertained. Chun Fan's demeanor was icy. He knew Borsellino's goal was merely to delay them until reinforcements arrived. Without hesitation, Hawkeye Mihawk, understanding the situation, descended and set the bundle upon the reef. Attack together. Take him down as fast as possible. Chun Fan recognized Borsellino's immense power. He knew his chances alone were slim. Only by joining forces with Hawkeye Mihawk could they hope to defeat Borsellino in a short time. Thor mode. Shen Fan's entire body blazed with devastating lightning. In an instant, the whole sky was filled with azure bolts that converged endlessly upon his form. Within seconds, Shen Fan manifested a towering lightning giant dozens of meters tall, its body wreathed in blue thunder, an awe-inspiring sight. Beside him, Hawkeye Mihawk drew his supreme greatsword Yuru. A formidable sword intent surged skyward as if to cleave through all existence. Both Shen Fan and his ally knew that the longer they lingered, the greater the danger. How terrifying. You two actually go all out from the start. Borsellino's perpetually lecherous expression turned somewhat serious. He understood that facing these two, without full focus, could lead to an unexpected defeat. Light God armament. In the next moment, his body radiated particles of light. The entire sky blazed with brilliance as immense power gathered upon him, reminiscent of Chun Fan's Thor mode. However, Borsellino was cloaked in light, while Chun Fan expanded his lightning into a colossal giant. Die! The lightning giant's enormous fist, brimming with power, hurtled toward Borsellino at incredible speed. Ama no Murakumo, no Tsurugi. A sword of light materialized in Borsellino's hands. He gripped it and swung forward. The next moment, clang! The thunderous fist and the blade of light collided, sending ripples of force spreading in all directions. Simultaneously, Hawkeye Mihawk's attack came. The razor-sharp Yoru slashed straight for Borsellino's head. Without a moment's hesitation, Borsellino unleashed a surge of power, forcibly repelling Shen Fan, then used Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi to block Yoru. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons rang out as the two exchanged blows with their blades. Meanwhile, Chun Fan once again swung his fists in attack. In an instant, Borsellino, outnumbered 2-1, found himself at a disadvantage. Though his strength surpassed either opponent individually, he couldn't overcome the duo, especially since his physical combat was his weak point. Borsellino knew he couldn't continue like this, or he might truly lose. Turning his body into light, he dodged their attacks as a flash and fled into the distance, seeking to create space. But in the next second, a colossal lightning fist hurtled toward him. Facing this terrifying strike, Borsellino's expression turned grim. He raised Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi to block the punch, but was sent flying backward several meters. He had forgotten that one of these two rivals his own speed. With little chance to create distance, Borsellino's face twisted in dismay. He had always toyed with others using his speed advantage. Now that this edge was gone, he was momentarily at a loss. But Chun Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk gave him no time to think. Their intent was clear. They would strike with full force, severely wounding Borsellino in the shortest possible time, rendering him unable to delay them. Thunder raged, and sword energy pierced the clouds. Chun Fan and his ally unleashed a torrent of attacks upon Borsellino. For a moment, Borsellino radiated light, exerting all his might to defend against the relentless assault from both sides. Even someone as powerful as Borsellino began to accumulate wounds. Drops of blood fell to the earth. Watching through binoculars, Spandine was utterly astonished. He had thought that with Vice Admiral Borsellino's arrival, the two would be finished. After all, Borsellino was a likely candidate for the next admiral. Yet now Spandine saw Borsellino being suppressed, wounds appearing on his body. He felt relieved he hadn't rushed out to his death earlier. Meanwhile, the battle in midair continued unabated. Lightning dominated half the sky above the sea for hundreds of meters, while the other half blazed with radiant light. Even with his weak physical combat, and facing two opponents, Borsellino stubbornly held his ground. This was why he would one day become one of the Navy's 3 admirals. Chun Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk grew increasingly anxious as they spotted a figure covered in ice emerging hundreds of meters away. Give it up, Thunder God, Chun Fan, Hawkeye Mihawk. Neither of you are leaving today. Borsellino wore that infuriating smirk. Though his body was covered in wounds, none were severe. In fact, his combat power remained at about 90%. Such was Borsellino's terrifying resilience. If Hawkeye Mihawk was at the level of an elite vice admiral and Chun Fan slightly stronger, Borsellino was infinitely close to the strength of a quasi-admiral. That was how he could fight two opponents and not fall behind quickly. And you think this is enough to make us surrender? Chun Fan scoffed disdainfully as the terrifying lightning erupted from his body once more. The two of them charged at Borsellino again, a destructive lightning spear materializing in their right hands. The supremely sharp supreme-grade blade Yoru was swung with blinding speed. In an instant, facing the assault of the two, Borsellino's expression grew stern. Gripping the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi tightly, he swung it forward, attempting to forcibly block their attack. Clang! Overwhelmed by their fearsome onslaught, Borsellino was forced backward. Seizing the opportunity, the Thunder Giant's massive left fist hurtled directly toward Borsellino. With no time to dodge, Borsellino tried to escape by turning into light, but it was too late. His right arm was coated in the hardened armor of Busashoku Haki, the 3rd stage. Thud! Borsellino plummeted heavily downward. Chun Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk seized the chance to press the attack. But a colossal ice bird carrying the power to freeze all in its path came charging at them. Seeing this, Chun Fan and the other could only dodge left and right. The nearly 10-meter ice bird then vanished into the horizon. Boom. Then with an explosion, it shattered into countless ice shards that scattered across the sea surface, freezing patches of seawater into ice. By now, Borsellino had also steadied himself. Chun Fan realized that even with his and Hawkeye Mihawk's full strength, they had failed to severely wound Borsellino. Things were becoming difficult. At that moment, Kazan, his body entirely encased in ice, appeared beside Borsellino. Find a chance to escape. Take the package if you can, or leave it if you can't. Chun Fan whispered to Hawkeye Mihawk beside him. You're not getting away. Kazan's expression was icy cold. Though usually laid back, having been bested by Chun Fan before anyone would seek to avenge their pride. Just as Kazan prepared to strike, Chun Fan, a hand reached out to stop him. You take on Hawkeye Mihawk. He'll handle the lightning god Chun Fan. You can't catch him or stop him from escaping. Borsellino's sleazy face showed a hint of anger. Being suppressed for so long had kindled his fury. All right. Kazan didn't object, knowing his speed was indeed no match for Chun Fan's. This was why Sengoku and Kong had chosen Borsellino to capture Chun Fan rather than him or Sakazuki. The next second, light flickered as Borsellino's form vanished from the spot. Wielding the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi, he sped toward Chun Fan. His expression grave. Chun Fan knew this battle was unavoidable. Terrifying lightning erupted, and the Thunder Giant's colossal fist shot forward. Boom. Their attacks collided in an instant, lightning raging and light bursting forth. It was a bloody, fierce struggle as the two engaged in relentless close combat. Though wounded, Borsellino still matched Chun Fan evenly. On the other side, Kazan, his body covered in chilling ice, conjured two ice spears in his hands and attacked Hawkeye Mihawk. The Supreme Grey Blade Yoru clashed repeatedly with the ice spears, shattering ice continuously. Yet it reformed in the next moment as both gave their all without reservation. Though Kazan was slightly stronger than the current Hawkeye Mihawk, deciding the victor was no simple task. In the distance, Spandine watched the scene with immense excitement. He had thought that losing the treasures from the vault would earn him a scolding or even a demotion as the head of Eni's lobby. But with Kazan and Borsellino here, those two wouldn't escape. Spandine smirked smugly, completely forgetting how he had been too terrified to even step out earlier, nearly soiling himself. Midair. The battle of the four continued. Three forces of nature clashed repeatedly in the sky, triggering booming shockwaves while the sea below churned violently. Hawkeye Mihawk's powerful sword intent seemed to pierce the heavens. For a time, the four locked in fierce combat, could not determine a victor quickly. Yet the longer this went on, the grimmer Chun Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk's expressions became. They knew that while it seemed evenly matched in a life-or-death struggle, their odds of victory were only 40%. Little did they know an even greater crisis was approaching. Admiral Zephyr was on his way. Huff, huff. Panting, Chun Fan's stamina was heavily drained from the full-force battle. Of course, Borsellino wasn't faring much better, gasping for breath with multiple wounds on his body. To keep Chun Fan pinned down, Borsellino had no choice but to engage him in close combat. But hand-to-hand combat was never Borsellino's forte, and with his injuries, the one who was slightly stronger than Chun Fan was now subtly losing ground. On the other side, after prolonged fighting and Hawkeye Mihawk's earlier exhaustion, Kazan, with his superior strength, had gained the upper hand. Chun Fan's face darkened. This situation seemed tricky, and he noticed that both Borsellino and Kazan, though fighting with full force, didn't seem intent on a death match. It was as if they were merely trying to hold him and Mihawk back. Thinking it over, Chun Fan easily deduced that they were waiting for reinforcements, hence no need to risk their lives. And the kind of reinforcement that warranted both of them waiting was likely another admiral. Now against Borsellino and Kazan, Chun Fan and his ally had only a 40% chance. If another Marine admiral appeared, they would be doomed. Break through with all your might. Split up, Chun Fan shouted to Hawkeye Mihawk. Then, acting decisively, lightning crackled as he grabbed the package and fled to the right, a plan forming in his mind. Hawkeye Mihawk also sensed something amiss, and without hesitation ran to the left. Watching them flee, Borsellino and Kazan exchanged a glance before pursuing their respective targets. This time they wouldn't let Chun Fan escape so easily. Light blazed as ice spread. Chun Fan hadn't gotten far before he noticed a radiant form chasing him relentlessly. Clearly his speed was on par with Borsellino's, neither could shake the other. In the sky, a golden stream of light and a blue stream of light streaked across the horizon, one chasing the other. Borsellino's entire body radiated with brilliance, which then gathered in his right hand, forming an object resembling a mirror of light. In the next moment, a beam of light shot forth from this mirror of light, tracing a zigzag trajectory that ultimately landed in front of Chun Fan. Borsellino's figure swiftly vanished from his original position following this trajectory to catch up with Chun Fan, blocking his path. Chun Fan, have you ever been kicked by light? Borsellino spoke in a teasing tone as light continuously gathered on his right leg, which he then kicked towards Chun Fan at incredible speed. Well then, have you ever been struck by thunder? Armament, Thunder Fist. Facing this swift strike, Chun Fan's expression remained indifferent as destruction-laden thunder enveloped his fist, and he thrust it forward. Boom. Terrifying thunder and brilliant light collided in that instant, akin to a dragon clashing, creating a series of explosive sounds in midair. Both Chun Fan and Pagliasolino were sent flying back several meters. However, Chun Fan had no intention of engaging further. Accompanied by flickering thunder, he elementalized and fled towards the horizon. Yet how could Pagliasolino simply allow him to escape? The radiant light relentlessly attacked Chun Fan. At this moment, Chun Fan could only fight back, while retreating, his speed significantly hampered. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the Navy's reinforcements would catch up. Thunder God Chun Fan, you won't escape this time. You might as well give up and let me take you back obediently. Oh, after all, your strength is too terrifying, and I don't want to fight you. Pagliasolino wore an infuriating expression as he spoke, while his right foot, gathering light, unleashed a powerful strike towards Chun Fan's head. Then how about you just let me go? Chun Fan gathered terrifying thunder on his right leg and swung it forward. Bang! In that moment, the 2 feet, each carrying tremendous power, collided, resulting in a dazzling explosion of light and splattering thunder. This won't do. Your talent and strength are too frightening. I can't just let you go. I won't be able to explain myself to the marshal. Pagliasolino maintained that infuriating demeanor. Observing him, Chun Fan felt somewhat speechless, muttering that he was truly terrifying and that his strikes were harsher than anyone else's. Not wanting to waste more time on him, Chun Fan, shining with thunder, continued to flee into the distance. Pagliasolino, watching this scene, found it hard to comprehend. After all, Chun Fan could not shake off Pagliasolino. At this speed, their reinforcements would catch up soon. Oh, what was his goal? At this moment, Chun Fan was well aware that he could not shake off Pagliasolino. However, his objective had never been to escape from him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hawkeye Mihawk was already caught up by Kazan. Looking at Kazan, who stood before him covered in ice, Hawkeye Mihawk knew he had run out of options. Moreover, fleeing was not his style. Holding the supreme great sword Blackblade Knight, the sword intent emanating from Hawkeye Mihawk reached its peak. Sensing this incredibly sharp aura, Kazan dared not underestimate it. The chilling ice erupted in an instant, causing the temperature in the surroundings to drop. Ice Blade. Kazan exhaled a breath of cold air, which then transformed into an ice blade. Gripping the ice blade tightly, Kazan elementalized and charged towards Hawkeye Mihawk at great speed. With an indifferent expression, Hawkeye Mihawk gripped Blackblade Knight tightly in his right hand, which was pitch black, containing immense power, and advanced towards Kazan. Clang! In an instant, the chilling ice blade clashed with the sharp black blade, producing the sound of clashing weapons and creating a wave of air. Both were the type to speak little but act decisively, and in no time the 2 figures engaged in a constant clash midair, with shards of ice falling onto the sea, coalescing into small ice blocks. Streams of sword energy scattered across the ocean, causing countless waves to erupt. Both were exerting their full strength without holding back as time ticked away. A bloody brawl ensued, fierce and brutal, with fists striking flesh. Drops of blood flowed into the sea. Huff! Huff! 2 heavy breaths echoed. Kazan bore a ghastly sword wound on his chest, while Hawkeye Mihawk appeared even more disheveled, covered in injuries. His arms and legs had areas frozen by ice, and even with his strength, he couldn't thaw them in a short time. Although it seemed like their battle was evenly matched, if it continued, Hawkeye Mihawk's body would gradually become completely frozen by the ice. If this continued, Kazan would likely be the one to win. With a serious expression, Hawkeye Mihawk was aware of this and contemplated how to respond to his current predicament. However, Kazan would not give him time to think. Whooshed! His body instantly vanished from sight, and as the ice rampaged, 2 frozen spears appeared in his hands. Kazan wielded the frozen spears and attacked Hawkeye Mihawk at an incredible speed. With no time to hesitate, Hawkeye Mihawk gripped the supreme great sword tightly, the 3rd stage of armament hockey enveloping it as he charged forward. Clang! In a fleeting moment, ice shards flew in all directions as the 2 resumed their battle, the sound of explosions echoing in the sky. The speed of the 2 was so fast that if an ordinary person were present, they would only see 2 afterimages continuously colliding. On the other side, at this moment, Chun Fan was continuously fleeing into the distance, his body already covered with numerous minor wounds. There was no way around it. Their strengths were closely matched, one fleeing and the other attacking, and it was evident who was at a disadvantage. At this moment, Pagliasolino still did not understand Chun Fan's intentions, but he was not anxious, merely pursuing Chun Fan relentlessly. Because Zephyr's side was already close to coming through the life paper. It's truly terrifying, Thunder God Chun Fan, to possess such strength at such a young age. However, today, you might very well be staying here. Pagliasolino revealed a lewd grin, extending both hands forward slightly. In an instant, 2 beams of laser light containing immense power sped towards Chun Fan. Not intending to confront them, Chun Fan elementalized his body and relying on his powerful observation haki, evaded the two attacks. Boom. In the next moment, these two laser beams caused a violent explosion in the sky, creating a cloud of smoke. Seeing Polysolino's mocking and lewd expression, Chen Fan's face darkened, thinking that this guy was truly irritating. If not for the fear of the Navy's reinforcements arriving, I would have liked to have a proper fight with this fellow and leave a few marks on him. Just as Borsalino was about to launch another attack from behind, Chen Fan suddenly stopped fleeing toward the horizon and instead dove straight downward. When he saw the 79 islands formed from the trunks of the redwood trees, Borsalino's expression instantly darkened, for he had roughly guessed why Chen Fan had been fleeing so frantically all along. Chen Fan was likely planning to use the lives of ordinary citizens to threaten him. At this moment, a smile curled upon Chen Fan's lips, who, after running for so long, he had finally arrived. He headed straight for the nearest island. Borsalino pursued closely from behind, his entire body radiating brilliance, holding the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi in his right hand, and attacking Chen Fan at tremendous speed. With a cold expression, Chen Fan gathered the power of thunder and lightning into his fist, turned around, and thrust his right fist forward, imbued with immense force. Boom. In an instant, the two attacks collided like flood dragons, triggering an explosion that sent both figures flying backward several meters. Without any hesitation, Chen Fan then flashed with lightning and shot at his fastest speed toward the island below, which was covered in buildings. On Island 73, there were ordinary citizens, pirates, merchants, nobles, and others. The sound of the explosion had also caught the attention of those walking along the streets of the island. They all looked up to see a figure wreathed in lightning, and another radiating a brilliant glow, one fleeing and the other in pursuit. Who are those two up there, flying in the sky, and one of them is even covered in thunder and lightning? I know the one behind. It's Navy Vice Admiral Borsalino. As for the one being chased, I have no idea who he is. You don't know that? That's the recently renowned thunder god Chen Fan. They say he's the only one who broke the myth of Impel Down. I've heard of him too. He's under 20 and already has the strength to defeat a vice admiral at headquarters. Such talent is terrifying. The people below were all discussing the identities of the two. Meanwhile, Chen Fan had also arrived at a spot 100 meters above the island. Endless thunder punishment. Blue lightning gathered around his body as Chen Fan raised his hands upward. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky with bolts of lightning flashing within them. The next second, streaks of lightning as thick as arms descended from the heavens, carrying terrifying power as they struck toward the people on the island. The citizens, nobles, and pirates on the island were instantly terrified by the sight that seemed destined to destroy the island, and they immediately began to flee in panic. On the other side, Borsalino watched the scene with an extremely grim expression. He hadn't expected Chen Fan to actually do this. Without daring to hesitate, he turned his body into light and appeared several meters above the island. Laser beams. Borsalino's entire body radiated brilliance as he waved his hands forward. In a flash, beams of light shot out, hurtling toward the destructive lightning. Boom. Thunder and light clashed incessantly, explosions roaring continuously. Ripples spread across the midair, smoke billowed, and the heavens and earth changed color. Countless tiny bolts of lightning fell, collapsing the houses along the streets into ruins. Some unlucky citizens were caught in the destruction, crushed under buildings, or struck by the small lightning bolts. Immediately, cries for help and screams of despair rose from below. Save me. Someone help. I don't want to die. They'll give all my money to anyone who saves me. The sounds of screams and pleas for help echoed continuously from below. At this moment, Borsalino's face was extremely grim. Though he could block Chen Fan's attacks, the mere aftermath of their clash was more than these ordinary people could withstand. So how about this? Call Kazan now and tell him to release Hawkeye, my hawk. You also disappear from my sight and let me go. Or there's another option: everyone on this island will be buried with me. A smile played on Chen Fan's lips as strands of lightning coiled around his body. In his right hand, he had even conjured a massive sphere of thunder several meters in diameter, looking as if he was about to hurl it down at any moment. Borsalino's expression wavered with hesitation. He knew that if he failed to capture Chen Fan this time, it would be far more difficult in the future. And given this man's terrifying talent, barring any accidents, his power would only grow stronger with each encounter. For a moment, even Borsalino was at a loss. After a second of deliberation, he immediately pulled out the Den Den Mushi from his pocket and made a call. In the Fleet Admiral's office, seeing that it was a red Den Den Mushi, he picked it up immediately. Fleet Admiral Chen Fan is now on the Sabaody archipelago. He's threatening me with the lives of the ordinary citizens on this island, demanding that I let him and Hawkeye, my hawk, go. Otherwise, he says he'll make everyone on the island die with them. Borsalino quickly reported the situation. Hearing this, Kong's face turned grim instantly. He hadn't expected Chen Fan, so young, to be so ruthless, using an entire island's populace to threaten them. So what's your decision? If you don't make up your mind soon, all the people on this island will die here. Chun Fan said with a smile, fully aware that the longer this dragged on the more dangerous it became for him. In the Fleet Admiral's office, after a few seconds of hesitation, Kong decided that sacrificing the lives of ordinary citizens on one island to kill Chun Fan was not a bad deal. After all, if Chun Fan were allowed to grow in the future, the threat he would pose to the Navy would far exceed that of a single island. With that thought, Kong issued an order to Borsalino. Don't worry about the lives of the ordinary people on that island. You must stall Chun Fan and not let him escape. Zephyr is almost here. Hearing this, Borsalino's expression also darkened. He hadn't expected Kong to make such a choice. However, after some hesitation, he chose to obey the order. Understood. After hanging up, Borsalino's entire body shone with brilliance, and the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi appeared in his right hand. On the other side, Chun Fan watched the scene with a grim expression. He had already guessed the outcome, but he hadn't expected the Navy to be so ruthless. Your world government, your so-called justice. How laughable. I think you're nothing but the lapdogs of the celestial dragons. Chun Fan taunted. Save your words. Today you will stay here. Borsalino spoke in an unusually serious tone, indicating that he too had some reservations about Fleet Admiral Kong's decision. Fine then. Let the ordinary people on these islands be buried with me. With lightning swirling around his body, Chun Fan vanished from his spot, in an instant ready to make the ordinary people on the island below share his fate. Although aware that his plan was likely to fail, Chun Fan still had to test whether the Navy was bluffing him. As he rushed downwards, Borsalino shone with radiant light, chasing after him. Just before reaching the island's surface, both of their expressions changed simultaneously. Chun Fan was excited while Borsalino's face darkened considerably. For they both saw a man wearing a bubble helmet and white clothing curled up in the corner of a house. Such attire could only be worn by the celestial dragons from the world of One Piece. Saint Rosward, who was arrogantly walking down the street with two guards, encountered the fierce battle between Borsalino and Chun Fan. His two guards were instantly turned to ashes by the shockwaves of the fight. This left him momentarily stunned, unable to do anything but remain inside the house in a daze. Without hesitation, Chun Fan thought to himself that he was quite fortunate, and he immediately rushed towards the celestial dragon at full speed. At that moment, Borsalino was unable to catch up. He had originally intended to create distance to delay Chun Fan, so he hadn't pursued too closely. Now attempting to catch up was simply impossible. But just as Chun Fan was within 100 meters of Saint Rosward, an overwhelming sense of death threatened him from behind. Without daring to hesitate, Chun Fan quickly turned around, a black fist enveloped in the fourth stage of armament Haki, carrying the power to destroy everything, rushed towards him at high speed. The attacker was none other than Zephyr, who had just arrived. Upon seeing Chun Fan about to grab the celestial dragon, he launched an all-out attack immediately. The terrifying power made Chun Fan feel the looming threat of death. His instinct warned him that he could not take it heed, and he couldn't withstand it. It was important to note that Zephyr had not yet lost an arm, and was not in the state of old age he would later face. He still possessed the combat strength of a Marine Admiral. The full power of Zephyr's punch was unimaginable. With a face full of anxiety and tight nerves, Chun Fan wanted to elementalize away, but at such a close distance it seemed he was running out of time. Was I really going to die? No. I have not yet become the king of this world. I have not yet reached the pinnacle. I cannot die like this. Faced with the threat of death, a powerful force within Chun Fan seemed to break through a barrier and erupted forth. A force akin to a mental attack spread outwards, and in an instant the ordinary crowd within 100 meters around him fainted. At the same time, Zephyr, who was about to land a punch, slightly paused for a fraction of a second. It was in that brief moment that Chun Fan fully elementalized, lightning flickering, disappearing from his original spot. He awakened the Conqueror's Haki at the last moment. With a loud bang, the black fist imbued with terrifying power struck heavily against the ground. In an instant the earth shook and mountains trembled, countless stones flew, dust rose, and a deep pit several meters wide appeared on the ground. This shows just how strong Zephyr's punch was. If Chun Fan had taken that punch heed, he would have either died or been severely injured. On the other side, having awakened the Conqueror's Haki at a critical moment and evaded that attack, Chun Fan had already arrived next to Saint Rosward, who was 100 meters away. With a hint of fear on his face, Chun Fan grasped his neck and lifted him up, his eyes filled with cold indifference. However, Chun Fan did not use much strength. He merely wanted to restrain Saint Rosward and prevent him from escaping. Otherwise, if he accidentally killed this guy, he would lose his bargaining chip. On the other side, Zephyr and Borsalino, witnessing this scene, had extremely unsightly expressions and some surprise. Especially Zephyr, he did not expect that this little guy would actually awaken the Conqueror's Haki. Caught off guard, he was stunned for a fraction of a second. What surprised him the most was that this little guy's Conqueror's Haki, despite being recently awakened, was extraordinarily strong. Otherwise, even if he were completely defenseless, it would have been impossible for him to be shocked for such a short time. Let me go, you despicable slave insect. I am a noble descendant of the Creator. If you let me go, I might spare your life. and allow you to be my slave. Saint Roseward desperately tried to pry Chen Fan's hand away, but with his strength, how could he possibly succeed? What a useless piece of trash. Chen Fan looked coldly at Saint Roseward. Just that gaze made Saint Roseward feel fear and dread. You two, one is an admiral, and the other a vice admiral, right? Hurry and save me, I am a celestial dragon. Saint Roseward urgently called for help from Zephyr and Borsalino beside him. Chen Fan released the celestial dragon. Zephyr's authoritative gaze turned towards Chen Fan, a powerful pressure emanating from him. However, it had no effect on Chen Fan. Admiral Zephyr, what kind of joke is that? This is my bargaining chip for survival. How could I possibly let him go? I must say I am truly fortunate to have encountered such trash. Chen Fan smiled as he looked at the two. Let me go, you despicable ant. I am a distinguished god. Saint Roseward continued to ramble on. Chen Fan felt somewhat annoyed by this incessant chatter, and he tightened his grip on Saint Roseward's neck. In an instant, Saint Roseward could not utter a word. His face began to turn pale, and he struggled with his hands and feet. Seeing this scene, Zephyr and Borsalino with grim expressions quickly shouted for him to stop. Wait, what do you need to release the celestial dragon? Zephyr clenched his fists and looked at Chen Fan, his eyes filled with reluctance. He knew that the initiative might very well lie in Chen Fan's hands from this point on. Both Zephyr and Borsalino wished they could kill this celestial dragon. They had been so close to success, yet this guy's appearance had turned the tables for Chen Fan. It's simple, let me go and call Kazan right now to release my crew Mihawk, or else I will not spare this celestial dragon. Otherwise you might as well prepare to collect his corpse. Chen Fan smiled as he looked at the two, and his right hand relaxed its grip. Saint Roseward gasped for air, the earlier feeling of suffocation nearly making him die. Zephyr and Borsalino's expressions fell into hesitation. They did not want to miss this opportunity. Oh, do you still need to think about it? You need to hurry, otherwise I'm afraid I might accidentally exert too much force. Chen Fan smiled as he looked at Borsalino and the others, then turned to Saint Roseward, saying, it seems those two do not want you to live, so I will send you on your way. Are you two Marines insane? I am a noble celestial dragon. If anything happens to me, you're all dead. Roswald had learned his lesson and dared not shout at Chen Fan, but he still felt bold enough to berate the Marines. Zephyr and Borsalino's expressions darkened at the insults. Yet as Marines, protecting celestial dragons was part of their duty, leaving them powerless. Borsalino called Fleet Admiral Kong and explained the situation. Zephyr suppressed his fury as he spoke. With no other choice, Borsalino once again pulled out a miniature Den Den Mushi and made the call. Hurry up. My patience is wearing thin. Chen Fan grinned at them. At that moment, Zephyr yearned to charge forward and kill Chen Fan, but seeing the celestial dragon firmly in his grasp, he could only restrain himself. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Kong was anxiously waiting. When he saw the Den Den Mushi ringing, he assumed it was good news and immediately answered. Upon connection, Borsalino's voice came through from the other end. Fleet Admiral, there's an issue. A celestial dragon appeared here, and Chen Fan has captured him. He's threatening to kill the dragon if we don't release him and Dracula Mihawk. What? A celestial dragon has been taken? Kong was stunned. Yes, Fleet Admiral. What should we do? Borsalino's tone was unusually serious, devoid of his typical flippancy. Kong clenched his fists, lost in thought. He was unwilling to let such a golden opportunity to deal with Chen Fan slip away, but if the celestial dragon died at Chen Fan's hands, he couldn't justify it to the five elders. Kong remained indecisive, unable to make a swift decision. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chen Fan called out, Hurry up. Have you decided? Otherwise this one dies here. Chen Fan urged them, then fixed a fierce glare on Roswald. That cold, predatory gaze was like a tiger's, instantly terrifying Roswald, who screamed, What are you Marines thinking? The world government exists to protect us, celestial dragons. Why are you worthless fools hesitating? Agree to his demands, and save me. Hearing these insults, Zephyr and Borsalino's faces twisted with anger. Even Kong in his office heard it, through the Den Den Mushi. Sigh. Kong let out a heavy sigh. In the end, he had no choice. If the celestial dragon died because the Marines refused to act, he couldn't face the five elders. Release Dracula Mihawk and Chen Fan. Save the celestial dragon. Kong issued the order, his face full of resentment, his fists clenched tight. Understood. Borsalino wanted to say more, but after a moment's thought he simply replied, Understood. Did you hear that? The Fleet Admiral has given the order. As long as you guarantee the celestial dragon's safety, we'll let you and Mihawk go. Zephyr, also clenching his fists, looked as if he desperately wanted to fight, but had to hold back. He spoke to Chen Fan. How amusing. When I threatened an island full of civilians, you didn't hesitate to prepare for battle. But now with just one celestial dragon you choose to let me go. The world government truly is the symbol of justice. Chen Fan sneered. Enough. How the world government acts is none of a pirate's concern. Zephyr felt a pang of shame. Borsalino felt the same. Borsalino, call Kazan and tell him to release Mihawk. Zephyr instructed. Knowing there was no alternative, Borsalino dialed his miniature Den Den Mushi again. Meanwhile, Kazan and Dracula Mihawk's battle was nearing its end. Mihawk was covered in wounds, blood streaming from his body. He panted heavily, his hands trembling as they gripped Yura, yet his eyes remained as sharp as ever. Kazan, though also injured with several fierce sword wounds, was in far better condition than Mihawk. As the fight progressed, Kazan had gained the upper hand. At this rate, Mihawk would soon be defeated. The two stood opposite each other in midair. Though defeat seemed likely, Mihawk's nature would never allow him to surrender. He gripped Yura tightly, his swordsmanship aura surging, ready to continue the fight. Kazan was equally resolute, his body cloaked in frigid ice, exuding an overwhelming pressure. At that moment, the Den Mushi in Kazan's pocket rang. After a moment's thought, he answered it, recognizing it as a black Den Mushi indicating urgency. I'm in the middle of capturing Dracula Mihawk. What is it? Kazan spoke into the receiver, his eyes fixed on Mihawk. Release Mihawk. Chun Fan has captured a celestial dragon and is threatening to kill him unless we let them go. This is the Fleet Admiral's order. Borsalino's sleazy voice came through. Hearing this, Kazan froze for a second. Mihawk, not one to miss an opportunity, was about to strike when his own Den Mushi rang. Knowing that few people had his number, Mihawk stopped and answered the call. I've captured a celestial dragon and am threatening the Marines to let us go. You can leave now. Kazan won't dare pursue you. If he does, call me immediately. Understood. Hearing his captain's voice, Mihawk acknowledged. He glanced at Kazan, who after receiving the call indeed made no move to attack. Mihawk turned and left. He wouldn't admit defeat, but that didn't mean he sought death. Kazan watched him go, unwilling but unable to defy the Fleet Admiral's orders. Minutes later, elsewhere, Zephyr could no longer contain himself as he looked at the arrogant Chun Fan. Can we proceed now? Mihawk is safely away. Will you release the celestial dragon? Yes, let me go. Roswald shouted urgently before Chun Fan could speak. Shut up. Say one more word and I'll snap your neck. Chun Fan's fierce eyes bore into Roswald. Gazing upon that demonic glare, Roswald's saint immediately fell silent. Though arrogant, he was not a fool. He cherished his own life dearly. Letting him go is naturally possible, but you two must leave. You must stay out of my sight. Otherwise, if I release this celestial dragon and you give chase, I won't be able to escape. Chun Fan spoke with a smile to the two men. Impossible. If we both leave, we cannot guarantee the safety of the celestial dragon. You might kill him, and we would have no way to stop you. Zephyr refused directly. Then how about this? Borsalino leaves my sight, while you Admiral Zephyr remain here. I'll hand the celestial dragon over to you. Otherwise, we all die together. Chun Fan's expression turned fierce. He did not wish to waste any more time, knowing that too much delay could allow the Marines to form an encirclement from which he would truly be unable to escape. Fine. Borsalino, you leave first. Zephyr gritted his teeth as he spoke. At that moment, he wished he could punch the celestial dragon to death. As an admiral, he was being completely led by the nose by this brat, all because of this celestial dragon. To Zephyr, this was a monumental disgrace. Hearing the admiral's command, Borsalino had no choice but to obey. Golden light radiated from his entire body, and in the next instant, he vanished into the sky. After 5 or 6 minutes, when even the faintest trace of a figure had disappeared, Chun Fan finally relaxed slightly. Is it acceptable now, eh? Zephyr looked at Chun Fan, fearing that if he waited any longer, he would be unable to resist attacking. Naturally, a smile curled at the corner of Chun Fan's lips, and then he turned his gaze to the celestial dragon. At this moment, the celestial dragon, seeing that ominous look, grew uneasy. What are you going to do? Didn't you say you'd let me go? Naturally, I will let you go. After speaking, Chun Fan abruptly hurled the celestial dragon toward the sea. Whooshed. Then with a flash of thunder, he soared directly into the sky. Zephyr had not anticipated this move. He had originally planned to wait for Chun Fan to release the celestial dragon, then exert his full strength to pursue him and see if he could catch up. This situation was unforeseen by Zephyr. He looked at the celestial dragon who was about to fall into the sea, and then at the thunderous figure that was already vanishing on the horizon. After a moment's hesitation, Zephyr chose to save the celestial dragon. Bang! In an instant, Zephyr's entire body surged with vigorous blood energy, and his figure vanished from where he stood. It was evident that when he unleashed his full power in a short burst, his speed in that brief moment was absolutely terrifying. Just as the celestial dragon was about to plunge into the seawater, Zephyr appeared on the surface in the nick of time. He grabbed the man's clothes with one hand and brought him to the shore. You worthless lot. It took you this long to rescue me. I am a celestial dragon. What if I had been injured? You'd all be finished. After being rescued, Roswald Saint immediately began to curse loudly. As a Marine, Admiral Zephyr was extremely displeased but could only pretend not to hear. He set the man down on the small island, made a phone call to arrange for someone to pick him up, and then left directly. Zephyr had no desire to listen to that bastard's incessant chatter any longer. Meanwhile, Chun Fan dared not pause for a moment. Thunder coiled around his body as he sped along. He glanced at the bundle on his back, thinking that it was fortunate Borsalino had not wanted these items to be damaged or scattered during the battle. Otherwise, he would not have been able to fight while carrying the bundle. About 20 minutes later, Chen Fan confirmed that no Marines were pursuing him, and he gradually slowed down. While on the road, he had called Dracula Mihawk, asking him to wait on a small island they had previously logged with a log pose. Now Chen Fan had arrived at that very small island. Located in the middle of the sea, it spanned only a few thousand square meters, covered in dense forest with half of it a lush green expanse. Without hesitation, Chen Fan descended toward the island. As the thunder descended, Dracula Mihawk, who had been resting on a rock since the disturbance and was about to stand up, he immediately felt the terrifying power of the thunderclap and then sat back down. "How are you?" Chen Fan looked at the battered Dracula Mihawk, thinking to himself that he truly needed to find a ship's doctor. "I'm fine. Nothing serious," Dracula Mihawk replied coldly. Though his body bore many wounds, none were life-threatening. Hearing that Dracula Mihawk had no major injuries, Chen Fan's body flickered with thunder, and he vanished, heading toward the forest. A few minutes later, he returned with the carcass of an elephant. Then Chen Fan started a fire and began to roast the meat. After another few minutes, the aroma of meat wafted through the air. "All right, come and eat together," Chen Fan said to Dracula Mihawk. Without refusal, Dracula Mihawk, having fought for so long, naturally felt hungry. He then sat down and began to enjoy the food. Chen Fan, who had been famished, began to devour the meat ravenously. The moment the food entered his mouth, a faint warm current spread through his body like rain after a drought, continuously repairing his injuries and ever so slightly enhancing his physical constitution. Though the effect was minuscule, accumulated over time, it would undoubtedly reach a terrifying level. Half an hour later, Dracula Mihawk was full after eating only 5 or 6 gene. Chen Fan alone consumed most of the elephant, a testament to his immense appetite. However, he paid it no mind, as many powerhouses in the world of pirates had similarly large appetites. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, in the Fleet Admiral's office, Kong wore an extremely grim expression. He could not believe that such a perfect opportunity to capture both Chen Fan and Dracula Mihawk in one fell swoop had been ruined by that celestial dragon. Kong was so furious he wanted to curse. Zephyr and Borsellino, seated across from him, also looked terrible. Even the usually lazy Borsellino felt a pang of regret. After all, this mission was primarily his responsibility. Having failed this time, he would have to put in even more effort next time. What a hassle, Borsellino lamented inwardly. He just wanted to clock out, so why was it so difficult? No. This Chen Fan's talent is too terrifying. If we let him grow, he will undoubtedly become another great enemy for the Marines. Moreover, this guy stops at nothing. To survive, he would even threaten us with the lives of civilians. We cannot allow him to continue developing. Effective, immediately initiate a highest level arrest for Chen Fan. Zephyr, you will lead the team to capture him. Also raise his bounty to 1 for billion. After much deliberation, Kong finally decided to assign an admiral to specifically hunt down Chen Fan. He did not want to see what Chen Fan would become once he matured. Yes, Zephyr was well aware of how unscrupulous this little fellow Chen Fan could be, so he absolutely could not allow such a person to grow. Hearing Kong's decision, Borsellino felt a hint of relief inwardly. At least now he wouldn't have to deal with this troublesome matter himself. 2 days later, under the blazing sun, with the sea wind howling, the thunder god soaring through the new world spotted 2 figures rushing toward it from the horizon. As thunder scattered, Monet, who was training, instantly knew that Chen Fan had returned. "Big brother, are you hurt?" Monet immediately rushed over and hugged Chen Fan. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Chen Fan replied, then freed himself from Monet and opened the bundle he had brought. He first looked at the 7 devil fruits, then turned to Lafitte and said, "Pick 1 devil fruit. Among these 2 are Paramecia and 5 are Zoan. I suggest you choose the Dordor fruit." How did Chen Fan know what these devil fruits were? Naturally, he had found a devil fruit encyclopedia along the way. When he saw that one of the Paramecia fruits was the Dordor fruit, he was pleasantly surprised. He thought his luck was good. This fruit was originally meant for someone from CP9, but in this timeline that person hadn't eaten it yet, and he had obtained it instead. Chen Fan had initially intended to give the Dordor fruit to Dracula Mihawk. This would allow his strength to advance further. As for the concern of being surpassed, Chen Fan was not worried at all. After all, at his current age, he was still in a rapid growth phase, aided by the Rumble fruit and the cheat that slowly enhanced his physical constitution. Coupled with training over 13 hours daily, if he still couldn't surpass others, he might as well go smash his head against a wall. However, when Dracula Mihawk learned the fruit's abilities, he hesitated for a few seconds before refusing. "This fruit isn't suitable for me," he said, rejecting Chen Fan's offer. Chen Fan thought about it and realized it made sense. Even later, when Mihawk became the world's greatest swordsman, he never sought a devil fruit. There were only 2 possibilities: either he didn't want one or his standards were extremely high. Lafitte looked at the fruit Chen Fan recommended, which resembled a dragon fruit, and picked it up. Then Chen Fan explained the fruit's effects and potential development directions to Lafitte. "The Dordor fruit, huh? Not bad. Lafitte gazed at the devil fruit, having heard Chun Fan's insights on its development. He was tempted, and after a few seconds of thought, he swallowed the Dordor fruit. With the first bite, Lafitte immediately felt a taste as foul as feces spread through his mouth, nearly making him vomit. Ha ha ha. Watching this, Monet fell to the ground laughing. She had eaten a devil fruit herself and knew just how terrible they tasted. After a long while, Lafitte finally recovered. Then he began testing the fruit's abilities. He extended his right hand and touched the empty air before him. Instantly a door appeared, but it vanished after just a few seconds. Having just eaten the fruit, Lafitte could only manage this much. Watching the door materialize from nothing and recalling Chun Fan's introduction, he couldn't help but anticipate how powerful this fruit would become once fully developed. What about me, big brother? Monet asked, seeing that Lafitte had received a devil fruit, wondering if she had a gift too. Hearing Monet's request, Chun Fan pulled out a gravity bracelet from the bundle. This is for you. Chun Fan handed the gravity bracelet to Monet. Big brother, what is this? Monet examined the circular gravity bracelet with great curiosity. This is a gravity bracelet. See that button in the middle? Press it and you'll feel the gravity. The left and right buttons adjust the intensity. Of course, you can't use it yet. The lightest setting is 10 tons and the maximum is 15 tons. Chun Fan explained, realizing he had forgotten to bring a lighter one for Monet. Okay. Though Monet heard she couldn't use it, yet she was still overjoyed. After all, she had received a gift. Chun Fan gazed at the boundless sea and the thunder god sailing upon it, feeling quite satisfied with the talent and strength of the 3 crew members he had recruited. As a navigator, Lafitte possessing such combat prowess was already remarkable. Although Monet had been recruited because of the snow fruit, the little one trained diligently and worked hard every day. In a few years, she might truly become a significant asset. As for Mihawk, needless to say, he was the future world's greatest swordsman with undeniable potential, and his current strength already matched that of an elite vice admiral. He was without a doubt Chun Fan's greatest ally at present. Captain, where to next? Lafitte asked, watching Chun Fan as he stared out at the sea. Hearing this question, Chun Fan fell into deep thought. The Navy had directly dispatched Borsellino and Admiral Zephyr to capture him this time. If it hadn't been for his sudden awakening of Conqueror's haki and encountering that foolish celestial dragon, he would have been in grave danger. Moreover, having escaped this time, the Navy would undoubtedly intensify their pursuit, possibly even sending an admiral to capture him. If he continued causing massive upheavals in the New World with his current elite vice admiral level strength, the risk would be too high. Instead, it was better to lie low, train, and strengthen himself. With no news of him for a while, the Navy would surely reduce their pursuit efforts. Let's find a deserted island to train and boost our strength, Chun Fan said to the 3. None of them objected, understanding that they were still too inexperienced and in the spotlight. Continuing to act recklessly would be too dangerous. Understood, Captain. Lafitte began steering the Thunder God toward the rear. Meanwhile, Zephyr tirelessly searched for Chun Fan's trail in the New World, abandoning all other missions. But Chun Fan and his Thunder God pirates seemed to have vanished from the seas without a trace. 2 months later, the New World grew increasingly chaotic. Kong had no choice but to order Zephyr to terminate the mission to capture Chun Fan and focus on dealing with other major pirates. A year and a half later, in the West Sea on an unnamed small island, the island was filled with endless thunderbolts. A streak of blue lightning converged upon a young man with jet black hair and chiseled features seated at the island's center. As the young man opened his eyes, they harbored thunder of destruction, and his conqueror's haki erupted forth. In an instant, every creature on the island felt an unprecedented pressure, a primal dread deep within their souls. Most of the animals in the forest fainted outright, while the stronger ones collapsed to their knees, trembling incessantly. Bolts of devastating lightning flickered endlessly across the sky, transforming the entire island into a realm of thunder. A truly terrifying spectacle. At the heart of the countless lightning bolts, Chun Fan slowly rose to his feet. Some of the thunder swirling around him was tinged with purple. The next moment, the infinite lightning converged upon Chun Fan at an astonishing speed, accompanied by a deafening rumble. With the roar of thunder, Chun Fan's body was instantly cloaked in a garment of lightning, surrounded by crackling bolts of destruction. Now hovering in the air, Chun Fan felt as though the thunder obeyed his every whim. Standing proudly in midair, a massive dark cloud loomed above him, roaring with thunder, while the island below had become an ocean of lightning. Chun Fan stood there radiant with destructive lightning, his blue pupils blazing and hair whipping wildly like a god of thunder presiding at the center. After a year and a half, Chun Fan had not only honed his observation haki and armament haki to the peak of the 3rd stage, but also deepened his understanding of Conqueror's haki. Most importantly, he had developed the Thunder God mode to its 2nd stage. On the shore, Monet and Lafitte aboard the Thunder God ship were stunned, watching Chun Fan like a thunder deity amidst the lightning. Only Dracula Mihawk remained somewhat composed. Big brother, this is terrifying. It feels like all the destructive lightning is under his control, Monet exclaimed in awe. The captain's strength grows ever greater. I can't wait for us to stir up storms across this sea, Lafitte said with a smirk. He had joined the Thunder God pirates because Chun Fan had told him of his desire to change the world, that this sea would be rebuilt amidst chaos. That was why Lafitte had boarded the ship. Beside him, Dracule Mihawk's face betrayed no surprise, but he was keenly aware of Chun Fan's current power and terrifying talent. Over the past year and a half, the two had sparred dozens of times, and without exception, Mihawk had been slightly outmatched by Chun Fan. Now, witnessing the formidable Thunder God mode, Mihawk felt a sense of urgency. He had no desire to fall further behind. Above the island's center, after testing the second stage of Thunder God mode, Chun Fan plummeted from the air. Lightning scattered across the ground as the godlike figure emerged, the island's thunder gradually fading along with the kingly aura. The animals, still conscious in the forest, felt the mountain of pressure lift. Once able to move, they fled toward the island's edge without a moment's pause. Back on the island, Chun Fan stood still, unleashing his powerful observation haki. In an instant, he sensed the flow of every creature's life force across the entire island. Though this was a small island, it spanned tens of thousands of meters. How could Chun Fan's third-stage observation haki cover such a vast distance? Over the past year and a half, Chun Fan had devoted most of his time to developing his Goro Goro Nomi abilities. Besides the second stage of Thunder God mode, he had also unlocked Mantra. He had also conceived another remarkable function a year ago. Could he use lightning to temper his body? After 2 months of relentless experimentation, Chun Fan succeeded in refining his physique with lightning. Minute bolts entered his body, constantly stimulating his cells and vitality. This lightning tempering, combined with the green thermal current, had wrought a transformative change in Chun Fan's physical condition. The most direct evidence was that a year and a half ago, Chun Fan trained with 10-ton gravity wristbands. Now he had doubled that, using 20-ton gravity wristbands. If a year and a half ago Chun Fan's physical skills and constitution had been slightly inferior to Sakazuki's due to his youth, now he was on par, if not surpassing him. At just 18, Chun Fan's body and strength were still in a phase of rapid growth. With the dual enhancement of lightning tempering and the green thermal current, it was hard to imagine what level of physical prowess Chun Fan would reach in a few years. Perhaps he might one day rival the physique of Kaido of the Beasts. Withdrawing his mantra, Chun Fan clenched his fists, feeling the immense power within his body. A year and a half ago, he had been only at the level of an elite vice admiral. Now, with both haki types pushed to the peak of the third stage, enhanced physical strength, and the second stage of Thunder God mode, Chun Fan had reached the combat power of a near admiral. As the lightning dissipated, Monet, Lafitte, and Mihawk hurried over from the ship. "Big brother, you've gotten even stronger. Amazing," Monet said, running over to hug Chun Fan. He looked at her with mild exasperation, wondering when she had become so clingy. "Captain, where to next? Shall we continue training on this island?" Lafitte asked. Mihawk turned around, eager to seek out formidable swordsmen for duels, feeling he had hit a plateau. Further training alone would require a long time for significant breakthroughs. Chun Fan felt the same. Pushing his dual haki to the fourth stage through solitary training would be too time-consuming. They needed intense battles to surpass their limits and accelerate their growth. Hearing the question, Chun Fan gazed toward the vast blue sea ahead. Over this year and a half, aside from reaching near admiral level himself, Lafitte had attained the strength of a Marine headquarters vice admiral, while Mihawk was slightly weaker, hovering between near admiral and elite vice admiral. Even the weakest Monet had mastered the 6 powers and life returned during this time. It could be said that every single one of them had improved compared to a year and a half ago. Chun Fan mused that it had also been a year and a half since their Thunder God pirate crew had been heard of on this vast sea. Oh, perhaps some might even think they had fallen into its depths. After finishing his thoughts, Chun Fan turned around and addressed the crew. "It is time to leave. Set sail for the new world. In this era of chaos, one of the Emperor's thrones must be reserved for our Thunder God pirates." "Excellent. How wonderful. Finally we can go out and explore," Monet exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement. Both Lafitte and Dracule Mihawk also felt a surge of anticipation. Lafitte was eager to once again stir up turmoil on the seas, while Dracule Mihawk looked forward to crossing swords with a master fencer. Then, as the sea breeze howled and the azure waters flowed, the Thunder God set sail towards the new world. The next day, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. Chun Fan, who had been training his body with lightning on the deck, suddenly stopped and gazed ahead. Through his Kinbunshika haki, he sensed immense battle fluctuations directly before him. Then Chun Fan spotted over a dozen warships 10,000 meters ahead. They were all bombarding an island. It seemed they intended to annihilate the entire island, erasing it from the face of the sea. This scene, combined with the current timeline, reminded Chun Fan that it was the Marines' Buster Call on O'Hara. Boom, boom. At the sound of the largest cannon blast, Dracule Mihawk and the other two also took notice, their gazes fixed ahead. Captain, there are over a dozen warships ahead. Should we change course and retreat? Lafitte asked Chen Fan, who stood beside him. Naturally, we must go. It is time for this sea to remember the name of our Thunder God pirates once more. Otherwise, after such a long silence, some may have forgotten us. A smile curved at the corner of Chun Fan's mouth as he looked towards O'Hara, which was being destroyed. According to his memory, the two vice admirals leading this operation were Sakazuki and Kazan. This was one reason Chun Fan chose to go, to test the extent of Sakazuki's current strength, to see if he had a chance to kill him. The second reason was that Chun Fan was also curious about what the poneglyphs recorded. Thus he naturally needed to find an expert. Understood, Captain. Receiving the order, Lafitte steered the pirate ship towards O'Hara at full speed. Just as they neared O'Hara Island, the over a dozen warships spotted the pirate vessel. On the foremost marine battleship, some soldiers failed to recognize the ship. What the hell is that pirate ship? Are they asking for death? Don't they see our dozen warships? And they're still approaching. Exactly, these pirates are not only vicious, but also brainless. This works out well. After completing the mission, we can conveniently sink a pirate ship. Some soldiers chatted casually, all believing the pirate vessel was courting death. At that moment, some veteran soldiers spotted the Thunderbolt flag flying high on the pirate ship, and their pupils contracted in recognition. Oh no, it's the Thunder God pirates. And both Chen Fan the Thunder God and Dracula Mihawk are on board. A soldier suddenly shouted. This shout drew the attention of the many Marines who had been chatting, and they too recalled the name, the Thunder God pirates. Instantly, most of the Marines' faces turned pale, their earlier smiles vanishing without a trace. They all knew of Chun Fan's terrifying deeds. He had killed a Marine headquarters vice admiral, single-handedly destroyed a Marine branch, and most notably shattered the myth that no one could escape from impelled down. Rear Admiral, what should we do now? Vice Admiral Sakazuki and Vice Admiral Kazan are both on the island. A Marine soldier said urgently to the Rear Admiral. Wait for my orders. Inform Vice Admiral Sakazuki and Kazan to return. Do not act rashly. Chun Fan the Thunder God is not someone we can handle. The burly Rear Admiral with a crew cut finished speaking and immediately pulled a small den mushi from his pocket. He first called Sakazuki. On O'Hara Goro Goro. Sakazuki, who had just finished using magma to destroy the library's materials, heard the miniature den mushi ringing in his pocket. Without hesitation, Sakazuki answered the call. Vice Admiral Sakazuki. The Thunder God has appeared in front of our fleet, now only a few thousand meters away. Chen Fan the Thunder God and Dracula Mihawk are both on board. We request reinforcements. The Rear Admiral's anxious voice came through as soon as the call connected. What? Sakazuki was stunned for a second upon hearing that the Thunder God pirates and Chen Fan, who had vanished for over a year, had suddenly reappeared. His expression then turned savage and his fists clenched tightly. He thought, Chen Fan, you were hiding well, and I couldn't find you. But now you've come to court death yourself. They'll send you to the afterlife. He then ordered the Rear Admiral on the other end. Rear Admiral Michael, do everything you can to hold Chun Fan the Thunder God back. Don't let him escape. He'll be there in a few minutes. Also contact Vice Admiral Kazan. After saying this, Sakazuki hung up the den mushi without another word, turned his entire body into magma, and flew out of the island. He cared little about the cost Michael and his men would pay to hold Chen Fan back. In his eyes, as long as he could capture a heinous pirate, a few sacrifices were worth it. Meanwhile, on the warship, Michael, upon hearing Sakazuki's orders, looked troubled. He was well aware that although they had over a dozen warships, they were of little use against Chun Fan the Thunder God. If Chun Fan the Thunder God and Dracula Mihawk truly attacked their fleet, they wouldn't last long. Holding Chen Fan back would only be possible by throwing lives into the fray. But they had no choice but to obey Vice Admiral Sakazuki's command, as he was the overall commander of this operation. Watching the Thunder God pirates draw ever closer to their fleet, Michael decided to contact Vice Admiral Kazan first. Otherwise, even Vice Admiral Sakazuki couldn't handle two opponents alone. Michael then dialed another den mushi. On the shores of O'Hara, two figures stood facing each other in silence. One was covered in ice, and the other possessed a massive physique. Goro Goro. The den mushi in Kazan's pocket rang. Kazan, usually so indifferent, felt a flicker of irritation at the sound at this moment. Nevertheless, he answered the call. Vice Admiral Kazan, the Thunder God pirates have appeared ahead of our warship. Thor Chun Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk are aboard. Vice Admiral Sakazuki is already heading back and requests support. On the other end of the den mushi, Michael's urgent voice came through. Upon hearing this news, Kazan was surprised that the Thunder God pirates had appeared here. He also considered using this as an excuse to let his friend Saul and the little girl desperately fleeing escape. After much hesitation, his duty as a Marine prevented him from doing so. I have more important matters here. Capturing the traitorous Marine Vice Admiral Saul. Tell Sakazuki he'll assist once I'm done here. Kazan then hung up the den mushi. Saul, having overheard, gave a bitter smile, but said nothing, understanding that everyone had their own convictions. Kazan, bound by his principles as a Marine, would never let him go even if they were friends. Meanwhile, Michael, whose call had been cut off, wore a grim expression as he watched the Thunder God pirates draw closer to the fleet, pondering how to stall them. Aboard the Thunder God pirates' ship, Chen Fan frowned as he observed the dozen warships ahead. Through his Kinbunchika haki, he sensed that neither Sakazuki nor Kazan was on board. Clearly Sakazuki and Kazan were on the island. After a moment of thought, Chen Fan decided to head straight for the island's shore. Change course to the right toward the coast of O'Hara, Chen Fan ordered Lafitte. Aye, Captain. Though puzzled by the sudden change in direction toward O'Hara, Lafitte didn't question it, knowing Chen Fan despised having his decisions challenged. With the roar of the propellers churning the sea, the Thunder God turned sharply and sped toward the shores of O'Hara. On the other side, the Marines poised for battle were bewildered as the Thunder God abruptly changed course. Michael, however, breathed a sigh of relief. At least Chen Fan was heading toward the island, sparing them from a desperate fight. Elsewhere, Sakazuki, who was racing out of the island at full speed, heard the din-din mushy ring again. He answered without hesitation. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, the Thunder God has changed course and is heading for the coast of O'Hara, Michael reported from the warship. Puzzled, Sakazuki wondered why Chen Fan was going to O'Hara. Could the scholars there be connected to him? After a few seconds of thought, he dismissed the matter and hung up. Whatever Chen Fan's purpose on O'Hara, he was determined to capture him this time. Boom. Countless boulders flew, the ground cracked, and flames erupted. O'Hara was being relentlessly bombarded. In less than 10 minutes, the entire island would vanish into the sea. On the shore of O'Hara, Kazan and Saul had already begun their fight, a completely one-sided affair. Yet Kazan, mindful of their past friendship, held back and didn't strike lethally. He kept trying to persuade Saul, come back with me now. I can plead with Fleet Admiral Sengoku for you. Ha ha ha. No need, Kazan. Once you understand the darkness of the world government, as I do, you'll think the same way, Saul laughed heartily. He could never return to the Marines now his beliefs had changed. Meanwhile, 80-year-old Nico Robin was running desperately toward the sea, where a small wooden boat prepared by Saul awaited her. Kazan, his body sheathed in ice, watched Saul's obstinance and Robin's imminent escape. His fists clenched and his expression shifted. He ultimately decided to hold back no longer. As the extreme cold from Kazan's body spread, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Seeing Kazan in this state, Saul knew he was about to unleash his full power, signaling his own impending death. Yet he had no regrets, only hoping that Nico Robin could escape and preserve the last ember of O'Hara. He'll ask you one last time, Saul. Surrender, come back with me, and personally capture that little girl. He'll plead for you, Kazan said, meeting Saul's gaze, still offering a final chance out of friendship. No need, Kazan. That child is O'Hara's last hope. I hope you can spare her life, Saul replied with a smile, seemingly unafraid of death. Hearing this, Kazan said no more. In an instant, an ice spear materialized in his right hand. The next moment, his body turned to elemental ice, and he vanished, charging at Saul. Saul, covered in wounds, knew he was outmatched, but he would fight to the death to buy Robin a chance to flee. His massive fist, coated in second-stage Busashoku haki, shot forward. Boom. The ice spear clashed with the giant fist, the immense force sending Saul staggering backward. Kazan pressed his attack, forming another ice spear in his left hand. With tremendous speed and power, he hurled both spears at Saul. Unable to dodge, Saul could only cover his arms with Busashoku haki and brace himself. Boom. Boom. The terrifying impact sent ice shattering everywhere. Saul was forced back repeatedly, ice clinging to his arms. From the very first exchange, he was completely on the defensive. It was inevitable. Kazan's strength was just half a step away from the vice admiral level, while Saul was only an average Marine headquarters vice admiral. The gap in power was immense. Compounded by his prior injuries, Saul couldn't even muster a counterattack from the moment they engaged. Before Saul could steady himself, Kazan struck again, his fist coated in ice, slamming heavily into Saul's body. Unable to evade, boom. The fearsome ice force sent Saul's massive frame stumbling back several steps. After regaining his balance, Saul spat out a mouthful of blood, a testament to the severe injury from that blow. After regaining his balance, Saul spat out a mouthful of blood, a testament to the severe injury from that blow. As Salong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, Kazan's attack followed closely. Frozen moment. Kazan unleashed an extreme cold from his hands, and the terrifying ice slowly began to encase Salong's body. With a look of fear on his face, Salong wanted to resist, but he had no way to break the power of the ice. The chilling ice continued to creep up from below, threatening to completely freeze him. At this moment, Nico Robin, who was almost at the coastline, also witnessed this scene. No, Salong. The young Nico Robin watched as half of Salong's body was frozen, her face filled with helplessness and despair as she shouted desperately. She stood frozen in place, wanting to help, not wanting to see Salong die like this, but with her strength, she could do nothing. Run. You carry the hope of all, O'Hara, run. And remember, your mother loves you. Salong shouted with all his might, and then his massive body was completely encased in ice, turning into a frozen statue. Watching this scene, tears streamed down Nico Robin's cheeks and a painful, sorrowful expression appeared on her face. Seeing Kuzan closing in, Nico Robin knew she carried the hope of all O'Hara. She could only turn and desperately run towards the coastline. But with her speed, how could she outrun Kazan? At this moment, a pirate ship, flying the thunder flag, appeared by the shore. Kazan halted upon seeing the pirate ship. "Get this little girl on board," Chun Fan said to Monet beside him, needing someone who understood the historical text. "Okay, big brother." Monet then elementalized, disappearing from the spot, transforming into ice and snow as she headed towards Nico Robin. Seeing this, Kuzan tried to rush over to stop at his body, covered in ice, elementalizing and disappearing from sight. But halfway there, a leg infused with thunderous power kicked towards him. Caught off guard, Kazan was sent flying several meters by the forceful kick before stabilizing himself. The figure infused with blue thunder appeared before Kazan, and those chilling eyes that seemed to devour everything stared at him. "Kazan, with me here you cannot pass." Chun Fan's expression was calm, yet his tone left no room for doubt. "Thunder God Chun Fan." Kazan looked at Chun Fan with icy eyes, but from the way he clenched his fists, it was clear he was angry. In an instant, the cold ice erupted, lowering the temperature around them, and the coastline began to be covered with strands of ice, as if it were turning into a frozen world. Interesting. On the other side, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Chun Fan's mouth, and the destructive power of thunder surged forth in an instant. Ziz. The sound of thunder echoed around them, the terrifying power of thunder spreading continuously. Seconds later, the coastline was half a frozen world and half a thunderous ocean, creating a standoff. Kazan and Chun Fan faced each other, neither choosing to make the first move. On the other side, Monet had also reached Nico Robin, but Robin, having just experienced such a great upheaval, could hardly believe anyone. At this moment, her eyes were still glistening with tears. Her mother had died, the entire island had been destroyed, and the one who had always protected her had just been killed. Nico Robin was filled with despair and sadness at this moment. "Don't worry, we are here to save you," Monet said, although she was unsure why her big brother wanted to save this little girl. However, her big brother must have his reasons, and this little girl indeed looked very pitiful. Nico Robin looked at Monet with suspicion, clearly not fully believing her words. "I know this is hard for you to accept at first. Don't worry, you'll come to accept it. Oh, we're all quite nice," Monet said as she looked at the still sorrowful Nico Robin, continuing to persuade her. At this moment, although Nico Robin still had her doubts, thinking that she didn't know these people, why would they come to help her? However, she understood that she seemed to have no choice. On the other side, in the center of the coastline, the colliding destructive thunder and extreme ice continued to clash. "Thunder God Chun Fan, step aside." Kazan glared at Chun Fan with icy eyes. "What you said a year and a half ago would have sufficed, but now it won't. Let me test how much progress you've made in this year and a half." Chun Fan smiled, the blue thunder swirling around him, becoming ever more terrifying and powerful. The once small snakes of thunder now seemed to be transforming into giant pythons. Indifferent Kazan did not reply, but he could not contain his urge to strike. Just as the two were about to make their move, a terrifying force approached, a magma giant dog, carrying dreadful power, rushing towards Chun Fan at great speed. This scene was strikingly similar to that during the Impel Down incident, but Chun Fan was not the same as before. Sensing this power, Chun Fan showed no intention of dodging. In an instant, thunder covered his fist as he struck forward. Boom! The thunderous fist collided with the magma giant dog in an instant, sending countless fragments flying and magma splattering everywhere as thunder raged. Chun Fan's terrifying thunderous fist shattered the magma giant dog. "Thunder God Chun Fan, you hide well. Oh, I still couldn't find you, but now you're coming out to seek death." Sakazuki appeared next to Kazan, his entire body covered in magma, his eyes fiercely fixed on Chun Fan. "You noisy dog, today I will turn you into a dead dog." Chun Fan's eyes also turned cold as the power of thunder erupted. Whoosh! The next moment, accompanied by the flicker of thunder, Chun Fan's fist infused with terrifying thunder shot towards Sakazuki. Unfazed, Sakazuki charged forward, his body enveloped in magma, his fists covered in haki rushing up. Boom! In an instant, the thunderous fist collided with the magma fist, scattering strands of thunder and droplets of magma. Boom! In an instant, the thunderous fist collided with the magma fist, scattering strands of thunder and droplets of magma. Boom! In an instant, the thunderous fist collided with the magma fist, scattering strands of thunder and droplets of magma. Boom! In an instant, the thunderous fist collided with the magma fist, scattering strands of thunder and droplets of magma. The first clash between the two after 2 years sent them both stumbling back 7 steps. Sakazuki was somewhat taken aback by Chun Fan's immense power. He had not expected that after 2 years Chun Fan could withstand his attack. "Dead dog, it seems you haven't made much progress in these 2 years. Chun Fan smirked. "You are seeking death." Sakazuki for the first time was called a dead dog, his expression filled with rage as he surged upward covered in magma. Seeing the situation, Chun Fan showed no fear, terrifying thunder enveloping him as he charged forward. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the red and blue figures collided, rising from the ground to midair, engaged in fierce combat, bloodshed, and strikes that landed with brutal force. The terrifying thunder obliterated everything, while the blazing magma consumed all. For a moment, neither of them could gain the upper hand. Below, Kazan had no intention of intervening, but looked toward Nico Robin. Filled with hesitation, Kazan pondered whether he should let Nico Robin go. On one side was the dying request of a friend, and on the other was his duty as a Marine. As he contemplated, a figure wielding a black blade appeared before him. It was Dracula Mihawk. "Come, let's fight." Mihawk unsheathed his black blade, knowing that since his captain faced off against Sakazuki, he naturally had to engage Kazan as well. Especially since a year and a half ago Mihawk had lost to Kazan, leaving him somewhat unwilling to accept that defeat. Kazan, seeing Mihawk radiating powerful sword intent, dared not underestimate him as cold ice began to envelop him. Two frozen spears manifested in his hands, and in an instant his body vanished from its original spot. Kazan, wielding the two frozen spears, darted toward Mihawk. With a calm expression, Mihawk's supreme black blade instantly enveloped his weapon with the third stage of armament Haki. Bang! His entire figure also vanished from its position. In that moment, Yoru collided with the icy spears. The razor-sharp blade shattered the frozen weapons in an instant. Kazan's expression shifted slightly. From the very first encounter, he could sense that this person before him had experienced a tremendous increase in strength compared to a year and a half ago. However, Kazan's expression remained unfazed. Ice ball. With his hands opened wide, Kazan unleashed 5 icy pillars from his palms, shooting toward Mihawk at breakneck speed, intending to turn him into an ice ball. Possessing powerful observation, Haki, Mihawk immediately sensed this. With a firm grip on Yoru, he swiftly swung the supreme black blade, unleashing powerful green sword chi that shattered and cut through the 10 massive ice pillars. Chunks of ice fell to the ground, transforming the area into a frozen wasteland. Subsequently, Mihawk's figure once again vanished from sight, charging toward Kazan with Yoru in hand, exuding a formidable sword intent. Seeing this, Kazan unleashed a burst of cold ice from his body, condensing it into an ice blade in his right hand, and charged forward. In an instant, the two clashed once more, shards of ice raining down and sword chi scattering around. In a flash, everything around them was destroyed. The ground either turned into ice blocks or was riddled with cracks. For a moment, only two figures could be seen continuously colliding. Their strengths were nearly equal, and it was impossible to determine a victor in such a short time. On the shore, Nico Robin watched the fierce battle among the four, her expression dazed. Of course, her gaze toward Kazan was filled with anger, as he was the one who had killed Admiral Cerrone. At that moment, Nico Robin was very curious about where these guys had emerged from. How could they be evenly matched against a Marine Admiral? Nico Robin had heard Cerrone mention that there were 3 great monsters among the Marines, one with the ice fruit, one with the magma fruit, and one with the light fruit. Although none of them were admirals at present, their strengths were not something an ordinary vice admiral could compare to. They were essentially considered quasi-admirals. Just earlier, Nico Robin had witnessed Kazan's terrifying strength. She could not believe that these two suddenly appearing individuals could contend equally with those monsters. In an instant, Nico Robin felt she had a chance to escape. She vowed to herself that she must escape. She carried the hopes of all of O'Hara. She could not let those who died in O'Hara down, nor could she disappoint her mother nor Cerrone. Thinking of this, Nico Robin turned her gaze to Monet beside her. She knew that in order to escape the Marines' clutches, she could only rely on this pirate crew. "Sister, what is the name of your pirate crew?" Nico Robin asked Monet beside her. Hearing Nico Robin finally speak, Monet felt a sense of surprise, as she thought this girl was stronger than she had imagined. "We are the Thunder God Pirates. The one radiating thunder is our captain, Thunder God Shin Fan. The other is our vice captain, Dracula Mihawk." Monet briefly introduced Nico Robin. Thunder God Shin Fan. Upon hearing this name, Nico Robin felt a sense of familiarity, and her expression turned to one of surprise as she recalled that Cerrone had mentioned this name to her before. Thunder God Shin Fan was the only one to break the myth of impel down a monster who killed a Marine Rear Admiral before the age of 20. Thinking of this, Nico Robin instantly resolved to rely on Chun Fan to escape the Marines' pursuit. Meanwhile, in midair, thunder rumbled continuously as magma fell to the ground. The battle between Chun Fan and Sakazuki raged on. Both fought with everything they had. Each strike aimed to kill the other. The longer they fought, the more surprised Sakazuki became. He could not understand how Chun Fan had progressed so rapidly. Clearly 2 years ago, he was still able to suppress him even while injured. Now, merely 2 years later, this guy's power, physical skills, and mastery of his devil fruit abilities were on par with his own. In fact, he felt as though he was somewhat at a disadvantage. This left Sakazuki in disbelief. His talent had always been referred to as monstrous since childhood, and in the past 2 years, he had trained every day besides carrying out missions. He had elevated his strength from an elite vice admiral level to that of a quasi-admiral. How could this guy match up to him? Dead dog, you don't seem as strong as before. How did you get weaker? Chun Fan taunted as he attacked. You bastard are seeking death. Upon hearing such ridicule, Sakazuki's inner fury erupted like a volcano on the verge of exploding. Canine bites the red lotus. Sakazuki's fist turned pitch black, covered with searing magma. He then hurled his right fist at Chun Fan with lightning speed, transforming midair into a massive magma hound that radiated scorching heat. Do you think a mangy dog like you can kill me, eh? Thunder Dragon. Chun Fan showed no fear. Destructive lightning coalesced in his fist, and he likewise punched forward. The terrifying thunder morphed into a blue dragon in the sky. Boom. In an instant, an explosion erupted as the scorching magma hound and the devastating thunder dragon collided. The heavens and earth changed color, shockwaves resounded, and ripples spread in all directions. After their fists matched, evenly the two launched another assault. Chun Fan's right leg, inky black and crackling with thunder, descended like a giant axe, slashing heavily at Sakazuki from above. Fury blazing in his eyes, Sakazuki raised his arms pitch black and coated with searing magma to block, attempting to withstand the strike Heaton. Bang! In a flash, the clash rang out. The immense force sent Sakazuki plummeting like a shard of rock. But it wasn't over. Before Sakazuki could stabilize, Chun Fan vanished instantly. Mangy dog, that's all you've got. The next second, Chun Fan's voice came from behind Sakazuki. His right hand formed a claw wreathed in lightning and shot toward the back of Sakazuki's head with blinding speed. Thanks to his third-stage observation, Haki, Sakazuki reacted in time. He spun around, his right hand covered in searing magma, and lashed out to block the attack. Rip! Blood sprayed as 5 deep gouges appeared on Sakazuki's arm, cutting to the bone and looking grotesque. You bastard, you're asking for death. Sakazuki, enraged by his injuries, unleashed his scorching magma to its fullest, charging straight at Chun Fan. Oh, just you. Chun Fan sneered, unleashing destructive lightning that swirled around him like blue thunder serpents. In an instant, the two clashed again. Above the coast, half the sky became an ocean of thunder, the other half a world of magma. A truly terrifying sight. A blue and a red figure collided fiercely, moving so fast that ordinary people could only see two afterimages locked in constant combat. On the naval warships offshore, the Marines watched the apocalyptic scene with awestruck expressions. They all thought their vice admiral and this Chun Fan were monsters. Of course, amidst their astonishment, they still had to carry out their duties. Boom. Shell after shell was fired, explosions echoing endlessly. The dozen warships only paused their bombardment when the thunder god arrived. For the rest of the time, they kept up a relentless barrage. Amidst the thunder of cannon fire, O'Hara, merely a medium-sized island, would soon vanish beneath the waves. On the shore, Kazan and Dracul Mihawk were also locked in a fierce battle. Parts of Mihawk's body were frozen by ice, but he quickly thawed them. However, the internal frostbite could not be cured so easily. Kazan fared no better, his body covered in vicious sword wounds. So far their fight had been evenly matched, neither gaining an edge. Boom. They clashed again. A world of ice and soaring swordsmanship, then both retreated. Kazan, encased in ice, stared at Mihawk with a look of gravity. He hadn't expected Mihawk's strength to have grown so much in a year and a half. He couldn't take him down easily, or even suppress him. On the other side, Mihawk radiated intense battle spirit. He gripped his supreme-grade blade Yura tightly, though his greatest wish was to duel a great swordsman. Facing Kazan, who had defeated him a year and a half ago, Mihawk sought to avenge his loss. Thus he held nothing back and unleashed his full power. Bang! A small crater appeared in the ground as Mihawk vanished again. His overwhelming swordsmanship soared skyward as he gripped Yura with both hands, the blade pitch black, and slashed at Kazan with incredible speed. Facing the fierce attack, Kazan didn't retreat. He covered himself in extreme ice, formed an ice blade in his right hand, and charged straight ahead. Clang! The sounds of clashing rang out endlessly as the two engaged in a brutal, bloody battle. They gave their all. Armament, Haki observation, Haki devil fruit abilities, and swordsmanship. Both wanted to defeat the other quickly so they could provide support sooner. Midair lightning raged and magma scattered. Huff! Huff! Heavy pants came from Sakazuki. The high-intensity battle had drained his stamina considerably. Chun Fan was in a similar state, sweat dripping from his brow as his stamina also waned. However, he had sustained fewer injuries, so far giving him a slight upper hand. Mangy dog, seems you're not up to it either. You haven't improved in a year and a half. So useless, just let me kill you. Chun Fan stood proudly in the air, lightning crackling around him, taunting. You think you can kill me? I beat you 2 years ago, and I can do it again. Sakazuki, constantly called a mangy dog, finally exploded with fury. Magma ground. Out. In an instant, with a roar, Sakazuki pushed his searing magma to the limit. His body vanished and reappeared on the ground. Seeing this, Chun Fan flickered with lightning and followed. Sakazuki's magma-coated hands touched the earth. In a flash, hundreds of meters of ground turned into a sea of molten magma. Chen Fan didn't want him to complete his trump card so easily. He vanished, his fist wreathed in lightning, and shot toward Sakazuki. But Sakazuki looked up sharply, his right hand blazing with magma, and punched forward. Boom. The all-consuming magma force blasted Chen Fan back dozens of meters. Chen Fan shook off the clinging magma from his hand, surprised at Sakazuki's sudden surge in power. As he was pushed back, streams of magma continuously merged into Sakazuki's body. In an instant, Sakazuki's power soared, approaching a peak. Seeing this, Chen Fan didn't hesitate. Mangy dog, you think you're the only one with a trump card. Thor mode, second stage. In an instant, Chen Fan's body was surrounded by flickering lightning, standing proudly in midair. Boom. Above the sky, dark clouds gathered and streaks of blue lightning flashed and roared continuously. Below, bolts of lightning scattered in all directions, transforming the area within 100 meters into a vast ocean of thunder. In midair, Chen Fan's hair danced wildly, surrounded by serpentine strands of blue lightning, the most terrifying of which were some bolts appearing in purple. Boom. A thunderclap echoed as bolts of lightning resembling draconic forms descended from the dark clouds, while down on the coast streaks of lightning surged upwards. Chen Fan stood between these two forces of lightning, an endless torrent of thunder converging upon him. In that moment, Chen Fan's aura surged, the power of lightning dancing around him, making him appear as a god of thunder, mastering the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Monet and Lafitte watched in awe, having never witnessed such a miracle, their mouths hung open in astonishment. My goodness, Big Brother is terrifying. He can't really be turning into a god, can he? Monet couldn't help but exclaim. This is the captain I want to follow. He can lead me to upheave this world. Lafitte smiled faintly. Nearby, Nico Robin was so shocked that she couldn't utter a word, her pupils slightly dazed. At that moment, her desire to board the ship grew stronger, realizing that only such a powerful being could assist her. On the coast, Sakazuki had gathered all the magma around him, unleashing his power to its fullest, the scorching lava enveloping his body as he looked up at the devastating lightning above. A serious expression crossed his face. He hadn't expected Chen Fan's fruit abilities to reach such a level, further enhancing his strength. In midair, Chen Fan, like a deity, slightly lowered his head to Sakazuki, declaring, "The weak will ultimately fail. With your power, do you think you can defeat me?" Sakazuki's face was filled with rage. Given his talent, he couldn't fathom losing to someone of his generation. Whoosh! With his body elementalized, Sakazuki shot up into the sky, his fist cloaked in thick darkness covered in scalding magma, aimed directly at Chen Fan, with a force at least 30% stronger than before. Facing this immensely powerful punch, Chen Fan remained indifferent, his entire being shimmering with destructive lightning, the power of thunder concentrated in his fist as he thrust it forward. Boom! In an instant, the thunderous fist collided with the magma-infused punch, an explosive sound resonating as the heavens and earth changed color and the forces of nature rained down, creating deep craters. The next moment, the azure figure and the crimson figure collided in midair, each strike producing tremors that could shake mountains and shatter stones. Destructive thunder seemed poised to annihilate everything, while the searing magma threatened to burn all. Thunder Dragon. The power of thunder from Chen Fan's fist transformed into a terrifying lightning dragon that surged toward Sakazuki. Infernal Hound. Sakazuki, undaunted, gathered the burning power of magma into his fist, manifesting as a colossal magma hound that erupted forth. Boom! The two powerful attacks collided, sending shockwaves radiating outward, causing explosions in midair, scattering even the clouds. Both fighters were sent staggering back 100 meters. You dog, after 2 years, this is all the improvement you've made. As he steadied himself, Chen Fan smirked, unleashing the destructive thunder. 500 million volts. Endless thunder punishment. In an instant, as Chen Fan raised his hands, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder roaring, continuously transforming into lightning dragons that plummeted down towards Sakazuki. This will be enough to kill you. Great fire. Sakazuki's face twisted with rage as the power of magma erupted, gathering in his hands, swelling with force. Once it reached its peak, countless magma fists shot upwards like meteors. Boom! In an instant, the lightning dragons and magma fists clashed in midair, the explosions resembling the sound of boulders colliding. Everything around them was destroyed. All existence was obliterated, dust rising as the scene resembled a cataclysm. At this moment, whether it was the approaching Navy warships or Lafitte and the others, their gazes were fixed on the magnificent explosion in the sky. The might of this collision of natural forces left them in awe, their shock rendering them momentarily speechless. This violent clash lasted nearly a minute before concluding, transforming the coast into a desolate wasteland due to the scattered lightning and descending magma. Originally, this area was intentionally spared from bombardment by the Navy, but now there was no need for cannon fire. On the now desolate coast, Kazan and Mihawk were still engaged in fierce battle. The residual waves from this magnitude of destruction were deadly to ordinary people, but for them, it only caused slight disturbances. In midair, huff, huff, two heavy breaths echoed, clearly after such a long battle, and unleashing such powerful moves both Chen Fan and Sakazuki felt fatigued, their energy depleted. Yet both remained filled with intense battle spirit, eager to kill one another. Chen Fan, infused with thunder, bore an expression of cold resolve. Sakazuki, covered in magma, displayed a ferocious demeanor. The two faced each other in midair. This time, without words, both instantly elementalized and vanished from sight. Thunder raged, magma erupted. In midair, the two figures intertwined, clashing fiercely, and as time passed, drops of blood splattered onto the ground, gory wounds emerging on their bodies. Yet they continued to unleash their full power, showing no signs of holding back. Below, on the thunder god, Monet anxiously watched the battle above, asking Lafitte beside her. Lafitte, do you think the captain can defeat that mutt? Have more confidence in the captain. At least from our perspective, he seems to have a slight upper hand for now. Lafitte, being stronger, could perceive more. Though the scene in midair seemed evenly matched, in truth the thunder was subtly eroding the magma. As time passed, the battle's tide could dramatically shift. At this moment, the approaching Navy warships and the soldiers and officers aboard were also anxiously watching the battle. Are this Thor, Chen Fan, and Hawkeye Mihawk really that formidable? Vice Admirals Kazan and Sakazuki are actually unable to subdue them both for the moment. Do you think we might lose? How could we possibly lose? Vice Admirals Kazan and Sakazuki are hailed as the monsters of the Navy. These two fellows appear to be merely around 20 years old. How could they possibly defeat Vice Admiral Sakazuki and Kazan? That's true. We the Navy represent justice, and we will surely triumph. Most of the Navy soldiers blindly believed that Kazan and Sakazuki would emerge victorious. Only a few rear admirals discerned some underlying nuances. They first cast their gaze toward the battle below, where the clash between Hawkeye Mihawk and Kazan remained fiercely contested until the final moment. The outcome was still uncertain. Yet in midair, Chen Fan had begun to subtly suppress Sakazuki, though this advantage was so slight it could almost be disregarded. However, for powerhouses of their caliber, even a minor edge could very well seal the fate of the battle. While the crowd murmured, the battle in the sky raged on relentlessly. Explosions echoed in an unbroken chain as two figures collided repeatedly, their bodies now marked with gruesome wounds. Chen Fan's fist, imbued with lightning and armament hockey, hurtled straight towards Sakazuki's face. With a ferocious grimace, Sakazuki crossed his arms before him, coating them in magma and armament hockey. Bang! Sakazuki barely managed to block the punch, his body sent flying backward several meters. Then Chen Fan's figure vanished instantly, closing in as his right leg swept forth like a colossal axe, crackling with strands of lightning aimed directly at Sakazuki's waist. Steadying himself, Sakazuki gathered magma energy into his right leg and swung it forward with ferocity. Bang bang! The two immense forces collided in a violent explosion, sending out rippling shockwaves. The onslaught was far from over. The two continued to engage in brutal combat, each blow landing squarely on flesh. In that moment, they became like wild beasts, turning fists, hands, feet, heads, every part of their bodies, into weapons of attack. As seconds ticked by, blood spilled ceaselessly onto the earth. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Fan, wreathed in devastating lightning, and Sakazuki, cloaked in searing magma, exchanged a single punch. The immense power generated a thunderous explosion, and both were sent reeling back hundreds of meters. Huff, huff. Chen Fan gasped heavily, his entire frame trembling, his body covered in scorched wounds that looked horrifying. The second stage, the Thunder God form, was nearing its limit. Huff, huff. On the other side, Sakazuki appeared even more battered. Beyond his rasping breaths, cold sweat poured from his brow. His body was riddled with vicious wounds, crackling with residual lightning, and the magma energy within him began to wane. Chen Fan, I swear I'll capture you today. Sakazuki's face twisted with rage as he glared at Chen Fan. A waste like you. You dead dog, you'd better think about how to survive today. Chen Fan's eyes were devoid of warmth. You're asking for death. At that moment, the fury within Sakazuki erupted like a volcano. Magma sea. Instantly, Sakazuki's magma power surged to its peak. Raising both hands forward, he gathered the all-consuming magma energy above his palms. It formed a vast circle from which dozens of magma jets shot forth, merging in midair into a colossal sea of magma hundreds of meters wide, surging toward Chen Fan to engulf him. Sensing the terrifying might, Chen Fan's expression remained unyielding. His sole desire was to slay the cur before him. 800 million volts. Thunder beast Qilin. In an instant, the devastating lightning around Chen Fan blazed fiercely, especially the faint purple bolts, which grew wild and untamed. As he raised his hands, the sky darkened with storm clouds. Crackle. Countless lightning bolts flashed within the clouds, and from them emerged a colossal thunder Qilin over 100 meters long, roaring into existence. It radiated an awe-inspiring divine might, as if it could annihilate everything in its path. Then the Thunder Qilin charged at breakneck speed toward the sea of magma. At that moment all eyes, save for those locked in the fierce duel between Hawkeye Mihawk and Kazan, turned to the sky. Everyone understood that the two would decide the victor with this single strike. Rumble. In an instant the Thunder Qilin clashed with the Magma C2 cataclysmic attacks, colliding in a massive explosion. It was a confrontation of primal forces. In that split second, heaven and earth changed color, explosions thundered across the sky, and everything around was obliterated, reduced to nothingness. The blast generated a powerful shockwave that radiated outward in rings. Both Chun Fan and Sakazuki, already at their limits, were caught at the epicenter, defenseless. They were hurled away by the tremendous explosion. Chun Fan plummeted like a mountain, while Sakazuki, like a droplet of water, fell rapidly downward. Bang bang. Seconds later, two deep craters appeared on the ground, sending countless rocks flying and dust billowing. Now both the Navy and Lafitte's trio turned their gazes toward the scene, eagerly anticipating who would emerge as the ultimate victor. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Chun Fan stood trembling on his feet. Huff, huff. He gasped for air, his body covered in ghastly wounds, some so deep that bone was visible, making him a truly terrifying sight. The devastating lightning around him had also faded entirely, as if he had reached his breaking point. On the other side, Sakazuki lay in the crater, his body riddled with injuries, his stamina and wounds both at their limit. He struggled to rise, but found that any movement sent a pain like a million ants gnawing at his heart through his body, rendering him utterly immobile. Witnessing this, everyone knew that Chun Fan had narrowly won. Dead dog, it seems I am the one who prevails after all. A manic grin spread across Chun Fan's face as he gathered the last of his strength. Lightning crackled around his fist, and as he thrust it forward, a thunder dragon shot straight toward Sakazuki. Fury and unwillingness filled Sakazuki's expression. He wanted to fight back, but the excruciating pain, as if every bone in his body had shattered, left him unable to move. At that moment, Sakazuki was overwhelmed with regret. Why back then had he not seized the chance to kill this man before he could grow to such heights? In the instant the Thunder Dragon was about to engulf Sakazuki. Whooshed! A spear of frost shot toward the thunderous serpent with blinding speed. In an instant the serpent was shattered, and the frost spear vanished into the void. The next moment a figure wreathed in ice appeared before Sakazuki. It was Kazan, who had intervened, saving Sakazuki after finally shaking off Hawkeye Mihawk's pursuit. Kazan was now covered in wounds, though none were fatal. Meanwhile, Hawkeye Mihawk. Boom! A powerful sword intent shattered the ice that had frozen him. Gripping his black blade Yoru, he fixed a murderous glare upon Kazan. Chun Fan watched as Kazan blocked the strike, meant for Sakazuki, a deep regret flickering in his eyes. He had failed to kill Sakazuki. Thunder God Chun Fan, do you wish to continue this battle? Kazan addressed Chun Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk. Behind him stood over a dozen naval warships. By Chun Fan's side were Hawkeye Mihawk, and from the Thunder God Lafitte and the other two, though Nico Robin could hardly be counted as combat strength. More importantly, Chun Fan was utterly spent. The thunderous serpent had been the last of his power. His expression cold, Chun Fan stared at Sakazuki, who lay on the ground like a broken dog. Rage burned in his eyes and his fists clenched. He yearned to kill Sakazuki. But weighing their forces, Chun Fan knew it was unrealistic. If the fight dragged on, Kazan and Hawkeye Mihawk would likely annihilate each other. Lafitte and Monet, one a vice admiral level fighter, the other a commodore, would be overwhelmed by over a dozen warships. If they pressed on, their odds of victory were less than 30%. The best outcome would be mutual destruction. For Chun Fan, who dreamed of conquering the world, dying alongside Sakazuki was not an option. You pathetic dog, you're so weak. In 2 years you've barely improved. You got lucky this time. He'll spare you for now. Next we meet, I hope your luck holds. Chun Fan's lips curled with mockery as he looked at Sakazuki. Hearing the taunt, Sakazuki's face twisted with fury. He struggled to rise, but his grievous wounds only brought him more agony. Let's go. With those words, Chun Fan's body flickered with lightning, and he vanished. Hawkeye Mihawk, knowing that the best outcome of prolonging the fight was mutual destruction, sheathed Yoru and headed toward the Thunder God. Kazan, encased in ice, watched silently. He made no move to pursue, understanding that continuing the battle would bring no advantage to the Marines. Moreover, Chun Fan possessed Conqueror's Haki. Though its current level was ineffective against true powerhouses, it was lethal to ordinary soldiers. The Marines on the warships breathed sighs of relief. They had never imagined the Thunder God pirates were so formidable, nor that Chun Fan could defeat Vice Admiral Sakazuki, something they had never thought possible. Back aboard the Thunder God. Let's go. Full speed ahead, Chun Fan ordered Lafitte. He had no intention of lingering lest Marine reinforcements arrive. Though Chun Fan had failed to kill Sakazuki this time, he now understood Sakazuki's strength. He had beaten him once, he could do it again. With the sea breeze blowing and the sun blazing overhead, the Thunder God sped forward at full sail. Monet emerged from the cabin carrying a mountain of food. She knew that whenever her big brother suffered serious injuries, he needed to eat to replenish his energy. Chen Fan glanced at Monet, then casting aside all decorum, began devouring the food ravenously. As the food entered his body, streams of green energy surged through him like rain after a drought, steadily mending his wounds. His ravaged body stabilized and his wounds began to scab over. However, the internal injuries and the hideous external wounds would take time to fully heal. At least 2 or 3 days of rest were needed. This showed just how severe Chen Fan's injuries were. Meanwhile, aboard the marine warship, Sakazuki could hold on no longer after Chen Fan's departure. His head swam, and he was on the verge of unconsciousness. Before blacking out, Sakazuki's face was filled with bitter resentment. He knew he had lost this battle. Had Kazan not appeared at the last moment, he would have surely died at Chen Fan's hands. He could not understand it. He had never slackened in his training over these 2 years, and his talent was undeniable. How had only 2 years passed? And this man had caught up to him. Filled with regret, Sakazuki fell unconscious on the stretcher. Kazan, standing nearby, looked on with a complex expression. He had fought Chen Fan a year and a half ago. Back then, Chen Fan had been slightly weaker than him. Now in just a year and a half, he had grown strong enough to defeat Sakazuki outright. And Hawkeye Mihawk, his growth was terrifying as well. In that same period, he had become a match for Kazan. Those two are monsters. Their presence on this chaotic sea will surely stir up a terrible storm. The ever-calm Kazan mused to himself. Night fell. The wind howled, and the temperature dropped sharply. On the Thunder God sailing across the sea, Chen Fan was now wrapped head to toe in bandages. Hawkeye Mihawk was in a similar state. Though his injuries were lighter, his recovery was not as fast as Chen Fan's. With no ship's doctor aboard, he had no choice but to bind his wounds and apply medicine. Nico Robin, seated on the deck, watched the two men. She had witnessed their immense power firsthand. She knew that to survive and escape the Marines' pursuit, she could not rely on herself alone. She needed someone else. After a moment's hesitation, Nico Robin's eyes hardened with resolve as she approached Chen Fan. "Hello, Thunder God Chen Fan. I want to join your pirate crew." Nico Robin's young voice rang out. Chen Fan was taken aback. He had been wondering how to convince Nico Robin to come aboard, curious about what the poneglyphs contained. But before he could even speak, Nico Robin had volunteered to join his crew. Then it dawned on him, this girl, now a fugitive, would be hunted by the Marines. She wanted to survive, and his crew, and his strength, could offer her that protection. "Why do you want to join my crew?" Chen Fan asked Nico Robin. "You are strong. I seek shelter. And I want to decipher the poneglyphs to expose the truths the world government hides." When she spoke of the world government, her eyes burned with fury. It was the world government that had destroyed the island where she grew up, slaughtering everyone on it. Hearing Nico Robin's words, Chen Fan pretended to ponder for a moment. Chen Fan had intended to let Nico Robin board the ship from the very beginning, regardless of her answer. This question was merely a formality. "Big brother, she's so pitiful. The entire island was annihilated by the Marines. Let's take her in and let her board our ship." At this moment, Monet, standing nearby, spoke up. Chen Fan turned his gaze toward Nico Robin, discerning from her eyes the deep resentment she harbored against the world government. "All right, from now on you are a member of my Thunder God pirates." "Thank you, Captain." Nico Robin thought to herself that she had finally found a place to belong. She was determined to decipher the poneglyphs and expose the evils of the world government. Monet, standing by, was brimming with excitement upon hearing that Chen Fan had accepted Nico Robin. "Big brother, it'll take Nico Robin to pick a room." Monet, beaming with joy, took Nico Robin's hand. She couldn't help it, she was just too thrilled. Usually she was the only one who talked on the ship. The other three were as silent as gourds, especially Chen Fan and Mihawk, who spent their days either training or training. With Nico Robin joining, Monet thought there would finally be someone to talk to. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kazan and the severely injured Sakazuki had returned to Marine headquarters. Kazan, having received simple medical treatment at the hospital, immediately headed toward the Fleet Admiral's office. As for Sakazuki, who lay beside him, he was still unconscious, hooked up to and for his entire body wrapped in bandages, a testament to the severity of his injuries. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Kong sat behind his desk with a complex expression. Seated on either side of him, Sengoku and Tsuru wore equally grim faces. Only Garp, lounging on the sofa, was laughing heartily while munching on donuts. A knock came at the door. "Come in." Kong, already guessing who it was, called them in. Kazan pushed open the door and entered, his expression stern. Kazan, has Chen Fan's strength really grown so rapidly? He defeated Sakazuki in a direct confrontation at O'Hara, and that Hawkeye Mihawk fought you to a draw? Kong asked, still somewhat incredulous. Although he had learned the gist of the situation via Den Mushi earlier, he found it hard to believe. In just a year and a half, these two had progressed so remarkably. Yes, Fleet Admiral Kong. Chen Fan's current strength has definitely reached the level of a Vice Admiral candidate. Sakazuki fought fiercely with him for an hour, but was ultimately defeated. As for that Hawkeye Mihawk, his progress has also been immense. If I could have taken him down a year and a half ago, now it's uncertain whether I could even win. Kazan looked at the others, and his expression left no room for exaggeration. After hearing Kazan's affirmative response, the faces of Sengoku and the others grew even darker, especially Kong, whose brow was deeply furrowed. Wahaha, amazing. These two little rascals have improved so much in a year and a half. In a few more years, they'll become even stronger. At this moment, Garp, who had been lounging on the sofa, burst out laughing. Kong was utterly speechless, thinking to himself that the next fleet admiral should indeed be Sengoku. Garp's easygoing personality made him completely unfit for the role of fleet admiral. From today onward, reinstate the highest level wanted order for Chun Fan, led by Admiral Zephyr. Raise Chun Fan's bounty to 1.5 billion berries and Hawkeye Mihawks to 1.3 billion. Kong made this decision unilaterally this time, without consulting the others, and immediately issued the admiral-level wanted order. He could hardly imagine what would happen if Chun Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk grew up together. There might well emerge a dual emperor crew on the seas. This was a terrifying prospect, and Kong did not want to see it happen. He deeply regretted not issuing an admiral-level wanted order for Chun Fan from the very beginning. Now a year and a half had passed, and Chun Fan had grown powerful. Thinking of this, Kong resolved to capture Chun Fan this time. Otherwise, if Chun Fan had the patience to hide away for another 8 or 10 years, even an admiral might not be a match for him. Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru raised no objections, this time fully aware of the immense potential of Chun Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk. If they were allowed to grow unchecked, they would undoubtedly become an emperor crew. After giving his orders, Kong turned his gaze to Garp. Seeing Kong's look, Garp immediately stopped eating his donuts, sensing trouble. The situation on the seas is too volatile, and with Zephyr heading out to capture Chun Fan, the New World is even more short-handed. Garp, your leave is denied. Wait until the situation stabilizes before taking your vacation. Kong said, looking at Garp. No way. My grandson was just born. We agreed on this leave. I have to go back and hold my grandson. Hearing that his leave was denied, Garp's smile vanished instantly, and he stopped eating his donuts. It's decided. Kong was well aware that Garp's grandson had just been born, but there was no help for it. The New World was in constant turmoil and chaos. The Marines needed enough admiral-level combat power to guard the New World, or else major trouble could erupt. Hearing Kong's uncompromising tone, Garp knew he wouldn't be able to return to hold his grandson anytime soon. Sigh. Even the usually carefree Garp couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, in the New World on Whitebeard's territory, on the deck of the Moby Dick, Marco was sitting reading a newspaper. When he saw the thunderous figure in the center of the paper, a hint of surprise crossed his face. A year and a half has passed, and you've grown to this level. You actually defeated Sakazuki in a direct confrontation. The newspaper Marco was reading had a headline in the center: Thunder God Chun Fan defeats marine monster Sakazuki in direct confrontation. It was well known that Sakazuki's reputation as a monster was not self-proclaimed by the Marines, but earned through his own battles. With his powerful magma, formidable physical combat, and mastery of both colors of hockey, he was nearly invincible among his peers, and even some older pirates were no match for him. It could be said that Sakazuki truly lived up to his monster name. Yet such a monster was defeated by someone younger than him. Imagine how astonished those pirates who knew Sakazuki's strength would be. My son Marco, what are you looking at so intently? A man with a mustache as white and round as the moon spoke, his towering stature exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. He was Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Nothing much, Pops. Remember that powerful guy I told you about who mastered the Goro Goro no Mi? He disappeared and reappeared a year and a half later, defeating Sakazuki. Marco handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. Oh, is that so? That kid must be quite talented and strong to beat that marine brat. But my son, you haven't lost your confidence, have you? Pops remembers you telling me you must defeat him. Whitebeard fixed his gaze on Marco. Yes, Pops. I will defeat him. I won't let you down. Marco confronted his own heart, having just felt a flicker of fear. The thought that he might never overcome Chun Fan. Goro Goro. That's the spirit. That's my son. Whitebeard laughed heartily as he saw Marco's confidence restored. 5 days later, at the entrance of the New World, the blazing sun hung high, casting its light upon the sea. A gentle breeze blew as seagulls soared overhead. A pirate ship flying a thunderbolt flag sailed across the seas of the New World. On its deck, Chun Fan and his crew had stopped their training to enjoy a meal. Most of the food was frozen, ready to eat. None of them knew how to cook. Well, Monet had tried once. But after she produced a pot of black murky sludge that gave everyone who tasted it severe diarrhea, she was never allowed near the kitchen again. No one else volunteered to try either. Staring at the horizon, Chun Fan thought to himself, besides a ship, Dr. Ill need to find a chef. But they had to be strong enough not to hold the crew back. Chun Fan had always favored an elite approach, better a small, capable crew than a horde of weaklings. He recruited only those with immense power, unique talents, or vast potential. Just then, as the Thunder God sailed on, a massive pirate ship appeared directly ahead. On its deck stood a giant wearing a bulky helmet. "Captain, there's a pirate ship ahead of us," a scrawny pirate said to Burndy World. Burndy World glanced over and saw what he considered a small-time pirate crew. "Such a tiny ship. Why bother me with this? Just blow it out of the water." "Be careful. That's the Thunder God Pirates," said Ben Jack, a frail pink-skinned dwarf sitting on Burndy World's shoulder. "Brother, what small fry are the Thunder God Pirates? The name sounds familiar." Burndy World frowned, trying to remember. "Their captain is the only one who ever escaped from Impel Down. They say he can match a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral. His talent is terrifying. Be cautious." "Just matching a Vice Admiral. Brother, what's there to fear? In the World Destroyer." Burndy World had wondered what kind of monster could break out of Impel Down. But if that was all he had, there was nothing to worry about. He had killed Marine Vice Admirals before. "Full speed ahead. Bring us alongside," he ordered. The massive ship surged toward the Thunder God. Ben Jack said nothing more, knowing his brother's strength. An average Vice Admiral was no match for him, and killing the Thunder God would boost their reputation. But Ben Jack didn't know that defeating a Vice Admiral was Chun Fan's achievement from a year and a half ago. Meanwhile, the crew of the Thunder God noticed the giant ship approaching. Chun Fan recognized the towering figure on the deck. It was Burndy World, the so-called World Destroyer. "Captain, should we avoid them or face them head-on?" asked Lafitte. "Face them. This is the perfect opponent for our first battle in the New World." A smile curled at the corner of Chun Fan's mouth. Both crews sought to crush the other to enhance their own fame. As they closed in, the distance between the ships shrank to less than 100 meters. "Wahaha! This Thunder God Pirates actually dared to stay. Take this." Burndy World hurled a cannonball forward. Moro 50x cannon. In an instant, the cannonball swelled 50 times in midair, hurtling toward the Thunder God at incredible speed. Monet and Nico Robin's eyes widened in surprise. But Monet quickly regained her confidence, trusting that her big brother would easily handle such an attack. Interesting. No wonder they call him the World Destroyer. Chun Fan's expression turned cold as crackling blue lightning enveloped his body. Thunder Dragon. He thrust his electrified right fist forward, unleashing a colossal blue dragon of lightning that streaked toward the giant cannonball. Boom. The Thunder Dragon and the massive cannonball collided in midair, producing a deafening explosion. Dust and shockwaves radiated outward, churning the sea below. "Wah! You're a pretty strong kid to block my attack. But anything that stands in my way will be destroyed." Burndy World sneered arrogantly at Chun Fan. "Fool." Chun Fan cursed coldly. "You bastard. How dare you insult me?" Burndy World's temper flared. He set his brother down. "Jeppo." He used the marine technique to launch himself into the air, charging at Chun Fan. Burndy World had somehow learned the 6 powers. Jeppo. He used the marine technique to launch himself into the air, charging at Chun Fan. Burndy World had somehow learned the 6 powers. Jeppo. He used the marine technique to launch himself into the air, charging at Chun Fan. Burndy World had somehow learned the 6 powers. Jeppo. He used the marine technique to launch himself into the air, charging at Chun Fan. Burndy World had somehow learned the 6 powers. Jeppo. He used the marine technique to launch himself into the air, charging at Chun Fan. Burndy World had somehow learned the 6 powers. Jeppo. He used the marine technique to launch himself into the air, charging at Chun Fan. Burndy World had somehow learned the 6 powers. Witnessing this scene, Chun Fan flickered with lightning and vanished from his spot, in an instant unwilling to let his pirate ship be destroyed. The next second, Chun Fan appeared midair, his entire body blazing with devastating lightning. "You're a sharp kid, come on." Burndy Waldo's colossal fist, coated with the 3rd stage of armament hockey, hurtled straight toward Chun Fan. With a calm demeanor, Chun Fan's fist turned pitch black, brimming with destructive lightning power, and he thrust it forward as well. Boom. In an instant, the massive fist and the lightning fist collided like dueling flood dragons, the immense impact sending ripples cascading through the air. "Impressive, you can take my punch. One more." Burndy Waldo's face lit up with excitement as he charged at Chun Fan once again. In response, Chun Fan couldn't be bothered to reply, his expression remaining as placid as ever. Thump, thump. In a flash, the sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed through the sky, lightning raging and power redoubling. Relying on his ever-accelerating speed, Burndy Waldo momentarily matched Chun Fan blow for blow. Their limbs clashed incessantly, each strike heavy and forceful, possessing the might to shatter metal and crack stone. Below, the onlookers could only make out a massive silhouette and a lightning-wreathed figure entwined in ceaseless combat, a testament to their astonishing speed. 50-fold speed Mjolnir. Burndy Waldo amplified his speed further, clasping his hands together into a fist like a giant axe, and smashed it down toward Chun Fan. With the terrifying speed boost, the punch produced a sonic boom as it descended. Interesting. Armament finger gun. Chun Fan erupted with fearsome lightning, his 5 fingers forming a claw wreathed in both black substance and lightning power as he reached out. In a flash, the lightning claw clashed with the giant hammer fist. Chen Fan's right hand, imbued with two formidable forces, directly blocked the massive punch. Despite the vast difference in size, their strength was nearly equal, and a flicker of surprise crossed Bundy Waldo's eyes. Seizing the moment of astonishment, Chen Fan exerted force with his right hand, unleashing the destructive lightning power and forcibly shoving Bundy Waldo back several meters. The next instant, a powerful kingly aura radiated from Chen Fan. In that moment, the heavens and earth changed color, the entire world seeming to transform into the hues of an ink-wash painting. Even Bundy Waldo, poised to attack, faltered for a second. The pirates on the ship below felt as if they were gazing upon a monarch, their spirits crushed under the weight of a mountain. Most of the pirates on the Waldo pirate ship were knocked unconscious by the Conqueror's haki, leaving only a few of the stronger ones standing. This was Chen Fan's mastery of Conqueror's haki over the past year and a half. Though he hadn't grasped the second stage, Conqueror's coding, he had learned to direct the haki in a single direction, avoiding indiscriminate harm. "Brother, you bastard, you hurt my brother. He'll kill you." Bundy Waldo glared at Chen Fan, enraged, as he saw Ben Jack fall unconscious. 60-fold speed. Bundy Waldo accelerated once more, charging at Chen Fan. Lightning power erupted, and Chen Fan, his entire body wreathed in terrifying blue lightning, shot upward to meet him. The two figures, one massive and one small, clashed again in midair. Bang! Bang! The sounds of airbursts rang out incessantly, a clear sign that both were fighting to kill. Aboard the Thunder God, Dracula Mihawk drew his black blade Yoru, his hawk-like sharp eyes fixed on the dozen or so pirates remaining on the enemy ship. He was always a man of few words and decisive action. Whooshed! Mihawk's figure vanished in an instant, his immense sword aura erupting as he sped toward the massive pirate ship. Together, "This guy is a great swordsman, don't underestimate him." Garam recognized Mihawk and called out to his comrades to attack as one. The moment Mihawk landed on the deck, Garam charged forward, swinging both arms to hurl a barrage of square blocks at him. With a serene expression, Mihawk swung Yoru forward, slicing the blocks in half. Meanwhile, the remaining 10 pirates attacked him simultaneously. Facing their assault, Mihawk remained utterly calm, showing no trace of panic. As he brandished Yoru, a crescent-shaped green sword energy burst forth, slashing straight ahead. The charging pirates' faces twisted in terror as they raised their weapons to block the strike. Clang! The sound of metal meeting the sword energy rang out. 5 of the 10 pirates were sent flying dozens of meters, while 2 were cleaved in half. Only 3 managed to hold their ground. "Don't be afraid. Attack together and kill him." The survivors exchanged glances and charged at Mihawk again, with Garam leading the charge. Aboard the Thunder God, Nico Robin watched Mihawk surrounded and asked with concern, "Should we help?" "No need. How could those guys be a match for Mihawk? This pirate crew is destined to be a stepping stone for our Thunder God pirates," Monet said to Robin, fully aware that Mihawk and their captain were cut from the same cloth, powerful and composed. In midair, the battle between the two figures raged on. Chen Fan's lightning-wreathed fist shot toward Bundy Waldo at blinding speed. On the other side, Bundy Waldo's massive fist, pitch black, punched out as well. The two fists collided like flood dragons, sending a shockwave through the air, and both combatants staggered back several meters. Chen Fan eyed Bundy Waldo, thinking to himself that it was no wonder the man was called the World Destroyer. His devil fruit ability, physical prowess, and mastery of both types of haki were all impressive, but that alone isn't enough. A cold smirk curled on Chen Fan's lips as an endless surge of lightning erupted from him. Thor mode, first stage. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky and bolts of lightning flickered, cascading down to envelop Chen Fan. Bundy Waldo, having just steadied himself, watched the scene unfold, sensing the surge in Chen Fan's power. "Kid, what trick are you pulling?" Bundy Waldo was puzzled, but he knew he couldn't let Chen Fan proceed unhindered. 70-fold speed slash. His massive fist transformed into a palm, then a hand blade, his speed accelerating 70-fold. Boom. The air thundered as Bundy Waldo's hand blade, brimming with immense power, came crashing down toward Chen Fan. As that devastating palm strike hurtled toward him, Chen Fan's entire body blazed with annihilating lightning, and a colossal thunder giant erupted into existence. Its terrifying lightning-laced hand seized Bundy Waldo's palm strike midair, halting it with brute force. Staring at the thunder giant, nearly his own height, Bundy Waldo's eyes flickered with genuine astonishment. Chen Fan, however, spared no thought for his opponent's reaction. A fist crackling with apocalyptic lightning shot straight toward Bundy Waldo's skull. Relying on his third-stage observation haki, Bundy Waldo barely reacted in time, his arms turning pitch black as he crossed them before his head to block. Boom. The impact reverberated violently, hurling Bundy Waldo backwards several meters. Before he could regain his footing, Chen Fan's assault descended without pause, the Azure Thunder Giant striking again and again, each blow carrying the power to obliterate all before it. Thud! Thud! The impacts rang out relentlessly. Lightning raged unchecked. From the very first exchange, Bundy Waldo was utterly overwhelmed. Blood splattered onto the earth drop by drop. Under Chun Fan's tempestuous onslaught, Bandy Wald could only retreat, parry, and yield, never finding an opening to counterattack. Indeed, Chun Fan held absolute command of the battle. Meanwhile, the pirate vessel ran red with blood. Pirate corpses littered the deck, each pierced by sword wounds. Before Mihawk, the hawk-eyed swordsman, only Garam remained standing and combat-ready. The other 11 lay dead. Garam panted heavily, his expression a storm of disbelief. He had never imagined this man would be so overwhelmingly powerful. In mere minutes, his entire crew had been slaughtered. Now alone, he knew he stood no chance against this foe. Fear flickered in his gaze. Garam was already calculating his escape. But Mihawk granted him no such luxury. By now, the swordsman's clothes were merely dusted with grime, not a single wound marred his body, a testament to the utter one-sidedness of the carnage. Shii, Mihawk vanished from sight. In his right hand gleamed Yuru, the supreme grade blade, its edge wreathed in overwhelming power as he lunged toward Garam. Terror contorted Garam's face. He thrust both palms forward, two massive cubic constructs erupting forth in a desperate bid to halt Mihawk's advance. It was futile. A single emerald slash cleaved both meter-tall cubes cleanly in two, buying Garam less than a second. "I'll die fighting you," Garam roared. His body armored in armament haki, his fist transformed into a jagged cubic mass brimming with raw destructive force. He hurled it at Mihawk. Mihawk's expression remained serene. His right hand tightened around Yuru, its blade infused with both armament haki and a profound razor-edged sword intent. The supreme grade blade, coiled with dual energies, and the haka-forged cubic fist collided in an instant. In that flash, Garam's fist shattered like tofu against stone. Aghed. Blood gushed forth as he screamed, his eyes locking onto Mihawk wide with abject terror. A split second later, a streak of white light flashed. Blood arced high into the air, and Garam's severed head tumbled onto the deck, leaving behind a headless corpse still gushing crimson. Even in death, Garam's gaze remained frozen in horrified disbelief, a final testament to the sheer soul-crushing despair of Mihawk's blade. Aboard the Raishin Maru, Nico Robin, her youthful face alight with shock, watched the slaughter unfold. She had never imagined her first mate possessed such terrifying strength, dispatching over a dozen pirates in mere minutes. "Is our first mate truly this formidable?" Robin murmured in awe. "So what? Our captain is even stronger. After all, it was brother who defeated Mihawk and recruited him." Monet instantly retorted upon hearing Robin praise Mihawk. At those words, Robin lifted her gaze skyward, to where lightning reigned supreme. Indeed, even Sakazuki, the monstrous admiral known as Akainu, had fallen before this man. Such innate talent and unrivaled might were truly terrifying. At that thought, Robin felt a renewed flicker of hope, that perhaps, just perhaps, she might yet survive long enough to unveil the truth. High above, the battle raged on. Bandy Wald gazed down upon his ship, where most of his crew lay dead or unconscious, felled by the sheer pressure of Conqueror's haki. Rage erupted within him like a volcanic cataclysm. "Brat, I will kill you all," he bellowed. Overlimit state, hundredfold speed, fist. Pushing his devil fruit ability to its absolute limit, Bandy Wald's velocity surged once more by another 30-fold. A sonic boom ripped through the air. His colossal fist turned obsidian black, propelled by hundredfold speed. Its force rivaled that of a ballistic missile. "You dare speak of killing me?" Chun Fan's voice remained calm, unshaken by the onslaught. Annihilating lightning flared across his form, serpentine bolts of sapphire energy coiling around him like living dragons. The thunder giant surged forward, palm outstretched. Boom. Fist met palm. Two titanic forces collided, unleashing concentric shockwaves that tore outward in every direction. Even at his peak, Bandy Wald's power forced Chun Fan to stagger back. "Brat, I told you you'd never match me. Submit quietly to your death." Seeing Chun Fan recoil, Bandy Wald erupted into manic laughter, his hundredfold speed igniting anew as his massive fists fell like a typhoon, unrelenting and lethal. Lightning raged wildly. The thunder giant strained under the barrage. Suddenly, Chun Fan found himself driven onto the defensive. Bandy Wald grew fiercer with every blow, unleashing his full might without restraint. Each punch, each kick aimed solely at erasing Chun Fan from existence. Chun Fan parried desperately, fresh wounds blooming across his body, his annihilating lightning dimming, faltering. He appeared wholly overwhelmed, yet not a trace of panic stirred upon his face. Below, Mihawk and the others watched him passively, no move to intervene. They knew their captain had yet to unleash his true power. He was conserving strength, waiting. High above, explosions thundered without cease. Blood rained onto the sea. Arcs of lightning struck the waves, sending geysers of seawater spiraling into the sky. "Brat, you're dead today." Bandy Wald was now full of arrogance. As he spoke, his massive fists hammered relentlessly while he charged forward. "Is that so? If this is all you've got, then this battle ends here." Chun Fan's lips curled into a cold smirk as his aura erupted. What nonsense are you spouting, brat? Have you lost your mind? I'm the one who's dominating right now. Wald was slightly puzzled, yet he pushed his devil fruit ability to its limits. Each strike was undoubtedly capable of shattering metal and splitting stone. That colossal fist once again hurtled toward Chun Fan. His arms pitch black as they blocked before him bore the immense force that sent his dozimiturtle thunder giant form hurtling backward over 100 meters. Kid, you killed so many of my crew. They'll drink your blood and devour your flesh. Wald's face was filled with smug satisfaction as he saw Chun Fan forced back once more. However, when his gaze fell upon his pirate ship below, his expression twisted with anguish. Those crew members had been so hard to gather, and now they were dead. Fortunately, his elder brother was only knocked unconscious and was fine. Hearing Wald's words, Chun Fan paid them no heed, his countenance turning icy. Thunder God mode second stage. Instantly lightning crackled. The sky above became shrouded in dark clouds, and the rumble of thunder echoed ceaselessly within them. The blue lightning surrounding Chun Fan also partially transformed into a mystical purple. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with boundless thunder. That streak of lightning spread like a colossal net across the sky 100 meters above the scene resembling the end of the world. In the blink of an eye, all that devastating lightning converged upon Chun Fan, who hovered midair. His hair danced wildly, his pupils seemed to turn purple, and his aura surged unceasingly. Below, the crew on the Raijin were filled with astonishment. Though it was not the first time they had witnessed such a sight, seeing this divine spectacle again still left them in awe. Midair, opposite him, Wald was momentarily stunned. He could clearly sense Chun Fan growing stronger. He finally understood why this brat had seemed so fearless all along. 100x speed handblade. Without hesitation, Wald turned his right hand into a blade. At 100 times the speed, his body became nothing but a blur as he slashed toward Chun Fan, the air screaming with sonic booms. His face cold and impassive, just as the handblade was about to strike, Chun Fan raised his hand slightly, the terrifying lightning gathering above it. Boom. At the moment of impact, Chun Fan actually managed to block that enormous handblade. Then, as Wald looked on in shock, the lightning around Chun Fan grew even more violent. With a sudden burst of force, Wald was flung dozens of meters away. After steadying himself, he turned his gaze back toward Chun Fan. By now, Chun Fan was completely engulfed in fearsome lightning. Strands of blue lightning writhed like massive thunder pythons, and most terrifying of all, a portion of purple lightning surrounded him, the embodiment of destruction. At this moment, Chun Fan truly seemed to have become a god of thunder. Brat, do you think that just because your power has grown you can defeat me? I am Wald, the world destroyer. Though Wald could sense Chun Fan's increased strength, his pride as a powerful warrior left no room for retreat. 100x speed fist. Wald's enormous fist, pitch black and imbued with tremendous force from its incredible speed, shot toward Chun Fan. Thunder fist. With a calm expression, Chun Fan gathered the devastating lightning onto his right fist, which turned as black as ink, and thrust it forward like a flood dragon. Boom. The colossal fist and the thunder fist collided. The two figures, one massive, one small, resembled an elephant and an ant, yet the disparity in power was not what it seemed. The terrifying lightning force actually managed to push Wald back. His face filled with shock, Wald stared at his trembling right hand in utter disbelief. But before he could stabilize himself with a flash of lightning, Chun Fan instantly closed in and appeared behind him. In his right hand, a cerulean lightning spear materialized and stabbed toward him with blinding speed. Unable to dodge, Wald had no choice but to spin around and block with his right arm, which was coated in armament hockey. Blood sprayed as Wald's right arm was pierced straight through. The wound was so deep that bone was visible, a gruesome sight. And it didn't end there. Chun Fan's attacks came like a storm, hammering Wald without respite. Even as Wald unleashed his full power desperately, he could barely defend himself. Blood flowed endlessly from his body as wound after wound appeared. The entire battle had completely reversed. Impossible, this is impossible. I am the world destroyer. How can you, a mere brat, suddenly become so powerful? How can you defeat me? Wald was beside himself with disbelief, his 100 speed fists hammering relentlessly. But it was futile. Before Chun Fan, now fully cloaked in devastating lightning, every punch was effortlessly blocked. A weakling is still a weakling. Chun Fan's eyes were icy. He formed a claw with his 5 fingers imbued with terrifying lightning and thrust it straight toward Wald's chest. There was no time to dodge. A flicker of fear flashed in Wald's eyes as blood poured forth. Chun Fan tore a chunk of flesh from his chest. Out. The searing pain forced a scream from Wald. He'll kill you. In a blind rage, Wald gathered immense power into his fist and hurled it straight at Chun Fan. With a calm demeanor, Chun Fan channeled the lightning force into his right fist, now also wrapped in armament hockey, and punched forward. Boom. The two fists collided like flood dragons. An explosion echoed, scattering the surrounding clouds. Bondiwald's massive frame was sent flying back over 100 meters before he could steady himself. On the other side, Chen Fan stood proudly midair, radiant with destructive lightning. "He'll kill you. Kill you." Bondiwald was now completely frenzied. His bloodlust erupted and the veins on his arms bulged. 100x speed cannon fist. Then Bondiwald brought his fists together like a cannonball, carrying terrifying power amplified by 100 times the speed. Sonic booms rang out as he slammed toward Chen Fan. "World Destroyer, you shall be the first enemy we the Thunder God Pirates defeat in the New World." His expression fierce and ruthless. Chen Fan's entire body erupted with boundless thunder. 600 million volts, thunderous Qilin. Chen Fan raised his hands high, and in an instant the sky became shrouded in dark clouds as streaks of lightning flashed incessantly. Within the massive storm clouds, a colossal azure Qilin dozens of meters in size burst forth, its entire form exuding an awe-inspiring divine might. Then it plunged downward at tremendous speed, charging toward Bondiwald. Boom! In midair, the thunderous Qilin collided with Bondiwald's fists, which had transformed into cannonballs. Ripples of air spread outward in all directions. The heavens and earth changed color, everything around was obliterated, and the waves below churned violently. Sensing the devastating power, Bondiwald was filled with terror. He realized he could not shatter this thunderous Qilin. After a stalemate of mere seconds, the weakened, thunderous Qilin completely engulfed Bondiwald. Boom! A violent explosion resounded in the sky, deafening. Within that blast, a massive figure covered in wounds plummeted downward like a collapsing mountain. Thud! Just a few meters from the pirate ship, the severely injured Bondiwald barely managed to regain his composure and steady himself. He landed on the pirate ship, but immediately fell to one knee. A mouthful of blood gushed out, most of his bones were broken, and the wounds on his body still crackled with residual lightning. Bondiwald stared up at Chen Fan with a look of unwillingness. He struggled to his feet, wanting to continue fighting, but his grievous injuries left him with almost no combat strength. "You survived, not bad. No wonder they call you the World Destroyer." Chen Fan praised as he watched Bondiwald cling to life after his thunderous Qilin. On the pirate ship, "Go, you're no match for him, run." A voice rang out. It was Ben Jack, who had just awakened. "Brother, how are you? You run, I'll cover you." Bondiwald knew that this time he might not survive, and he wanted his brother to escape. "Oh, you want to run? Did you ask me?" Chen Fan sneered, and with a flash of lightning he appeared on the pirate ship within seconds. Thunder. Without a word, under Bondiwald's furious and wary gaze, Chen Fan gathered lightning in his right hand and pointed forward. A beam of lightning shot straight toward Bondiwald. Bondiwald struggled desperately, trying to stand and fight back, but his injuries made even the slightest movement agonizing, let alone resistance. Just as despair set in, a small, frail figure stepped in front of him. The lightning beam pierced straight through Ben Jack's chest. "Run!" With his last breath, Ben Jack turned to Bondiwald and said, "No, brother'll kill you. He'll kill you." Bondiwald's face was twisted with rage, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Drawing on some unknown strength, he coated his fist in armament hockey, and with the last of his power aimed a punch directly at Chen Fan's head. When you become a pirate, you must be prepared to face death. Chen Fan's eyes were cold and merciless. He gathered lightning power in his right fist and punched forward. A thunderous dragon burst forth, engulfing the charging Bondiwald at incredible speed. Boom! Boundless lightning raged. Bondiwald's final attack never even touched Chen Fan. His entire body was consumed by the thunder dragon and vanished into the void. Having done all this, Chen Fan floated in midair as if nothing had happened. In his eyes, this was a life-and-death struggle with no room for mercy. Because he believed that if he had lost this battle, Bondiwald would never have spared him. Standing proudly in the sky, Chen Fan raised his hands, and destructive lightning gathered above them. A massive sphere of lightning was born, and Chen Fan hurled it downward. The thunder sphere completely engulfed Bondiwald's ship, followed by a resounding explosion. The unconscious pirates of the Walder Pirates vanished along with their colossal ship into the sea. Afterward, Chen Fan transformed into lightning and returned to his ship, the Thunder God. "Let's set sail," Chen Fan said to Lafitte beside him. "Yes, Captain." Lafitte immediately steered the Thunder God forward. The World Destroyer Bondiwald had been killed by Chen Fan, yet Chen Fan acted as if it were of no consequence. Monet watched all this with admiration and envy, wondering when she could possess such power. Nico Robin, on the other hand, reflected on how right her choice had been. 3 days later, the blazing sun hung high, casting its light over the seas of the New World. The news that the World Destroyer Bondiwald had been defeated by Chen Fan and his entire crew annihilated by the Thunder God Pirates spread throughout the New World. Pirates who had been in the New World for a long time were astonished when they saw the news, knowing full well the strength of the World Destroyer. That man had killed 2 or 3 Marine headquarters vice admirals, yet he had been slain by a mere rookie. Previously, those pirates believed Chun Fan had escaped impelled down only because of the Navy's incompetence or sheer luck. Now they understood the terror of the Thunder God Chun Fan. They all deemed the Thunder God pirates one of the strongest contenders for the Emperor's throne in the New World. Aboard the Thunder God, Chun Fan had just removed his gravity wristbands and stopped training. His extensive observation haki expanded outward, allowing him to sense the flow of life force for tens of thousands of meters around. More importantly, his observation haki could now predict his opponent's movements in advance. I didn't expect my observation haki to break through to the 4th stage before my armament haki. Chun Fan felt the breakthrough in his observation haki and found it somewhat surprising. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, to master the mantra, he had focused more intently on training his observation haki over the past year and a half. Without further thought, Chun Fan ceased his training and sat down on a chair, for it was now noon, the time for lunch. However, today there was an additional person serving the dishes, Hawkeye Mihawk. At this moment, Mihawk, with a face full of indifference, brought the delicious meals he had prepared to the table. Soon over 20 enticing dishes were laid out before them. Seeing Hawkeye Mihawk like this, a smile crept onto Chun Fan's lips. The reason Mihawk was cooking today was naturally because Chun Fan had asked him to do so. Hawkeye Mihawk looked at Chun Fan with confusion, unable to fathom how his captain knew he could cook. How did you know I could cook? Mihawk couldn't help but ask Chun Fan, who was busy eating heartily. I'm not sure, I just guessed, Chun Fan replied casually. Initially, when he mentioned cooking to Hawkeye Mihawk, Mihawk had flatly refused. However, when Chun Fan suggested that if he was unwilling to cook, they could let Monet do it, he changed his mind. Upon hearing this, Mihawk's expression changed immediately, and he agreed to cook. Mihawk, your cooking is quite good, but I feel it's not as good as mine. How about I cook the next meal? Monet, while eating, spoke to the others. No, please don't. Upon hearing Monet's intention to cook, Chun Fan and the others immediately changed their expressions, speaking in unison to refuse. If you don't want it, then you won't get it, you ungrateful bunch. Hearing their rejection, Monet huffed, placed her hands on her hips, and pouted in a feigned angry manner. Whether Monet was angry or not was of no concern to Chun Fan and the others. They breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Monet would not cook. After finishing lunch, everyone resumed their respective tasks. Most of them began to train with a training-obsessed captain and Hawkeye Mihawk, who could also be considered a training fanatic. The others on the ship spent most of their time training as well. This included the newly joined Nico Robin, who was learning the Navy's 6 forms and developing her devil fruit abilities. Chun Fan adjusted the gravity wristbands to the highest level and began physical training. After extensive training, he could not only consume food to restore energy and recover from fatigue. He could also strengthen his body through lightning tempering. This was why Chun Fan could adapt so quickly to the 25-ton gravity wristbands set at the maximum level. As the sea breeze gently blew, time passed slowly, and 2 hours later, a medium-sized island appeared ahead of the Thunder God. The island resembled a giant turtle from a distance, with trees and buildings evident on its surface, clearly indicating that it was inhabited. Captain, there's an island ahead. It seems to be inhabited. Our supplies on the ship are running low. Should we go ashore to replenish? Rafet asked Chun Fan, who was training. Sure. Chun Fan replied, stopping his training and heading to the ship's washroom. Upon hearing Chun Fan's affirmative answer, Rafet immediately steered the Thunder God towards the island at an impressive speed, propelled by the rotating propellers. Great. Robin, we can go ashore to explore now, Monet exclaimed excitedly, calling out to Nico Robin beside her. Nico Robin simply nodded, as she also wanted to go ashore to explore. Shortly after, Chun Fan finished washing up and walked out of the cabin in a new outfit. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall with chiseled features and long shiny black hair, Monet was momentarily mesmerized. When Chun Fan sat down, Monet snapped back to reality. At this time, the Thunder God had also arrived at the island, docking at its shore. Soon Chun Fan and the others disembarked, while Rafet remained on board to watch over the ship. Quickly they crossed the coast and arrived in the town, where the streets were bustling with people accompanied by their cheerful laughter. This scene was quite joyous. Monet looked at it all with a face full of excitement. Though she was still young at just 14 years old, the nature of girls is to indulge in shopping from a young age. Monet immediately grabbed Nico Robin and began to shop. Of course, the berries in her hand were given to her by Chun Fan. He didn't mind these little expenses at all. After all, the gold they had brought down from the Sky Island was still sufficient for a while. Even if it ran out, they could always go back for more. Thinking of this, Chun Fan remembered that it was about time to check on the Ark's progress. It seemed he needed to find a time to return to the Sky Island. While the two girls were wandering, Chun Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk also entered a shop to purchase a large quantity of supplies, most of which were semi-prepared foods. They were ready to eat right after cooking. Although Mihawk's cooking was quite decent, Chun Fan had no intention of making Hawkeye Mihawk a dedicated chef, as it would hinder his own progress. After finishing their purchases, Chun Fan called out to Monet, "It's time to go." "Okay, big brother," Monet replied. By this time, she had already bought many clothes and accessories with Nico Robin. Hearing Chin Fan call for them to leave, she felt somewhat reluctant, but would not disobey her big brother's orders. Just as the four were about to head back, Chin Fan and Hawkeye Mihawk suddenly stopped in their tracks. This was because they saw two figures ahead. The one on the right had red hair, wore a straw hat, had 3 scars on his face, and wore flip-flops. As for the one on the left, he had golden curly hair, a headband on his forehead, and most notably a particularly prominent sausage-shaped mouth. The two were none other than red-haired Shanks and Jesus Burgess. What a coincidence, Mihawk, you're here too, Shanks said excitedly upon seeing Mihawk after just arriving in the new world from the East Sea. Hawkeye Mihawk replied calmly, clearly indicating that they were already acquainted. How about joining my pirate crew? Shanks said with a smile, trying to recruit Mihawk. No thanks, I already have a pirate crew, Mihawk directly declined. Upon hearing this, red-haired Shanks was somewhat surprised, as he had attempted to recruit Mihawk a year and a half ago, only to be outright refused at that time. He was curious as to who could convince Hawkeye Mihawk to join their crew. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to recruit my first mate in front of me? Chin Fan said with a smile, looking at red-haired Shanks. I apologize, but you seem quite familiar, Shanks said, lost in thought, feeling as if he had seen Chin Fan somewhere before, but couldn't quite place it.